Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our new takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see second part, what if Harry became the master of time and returned as the man in black. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After losing everything, Harry Potter seizes control of time itself and journeys into the past as the mysterious man in black. Armed with future knowledge, hidden power, and no intention of repeating old mistakes, he quietly reshapes the wizarding world from the shadows. But every change he makes bends destiny, and soon, even fate can't predict the wizard Harry is about to become. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Saturday, June 14, 1986. Arcturus Black was finishing up with some brief business at Gringotts and was making his way through the lobby towards the exit, when an elderly gentleman walking into the bank stopped near him and quietly called his name. Oh, my, if it isn't Lord Black, gracing everyone with his presence here in public, stated the man. Arcturus paused and slowly turned towards the other man. Cantankerous Not, still living up to your name, I see. Not waved off the comment. You know, Lord Black, with your recent behavior I might need to update my famous and all-important work on the Sacred 28. The abbots, well, they have already besmirched their family name and no one is sure if there are any remaining members of either the Shafiq or the Gaunt family. And now, the vaunted Black family may be having their name removed from the honored list. The Sacred 24 doesn't have quite the same ring to it, though. Arcturus raised an eyebrow. And what would make you think that the Black family is not truly a pureblood family anymore? Not shook his head slightly and did not refrain from laughing in response. Oh, surely you jest, when everyone knows that your new heir could not possibly be a pureblood. And then, you go and muddy the credibility you used to have with the traditionalist families, denouncing the recent Dark Lord and his efforts to purge our society of the most unwanted types. And to go so far as to disgrace your grandson who nobly was serving time for his actions, and then you have him acquitted of all charges and make it appear that he was a hero for the so-called light side. My, how the mighty family of Black has fallen. Arcturus shook his head. I am not sure how I am even more surprised at your words and your idiocy than any other time I have actually spoken with you. I have only a few things to say to you, you warthog-faced buffoon. Cantankerous Not gasped at the words spoken to him. That may be the first time in my life that a man has dared insult me, well, to my face, at least. Arcturus scoffed. And it most likely won't be the last. Now, I shall use small words, so that even you shall be sure to understand. First, you know nothing of the heritage of young Hydra Wesley Black, who is in no way a disgrace to the Black family. Second, you know nothing about my grandson Sirius other than what you apparently misread from the papers. He is an honorable and skilled young wizard. Not sure that the same could be said about any Not at this time. And finally, the amazing foolishness of you and your supposed friends in supporting the recent self-proclaimed Dark Lord who spoke so highly of blood purity, when you know absolutely nothing about him. The name he used, Voldemort, it was made up. He was descended from the Gaunt line, that is true, but his father was a Muggle and his mother was not much more than a squib. But don't let the truth uncover your gullibility and your stupidity. Before Not could mount a response, Arcturus turned and walked out of the bank. Not was fuming and noticed a couple of the goblin guards staring at him. What are you gawking at, you pathetic creatures? He then started to walk back into the bank, and stopped himself as he was too frustrated to even remember what he was coming here for. Lord Black, you old fool. You have no idea what kind of game your family is playing here. You and your family must be taught a lesson about keeping to the old ways and traditions. He shook his head and then stormed out of the bank, mumbling various curses under his breath. Monday, June 16, 1986. Wesley was planning to meet up with Cassandra for lunch and he was on his way to Diagon Alley, to meet her at a cafe that they had frequented. His attention was drawn to a commotion coming from one of the potion shops as he made his way down the street. A window shattered and there was evidence of spells being fired within the shop, and a stray blasting hex shot out of a broken window, hitting the roof of a nearby building, causing the roof to partially explode. People in the street started to scream. Wesley quickly had his wand in his hand as he ran towards the potions shop. Several men with dark masks came out of the shop, and Wesley dropped the first one with a stunning spell. 3 more men came out of the potions shop casting spells as they did so. Wesley crouched behind a wall and noted that 2 of the men had their faces covered by dark masks. The third man had no mask on, but he immediately recognized him as Scabby Orr, one of the infamous Snatchers who was involved with capturing Hermione, Ron and himself. Scabby Orr then called out, "Come on, Black, no need to hide from us. We'll make this quick and easy on you." At that same time several other men stepped out from behind the building, all with their faces covered with dark masks. Wesley swallowed hard. Well, they are not using Death Eater masks, he said to himself. 6 on 1, this should be interesting. The men started casting spells towards the wall that Wesley had ducked behind. Pieces of stone from the wall shattered and rained down along the street. Passers-by screamed and ran for cover. Wesley cast a strong shield to protect himself as he stood up to begin to fight back. Amanda and Cassandra were seated at the cafe and heard the sound of the spells hitting the wall and the screams of people in the street. Amanda quickly noticed that Wesley was under attack from several masked men. She immediately started to run up the street to join in the fight. They witnessed a series of spells bounce off a magical shield and heard cursing coming from those in the dark masks whose spells were blocked. Amanda immediately sent a barrage of spells while Cassandra made her way towards where Wesley had ducked behind the wall. The attackers started to cast their spells at Amanda, who managed to dodge what was sent her way. Wesley jumped up at the reprieve and sent off some powerful blasting hexes towards several of his attackers. One of the men cried out in pain as his right forearm was shattered by a spell. The attackers now began to send spells back at Wesley as Amanda made her way towards his side and kept up her own attack. She took out another attacker who was sent sprawling backwards into the wall of the potions shop. Scabby Orr was disgusted with the failure of his group to quickly eliminate their target. He cast a blasting hex at the wall in front of Wesley and then called out, "Avada Kedavra." Amanda noted that Wesley had taken a step back from the wall after the blasting hex had again shattered part of his defense. Worried that he would be unprotected, she conjured a large stone column to intercept the killing spell. The green beam of magical energy collided with the stone, and shards of the magically created stone hit Amanda and Wesley like shrapnel. Amanda fell motionless to the ground in front of Wesley. Cassandra shrieked in anger and surprise at seeing her friend collapse. Scabby Orr recognized the woman who had cried out and cast a cutting charm at her. His spell was deflected by Wesley, who had regained his footing and shrugged off the debris from the shattered stone. After deflecting the spell from Scabby Orr, he sent another blasting hex that shattered the future Snatcher's leg and he crumpled to the ground crying out in pain. The remaining 3 men in masks turned and saw their leader had fallen. As they paused, Wesley was able to send several spells towards the group. The 3 cried out in pain as various limbs were shattered by the blasting hexes that he had used. Before Wesley could cast any more spells, the sound of multiple people apparating into the area was followed by shouts from orders for everyone to drop their wands. Wesley kept his wand leveled at the 3 men who still had masks on their faces but were clearly in pain. A deep voice called out from one of the oars. "Mr. Black, I said to drop your wand. Not until those men have been apprehended and their accomplices have also been detained," replied Wesley. "And the man laying on the ground with the shattered leg, he is the one who cast the killing curse that was blocked by my friend, Amanda Lester. She may need medical attention due to injuries from the fallout of what she did." As Wesley was speaking, the 3 attackers who were injured but still standing used port keys to depart the scene. One of the men grabbed a fallen comrade before they managed to escape. That left Scabby Orr and the man who Amanda had sent careening into the potions shop as the only 2 attackers still present. Kingsley Shacklebolt cursed as he yelled at the other Orrs. "Do not let the others escape. And why in Merlin's name wasn't the anti-portkey wards set up as soon as we arrived?" Wesley looked at the tall dark-skinned man walking towards him. "Ah, Orr Shacklebolt, so kind of you and your team to come and help us." Kingsley raised an eyebrow. It is not a good thing to come upon you and find that people have been severely injured. You need to not make a habit of this fighting thing. Wesley scoffed at the comment. I will continue to make a habit of defending myself and my family. I make no apologies for what I have done. Wesley then turned and made his way to where Cassandra was crying as she held the motionless body of Amanda. Cassandra looked up at Wesley, brushed tears out of her eyes. I saw what she did. That spell was directed at you. I nearly lost you today. Is Amanda going to be okay? Who would have done something like this? Wesley walked over to her and tried to calm her down as she appeared to be panicking in response to what she had witnessed. He turned back to Shacklebolt. Amanda Lester needs medical attention, immediately. If your men won't take her to St. Mungo's right now, then I will. Kingsley called for one of his men to quickly take the injured and unconscious woman to the magical hospital. Air Black, please stay here so I can have you answer some questions about what just happened. Miss Yaxley can head to the hospital now if she wants. Cassandra had calmed down and again spoke to the Auror. Who did this? How can this have happened here? I thought the DMLE was supposed to keep Diagon Alley and other places safe. Kingsley took a deep breath before responded. We will work on determining that as soon as possible. Then he called one of the Aurors over and directed the man to take the injured Amanda to St. Mungo's, and Cassandra made her way to follow them. Another one of the Aurors ran up to Kingsley and was clearly agitated, but Wesley could not make out the words he said. Shacklebolt responded with an angry tone. 4 of the attackers escaped just after we arrived, and you're telling me that the other 2 are dead. We have no survivors. At least start getting statements from all of these witnesses here. Wesley raised an eyebrow when Kingsley turned back to face him. What was that? Kingsley sighed heavily. The one who was found slumped against the wall of the potions shop, apparently his neck was snapped when he hit the wall. The other man, Scabby Auror, apparently he did something to end his own life just as the Aurors approached. Bloody hell. Bones will not be happy about any of this. And knowing the way people are, the families of those 2 men who died will blame you for everything. He rubbed his face momentarily and then looked back at Wesley. We will need to have you come down to our office to answer some questions, and we need to clean up this street. Cassandra had checked on Amanda at St. Mungo's, and she was recovering from her trauma. She had suffered a concussion and minor injuries and was going to be held overnight to continue with healing portions. She had then met up with Wesley at the DMLE offices. The 2 of them were sitting together in a room at the Auror's office. Amelia Bones had just finished her questioning of them and had already been debriefed by the Aurors who had arrived on the scene. Pusey was the name of the one who broke his neck, she said after reviewing the report. I am asking the 2 of you to leave this to us, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We will handle this. All of our people need to be safe and they need to know that they will remain safe. We will begin questioning family and friends and see what we can discover about this. Wesley and Cassandra nodded as they sat next to each other and held hands. Amelia then took a deep breath. There is someone who has requested the opportunity to speak with you. And no, I am not referring to any reporters. Wesley raised an eyebrow. Amelia understood the unspoken question. Albus Dumbledore had contacted my office already inquiring about you in particular, Mr. Black, and about what happened. I told him that we are in the midst of an active investigation and even if he was Supreme Mugwump he would have to wait like everyone else and allow us to do our job. There was a silent nod of appreciation from Wesley. However, if you are so inclined, said Amelia, you could choose to meet up with him, either here, or at Hogwarts. Wesley rubbed his chin as he considered what to do. Cassandra gave him a slight hug. Go ahead and meet with the man, said Cassandra. I'm heading home, but I may stop by St. Mungo's again before going home. You can stop by my flat later. Go and have your little chat, and let me know whether you have taken the position when you return. Wesley nodded slightly and gave her a quick key. I'll escort you home, and then I'll make my way over to the school. Then he turned to Amelia Bones. Thank you for leading this investigation. And please, let us know as soon as you find out anything more. As the couple was preparing to leave the room, there came another knock on the door. Amelia rolled her eyes and looked apologetically at the couple standing across from her. Sorry about yet another interruption, she added sincerely. The door opened slightly and Kingsley Shacklebolt peeked in the narrow opening. There are more visitors here, and they are rather insistent on seeing these two. Don't sugarcoat it, man, howled Arcturus Black. You know damned well I threatened you and your staff if you didn't let me in to see him. Wesley shook his head as he couldn't hide a smile. Cassandra gasped slightly and put a hand over her mouth. Amelia sighed, took a deep breath, and then nodded slightly. Very well. Let him in, and whoever else came with him. Kingsley was pushed aside as Arcturus strode into the room, quickly followed by Sirius and Remus. What the hell were you thinking, taking on 6 men all by yourself? Demanded Arcturus. It's not like I had much of a choice, they were waiting there for me and started the attack as I was entering Diagon Alley, said Wesley. Arcturus nodded curtly, straightened out his robes and looked around the room. Greetings, Director Bones, and greetings to you, Miss Yaxley, this must be a difficult time. And my sincere condolences on the injuries to your friend, Miss Lester, Hydra. I know you had enjoyed your dueling competitions together. Hopefully she will recover quickly so the two of you can continue your usual fighting. Sirius stepped around his grandfather. He grabbed Wesley by his shoulders as he looked him up and down. You don't look like you were hurt, not even a scratch. Just a little bit of a bruised ego as I wasn't able to protect everyone, said Wesley. Enough of that, chided Sirius. Now you're starting to sound like my old friend, James. Hey, at least you managed to take out 2 of them. Pusey's family is furious about all of this, but they're also trying to distance themselves from his actions, as they quickly realize that there were many witnesses that have stated you definitely did not start this. Remus stood silently looking at Wesley and Cassandra with a clear look of concern on his face. Look, we're both okay. And Amanda, well, she is recovering and should be just fine, added Wesley. I feel I need to find the others to settle this once and for all, even if I don't know what led to this attack in the first place. You will do no such thing, snapped Amelia Bones. That is the responsibility of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And I will not tolerate you going out and acting like a vigilante. Based on what is known about Scabior and Pusey, it is most likely that this was set up by families that were allies of Lucius Malfoy, and this was their attempt at revenge for what you did. That's a terrible, but predictable excuse, or presumption, if ever I heard one, said Arcturus soberly. He then turned to Wesley. Would you like us to accompany you home, now? Wesley shook his head. No, I was going to bring Cassandra home, and then I have to have my meeting with Dumbledore. I did promise him last week that I would give him a response by today. Just remember, said Sirius, once you take that job, I will need to show you around that school, teach you everything we learned, so that the students can't take advantage of you. Remus raised an eyebrow. Wait, you would actually tell a faculty member about the things we learned about the school? That is so unlike you. Sirius barked a laugh in response. Quite the contrary, my friend, as giving Wesley, here, many of our secrets, that would enable him to do his job in a more effective way, basically pranking a whole new generation of students in a whole new way. Remus rolled his eyes and shook his head. That's something for another time, Sirius, said Wesley. But right now I need to bring Cassandra home. With that statement, Wesley escorted Cassandra out of Amelia Bones' office and they made their way towards to Flow Network in the lobby. Wesley used the flow at Cassandra's flat to make his way to Hogsmeade and then he simply apparated nearly to the gate at the entrance to Hogwarts. He walked up to the gate and stood at the entrance for a couple of minutes, until Hagrid arrived who then eagerly brought him up to the castle. Professor Dumbledore sure will be glad to see you, said the half-giant. We heard about the attack. And good on you, that you managed to survive all that nastiness. Must have been a right mess that happened there. And to think that such an attack happened right there, in Diagon Alley, in broad daylight. Makes one think the times of the war with he who must not be named are back upon us. And that would simply be bad for everyone. They had arrived at the main entrance to the school, and Hagrid started to apologize. And look at me, running my mouth off again and not letting someone else have the chance to speak. But here we are at the school. Before he could say another word, the large main door swung open and Professor Dumbledore strode out to meet them. It is so kind of you to make your way here, considering everything that has happened today, said the headmaster. Why don't we make our way to my office so we can have a little chat? The two walked in relative silence until they reached his office. Dumbledore offered the chair across from his desk for Wesley to take a seat, and then he made his way around his desk and sat himself down. Quite the eventful day you have had, young man, said Albus, letting his eyes twinkle slightly. Wesley nodded slowly. That is one way of putting it. Now, before we get to the discussion of your taking the job here at Hogwarts, said Dumbledore, the twinkle in his eyes having gone away, we do have some matters to discuss. Wesley raised an eyebrow and made sure his occlumency shields were securely in place. And what would that be? Dumbledore steepled his fingers together as he sighed and then began to speak. I have looked more into your past. As the headmaster of this prestigious school, I do have certain responsibilities. And I am convinced that you are not who you say you are. I do not know how you managed to do what you have done, or even why you have changed your identity, but Hydra Wesley Black, or even Wesley Farmer, are not real people. And to top it all off, there is something quite odd about your magic. And it seems that this peculiarity within your magic must have been caused by your having experienced death. Now, I understand that there must be extraordinary circumstances that led you to do what you have done, and for now, I can agree to keep this information just between us. Wesley raised an eyebrow but restrained any further emotional reaction. As that's so, I really don't know what to say to your outrageous accusation. Dumbledore shook his head. Now, my boy, we both know that something is not right here. We both know that you are not who you claim to be. I do, however, believe that I have deduced who you really are. And you must be using falsified information just so that you can avoid time in prison, such as Azkaban. I really do not know what you are on about, Professor, said Wesley calmly. I am starting to worry about you. Dumbledore chuckled slightly at Wesley's comment. Now, my boy, there is nothing to worry about. But, perhaps I should call you by your original name, Regulus Black. Dumbledore steepled his fingers together as he sighed and then began to speak. I have looked more into your past. As the headmaster of this prestigious school, I do have certain responsibilities. And I am convinced that you are not who you say you are. I do not know how you managed to do what you have done, or even why you have changed your identity, but Hydra Wesley Black, or even Wesley Farmer, are not real people. And to top it off, there is something quite odd about your magic. And it seems that this peculiarity within your magic must have been caused by your having experienced death. Now, I understand that there must be extraordinary circumstances that led you to do what you have done, and for now, I can agree to keep this information just between us. Wesley raised an eyebrow but restrained any further emotional reaction. As that's so, I really don't know what to say to your outrageous accusation. Dumbledore shook his head. Now, my boy, we both know that something is right here. We both know that you are not who you claim to be. I do, however, believe that I have deduced who you really are. And using falsified information just so that you can avoid time in prison, such as Azkaban. I really do not know what you are on about, Professor, said Wesley calmly. I am starting to worry about you. Dumbledore chuckled slightly at Wesley's comment. Now, my boy, there is nothing to worry about. But, perhaps I should call you by your original name, Regulus Black. Wesley coughed in response to what the headmaster had just said. He then laughed quite loudly. Shaking his head, Wesley replied, You can't be serious. Regulus. You think I am Regulus Black? Wow. Just wow. Wesley then started to laugh even more loudly at the statement. Albus Dumbledore continued to sit behind his desk and did not seem to respond to the outburst from the young man across from him. Wesley composed himself and just stared at the headmaster. You really think that I am serious, brother? Regulus, who died at the end of the war, who was a marked Death Eater. And before you ask how I would know so much about him, Arcturus has made sure that I have learned about all of the recent family members. Albus remained stoic in his silence as he just let Wesley talk. Wesley shook his head once more and ran his hand through his hair and settled down. He stopped speaking, realizing that Dumbledore would be looking for some sort of clue as to his identity in the response to this most outrageous accusation. Wesley then quickly grasped his wand, which caused Albus to flinch slightly. I swear on my magic that I am not and never have been Regulus Black, that I am Hydra Wesley Black, although my friends call me Wesley, stated Wesley. He then cast a very bright Lumos charm on the tip of his wand. It was so bright that Albus had to shield his eyes. Oh, look at that, I still have my magic, stated Wesley, not hiding his irritation with the situation from his voice. Before Albus could say anything else, Wesley stood up and slowly began to walk around the office. You don't like me nor do you trust me, that much is clear, for you felt the need to make such a ridiculous accusation and to try and learn the secrets of my past. Wesley stopped and stared at Dumbledore. I am just who I said I am, Hydra Wesley Arcturus, heir to the Black family, dueling master in Australia and in Europe. And you have the gall to claim I am some sort of resurrected Death Eater, yet you still offered me a teaching position at your school. Wesley sat down with a sigh. Albus finally spoke up. Only someone who was truly a Death Eater, such as Regulus, would have known that Sirius was innocent. How else could you have known some of the things that you know? Surely, not as some long-lost child of the Black family who never stepped foot in England before last year. It seems clear to me that you are working on redeeming yourself and your family name. And I, for one, do think that is a good thing. Wesley shook his head once more. I have no idea why you would come to such an absurd conclusion. Look, I've had a really long day today. My best friend could have died from her injuries, but thankfully she will apparently recover. My girlfriend is stressed over everything she witnessed. My family is not happy with the events of today, that being that several individuals tried to kill me earlier. And now this, I have to listen to your amazingly absurd conclusion. Albus closed his eyes briefly before responding. Now, Mr. Black, you must admit that your arrival here, and your history, and everything about you does make one question your past. Wesley shook his head again. You have made it clear that for some reason you do not seem to trust me. I have met with the various departments within the Ministry of Magic here in Britain. I have met with various organizations across Europe just so I can continue my interest in dueling. But you have chosen to ignore all of that. I think, Headmaster, that our meeting here is concluded. At that point, Wesley stood up and again started to walk towards the door to leave the headmaster's office. He noticed on a shelf a series of trinkets, the ones that the headmaster used to supposedly monitor Harry, or himself when he was younger. He also noted that they all seemed completely inactive. He smirked to himself and refrained from making any outward reaction to the multiple non-functional devices. As the office door shut behind Wesley, Albus thought to himself, I don't know how he managed to make such a false statement about his identity and still retain his magic. That was quite surprising. Clearly I will need to keep an eye on him. Wesley made his way to visit Cassandra, who had recently returned to her flat after visiting with Amanda Lester at St. Mungo's. He knocked on the door and entered, greeting her with a quick key. Cassandra's eyes lit up upon seeing him, then she took a step back. Amanda is recovering well. They say she will need some rest for a while after everything she went through. I'm glad to hear that, said Wesley as he took a seat at her small dining table. Cassandra sat down and Wesley detected that she was still upset about something. What's wrong? He asked, his concern evident in his tone. Cassandra wiped a tear away. It's this, everything that happened today, the people attacking you, Amanda getting hurt. I know the Pusey family. I know who Scabby Orr is, or was. The ones that got away, I have some ideas of who they were. And they all are associated with my family. Wesley had a puzzled look on his face. Yes, I know about the Yaxley family and the Pusey family. That's the thing, if you know about them, and you know that they do not like you, or what you are doing for the Black family, you know that they will keep coming after you, said Cassandra. My father is not shy about sharing his views. Views that you do not share with him, acknowledged Wesley. Cassandra tried to smile. No, I don't. I've been so worried you would think I do share those views. That you would somehow blame me for these things that are happening. Wesley walked over to her and pulled her into a hug. No, never, I wouldn't think that of you. I've gotten to know you too well. Cassandra looked up in his eyes and smiled. Now, I still can't fathom how Corbin Yaxley ended up with you as a daughter, admitted Wesley, but the fact that he kicked you out of his family gives you high marks in my view. That evening Wesley sat down with Arcturus. Arcturus leaned back as he looked at his appointed heir. So, I have not heard any announcements about a new dark arts professor being appointed, which makes me presume that you either did not get offered the teaching position or that you chose not to accept it. Wesley sighed heavily. The headmaster greeted me and then explained his concerns about hiring me. He is convinced that I am somehow your grandson, Regulus, come back to life. He was more concerned about my hiding my background than about my qualifications. Arcturus let out a loud laugh. Well, he is right about one thing. You are hiding your background. The old fool just doesn't realize he hasn't figured out your actual background. Oh, well, his loss, or a loss for the students. You would easily be the most skilled teacher they have had for that course in quite some time. I suppose we just need a different plan for your accessing the diadem. You already do have access to Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. So, to continue your plan you will need access to the school so you can retrieve the diadem. Wesley sighed. Yeah, and we will need to figure out a way to get from the Chamber of Secrets up to the 7th floor to access the Room of Requirements. You could have Sirius give you a tour of the school, suggested Arcturus. But he doesn't know about the room, or why I would need to go there, said Wesley. Arcturus huffed slightly. And you probably shouldn't obliviate him afterwards if he did come with you and you retrieved the cursed diadem. You and your bloody morals and light-sided rules. Wesley raised an eyebrow. Arcturus shrugged. Well, to be honest, there was a time that a black wouldn't think twice about using the Imperio curse on a family member to help with a specific task and then obliviate the sap afterwards, as long as it was advantageous for the black family. Wesley laughed. So now the black family has developed morals or scruples, or perhaps even a conscience. No, not at all, replied Arcturus. We just are aware of the need to do things in a certain way to help preserve the family. And to avoid the alternative, that being the destruction of this family such as you saw in your time. Well, that's still better than using unforgivable curses and memory charms, said Wesley. Progress can be a good thing. Not to most pureblood families, countered Arcturus. So, we don't have a plan for the diadem yet, said Wesley with an audible sigh. You have a little bit of time, but you can work on a new plan, said Arcturus. Also, you will need to publicly deal with the events of that attack against you. Deal with it how? Wondered Wesley out loud. There is an upcoming Wizengamot meeting, said Arcturus. You will come with me and be introduced as my heir, and then you will be given the opportunity to speak. Make the most of it. Talk about the kind of change you envision for our society. I know you can do it, and put those close-minded idiots in their place all at the same time. When is this meeting? Asked Wesley. In 2 days, said Arcturus. Before Wesley could respond, Arcturus dismissed him with a wave of his hand. It's getting late. I'm retiring to bed. You better get ready for your upcoming meeting. Wednesday, June 18, 1986. Ministry of Magic. Wizengamot Chambers. The scheduled meeting for the Wizengamot was expected to be one that was not particularly exciting. While people were still talking about the attack that had occurred at Diagon Alley the other day, most were of the impression that it would not be addressed at the meeting. Wesley had accompanied Arcturus to the meeting as he was the appointed heir to the family. Many of the members of the Wizengamot politely greeted him as he walked into the chambers and then took a seat next to the Lord Black. The chief warlock, Robert Macmillan, banged his gavel to call the meeting to order. He looked directly at Arcturus Black and then called out. Before we begin with our agenda, is there any introductions that need to be made? Arcturus Black rose slowly from his seat and waited a moment for all of the talking to subside before he spoke. Yes, Chief Warlock, he began slowly. Many of you have met, or at least heard of my heir, my grandson Hydra Wesley Black, who has made quite a name for himself on the dueling circuits of late. He is here with me today to begin to learn his role as an upcoming member of this important body. He then reached out to Wesley and took his hand as he had him stand up. I am sure that Hydra has some words to share with this body before we begin our usual fare of discussions and arguments. Wesley stood up and nodded slightly to Arcturus before turning to face the Chief Warlock and bowing slightly towards him. Chief Warlock and esteemed members of the Wizengamot, I thank you for the opportunity to join you all today. Many of you are no doubt aware of the recent unfortunate experience I had while visiting Diagon Alley just last week. Westley paused while various wizards began to murmur amongst themselves. I would like to speak briefly about those events at this time, if you do not mind, continued Westley. He did not wait for permission to keep speaking. It seems quite clear to me that the attack was instigated by those who may have disagreements with either myself or my grandfather, Lord Black. While I am relatively new to magical Britain, I am clearly of English and specifically, black ancestry. I am not unawares of the recent struggles and fighting that have occurred here while my immediate family was abroad. He paused a moment to be sure he had the attention of everyone present. I am not here to call out anyone in particular, and as he said this he made sure his eyes lingered on both the Knot and the Pusey lords who were present. I would like to make it clear that we need to put a stop to this bigotry that has led to the fighting. Attacking those whose ideals you disagree with is only going to destroy us. We need to be able to come together as a community based on what we have in common. Some people commented, here, in response to his opening comments. Magic. Magic is what we have in common, continued Westley. Let magic unite us, not tear us apart. There are some who are worried about influences from the Muggle world. Some are worried that the Muggles will learn about us in our society. Some are worried that the old traditions will be swept away. Some are worried that they will not be accepted despite their magic and their skill simply because of who their parents are. Westley let those words sink in for a moment before he continued, if you all keep fighting, the Muggles will take notice. You cannot win in a battle with the Muggles. They have too many people and too much strength at their disposal. You don't want to start a fight with them and have them think they are well and truly threatened. They have the ability with the push of a button to wipe out an entire city, and their methods would not be stopped by your magic. Don't put them to the test. So, with those thoughts, I hope that through the efforts of this respected group, we can work towards a future of peace and prosperity and safety for everyone. Arcturus had the faintest of smiles briefly on his face as Westley sat down. Almost immediately his face had returned to its usual impassive and unreadable mask that he was often known for, and the Wizengamot meeting continued as they once again started to debate the requirements for the appropriate thickness of cauldron bottoms. Albus Dumbledore listened to the words of the Black Heir and simply stroked his beard. Then he started to smile to himself quietly. Thursday, June 19, 1986. Cantankerous Knot arrived at Corbin Yaxley's home unannounced. Come on out, you sorry excuse for a pure-blood wizard. He called out as he stepped into the foyer of the old house. Corbin Yaxley walked into the foyer, not hiding his sneer. You good-for-nothing old coot, what do you think you're doing bringing your useless self into my house? Yaxley marched right up to Knot with a sneer on his face, and as he stood in front of the old man, the two then began to laugh and then greeted each other with a firm handshake and large smiles. I noticed you kept your mouth shut yesterday at the meeting, began Knot. Wasn't much to say. Let the young upstart have his day in the spotlight, answered Yaxley. Nothing to be gained by speaking up yesterday. Too true, said Knot. Yaxley then ushered the older man into his private office and the two sat down and Yaxley poured them each a glass of Ogden's finest. So, what brings you to my door today? Asked Yaxley after taking a sip of his fire whiskey. Your daughter is associating herself with this upstart, Knot stated simply. The one your group of thugs was unable to take down in Diagon Alley. The one who put on his little show yesterday? Queried Yaxley, not expecting an answer. And to be more precise, she is not my daughter anymore. She has made it clear she does not accept the values of this family, and she has been cast out, which was not unexpected. Knot nodded slightly, and then added thoughtfully, perhaps you were too hasty. Yaxley sneered at the comment. Perhaps you are going senile. Knot laughed slightly at the comment. Perhaps you should hear me out. Yaxley composed himself and straightened up in his chair. Fine. I am listening. Knot let a smile briefly cross his face, then he began to speak. First, let me ask you, what is your opinion of this Hydra Black, Arcturus' long-lost grandson? Yaxley scoffed. You shouldn't need to ask. I've already made several comments about that poor excuse for a wizard. Knot nodded again, showing understanding. Then, perhaps you, or more specifically your daughter, can take care of him for us. Yaxley paused and then shook his head slightly. And just how would she do that? He snapped. She is no longer my daughter in anything that matters, and she is apparently falling in love with him. Yura Yaxley, I know who you served during the recent conflict, stated Not. You can surely come up with a way to convince your daughter of what she should do. You can impress upon her the importance of what she can and should do. It could be considered unforgivable if certain measures were or were not taken. Corbin Yaxley raised an eyebrow. He took another sip of his Ogdens. Perhaps something can be arranged. Although I am not sure it would work. It might be too obvious. Not laughed quietly. I know you have it in you to do the right thing here. Corbin took a deep breath, and then he laughed in response. I do believe that you are correct, my friend. Perhaps I will need to simply pay my estranged daughter a visit sometime soon, very soon. Albus Dumbledore stood in his office and walked around his desk, occasionally popping lemo drops into his mouth. He brushed his beard with his left hand as he considered what he should do next. He then started speaking out loud to himself, or was it to Fawkes? I wonder, perhaps, if I cannot get Regulus to open up and admit who he really is, perhaps I can get his friend, Miss Lester, to become the defense against the dark arts professor. It must be some sort of black family magic that allowed him to make that oath claiming he wasn't really Regulus Black. Maybe he did some sort of ritual to change who he is, change his name, he continued to muse to himself. Fawkes, he called out to his faithful Phoenix, could you deliver a message for me? Albus Dumbledore did not wait for any sort of response from the magical bird, but he just sat down and wrote out a brief note on a piece of parchment. If you would be so kind as to deliver this to a Miss Amanda Lester. I believe she recently completed a short stay at St. Mungo's. Fawkes took the parchment and then disappeared in a flash. Friday, June 20, 1986. Just after 12 noon, Wesley made his way to Diagon Alley. He looked into a couple of shops quickly before making his way to Smithson's Magic Emporium at the start of Nocturne Alley. He walked into the shop and have Cassandra a big grin. Cassandra looked up from behind the counter and gazed at the man who had just entered her store. You, she shouted at him as she quickly drew her wand and aimed at him. Thursday evening, June 19, 1986. Smithson's Magic Emporium, Nocturne Alley. The door made a jingle as a customer walked into the shop. Cassandra was currently kneeling behind the counter and called out, I'm sorry, we're closed right now. She did not hear a response and stood up to look at who walked in, and her jaw dropped at the sight of the man in front of her. Father, she nearly gasped, what brings you here? Corbin Yaxley was a man who barely showed any emotion, and he certainly did not show any to his daughter who had been banished from his family. I needed to make sure we were of the proper understanding about things, you and I, so I thought I would stop by here and check on you, came his nearly monotone response. Cassandra stiffened at his words. I was not aware that anything had changed between us, Father. Corbin lifted his left hand in the air and waved it around as he continued to talk. I think you must misunderstand me. Overall, our relationship has not changed. I was just hoping that I could convince you that you needed a change of heart, a change of mindset. As he was sure he had distracted her with his words and with his left hand movements, he then quickly snapped out his wand into his right hand and stated, Imperio. A sudden and uneasy calm overtook Cassandra. Now, you will listen carefully to what I have to say. You will follow my instructions the next time you see your boyfriend. He sneered that last word before continuing. The next time you see him here in this store, you will attack him, completely by surprise, without warning. You will not attempt to let him know of this plan, and you will definitely not tell anyone what has happened or why you are attacking him. You are a Yaxley, and he opposes everything our family stands for. As soon as he finished casting the spell, he dissipated away so no one would see him leaving the store. Friday, June 20, 1986. Just after 12 noon, Wesley made his way to Diagon Alley. He looked into a couple of shops quickly before making his way to Smithson's Magic Emporium at the start of Nocturne Alley. He walked into the shop and have Cassandra a big grin. Cassandra looked up from behind the counter and gazed at the man who had just entered her store. You, she shouted at him as she quickly drew her wand and aimed at him. Cassandra cast an overpowered blasting hex towards the man she had been dating. However, Wesley's responses were consistent with his years of training in dueling and years of magical fighting and work as an Auror. He reflexively deflected the curse and then put up a shield to protect him from anything else she might do to attack him. As he deflected the curse, the overpowered blasting hex that was redirected hit a main support of the old building, which caused the building to partially collapse on the two of them, with more of the debris landing on Cassandra than on Wesley. The magical shield which he had cast held up under some of the debris, but it was only a matter of seconds before the shield charm gave out. Nocturne Alley quickly became a scene of massive confusion, as they had never experienced an event like this, as those who were walking down the notorious street had never seen a building just suddenly collapse upon itself like this had. Someone had the sense to send a message to the DMLE, and within minutes several Aurors arrived on the scene. Amelia Bones, the DMLE director, showed up at sight of the collapsed building and started giving orders to people to help clear the debris. Wesley was quickly found and was still barely conscious. As Amelia directed an Auror to apparate him directly to St. Mungo's, Wesley was able to call out to whomever could hear. Cassandra. She's also under this mess. He was too startled to think about why she had cast the spell at him, and at this point he was only concerned for her safety. Wesley tried to protest and insist that they let him stay until Cassandra was discovered, but Director Bones wouldn't allow the Aurors to wait and insisted that he be taken to the magical hospital immediately. He needs an emergent medical evaluation, she snapped at one of the Aurors. She then turned to the other Aurors. You heard him. There is still at least one more person under there. The Aurors were able to quickly remove more debris and found the unconscious form of Cassandra Yaxley, and she too was taken immediately to St. Mungo's. Amelia then cast a quick spell to see if there were any other bodies left under the debris, but there were none to be found. She then gave further commands to the Aurors who were present. Search the area for any signs of magic, and figure out what happened. I will head to St. Mungo's and continue the investigation by speaking with the two who were recovered. Kingsley, she called out to Shacklebolt. You stay here and lead this part of the investigation. Rufus, you're coming with me to St. Mungo's. Amelia Bones and Rufus Scrimgeour arrived at St. Mungo's momentarily after she gave her orders. Upon entering the main lobby, one of the women at the main desk immediately recognized them and sent them towards the intake or emergency ward. The two made their way towards the rooms where the two victims of the collapsed building were being seen when one of the Medi Witches stepped into the hall. Upon seeing the Aurors, she immediately blocked their path. I know you are here to speak with those two, but our staff is working with them both and I can't allow either one of you to interrupt their care. As soon as they are stable and can speak with either one of you, I will have one of the staff members fetch you to bring you back, said the woman. Amelia nodded. Thank you, Healer Davis, we would appreciate being able to speak with either one of them as soon as possible. I do believe the two people you have are Hydra Black and Cassandra Yaxley. Do you know if anyone has contacted their family yet? Healer Davis nodded. Yes, a message was sent to Lord Black, but apparently it had to be routed through Gringotts. Not sure how long that will take. A message was being sent to the Yaxley family, although they have apparently distanced themselves from the young woman. Amelia again thanked Healer Davis, and she then led Scrimgeour towards the waiting area that she was sadly all too familiar with after the many battles of the previous war. Rufus started to grumble about being made to wait, but Amelia Bones cut him off. They are simply doing their job, and the sooner they do that, the sooner we can actually speak with the two parties who were injured. About 20 minutes later, Healer Davis entered the waiting area. Mr. Black is awake and alert, and you can speak with him now. We are still waiting on his grandfather to respond. He may arrive at any moment. Amelia stood up and thanked the healer. Do you have any more information on Miss Yaxley? Healer Davis took a deep breath. Her injuries were more severe. She is still not awake, and the staff continues to work on healing her many injuries. She may not be able to wake up before tomorrow. Can we see Mr. Black at this time then? Amelia asked, just to be sure that the healer would allow them to question him. That should be fine, said Davis. I can take you to him now. Two healers were busily working over the motionless body of the young woman who had been brought to them emergently from Nocturne Alley. Cast that diagnostic charm again, said the first healer. As her colleague began to cast the spell, they heard the door open behind them. There was a quick flash and the two healers dropped to the ground. An older man limped into the room, assisted by his cane. This won't do. No, it won't do at all, said the man. Obliviate, he called out as he cast a spell at the unconscious woman. He sneered as he looked at her. You failed in the mission your father assigned to you. And you might just survive the night. But you will suffer for your actions or lack thereof, he sneered, even though no one could hear him. He cast a spell at the woman's lower abdomen, and he cackled softly to himself. No need for your father to worry about your ever bringing any sort of vermin into this world and further disgracing the family name more than you already have done yourself. He then looked at the two healers on the floor. He cast spells on them to levitate their bodies and placed them in seats in the room. He then cast quick spells to obliviate the two of them about what had happened, and then he cast the Imperious Curse on them, telling them that they decided to take a break as they had found nothing unexpected when they evaluated their patient and they just wanted to rest as the patient was still going to sleep for the rest of the day. A moment later, the man made his way down a back corridor and disappeared from the magical hospital building. As Amelia Bones and Rufus Scrimgeour started to follow Healer Davis, Kingsley Shacklebolt arrived at the magical hospital to give the director an update on his investigation. The two paused on their trip to see the two injured individuals to listen to his report. Shacklebolt began to explain that the building had apparently been magically jinxed to collapse in the event of certain types of spells being cast within it. There was significant magical residue on parts of the building that weakened the structural supports of the building. It is clear that someone was planning for this to occur. Amelia frowned. Any information on who may have jinxed the building to collapse? Shacklebolt shook his head. No, we were not able to determine any specific magical signatures. But there was evidence of someone having cast a blasting hex, and there was also evidence of a shield spell having been cast. We would need to examine the wands of these two injured parties to see if that gives us any more information. Bones nodded. Understood, but first we need to check on how they are doing. I don't think either one of these two is about to use their wands anytime soon. And apparently Mr. Black is awake enough now that we may go speak with him finally. Scrimgeour added, their wands were found in the rubble. We could check them both for spells now, or if you prefer we can wait on that until they are both awake. Kingsley continued with his report. The ministry has workers trying to continue to clean up the damage to the building. Several Aurors are still on site to continue to check for any further magical signatures or evidence of other curses. And they are also checking to make sure that none of the other buildings have been jinxed. He paused for a moment before he continued, whatever happened between Yaxley and Black, it seems that someone was hoping that the building collapsing on the two of them would have killed them. Amelia sighed slightly. Thank you, Kingsley. I presume that there is no indication about who may have cast those spells. You did mention that you haven't found any magical signatures. Kingsley shook his head slightly. No, there was no magical signatures on any of the debris. At least none that we could find, so far, Director. Amelia took a deep breath. Very well, Kingsley. Perhaps young Mr. Black can shed some light on all of this for us. We were just about to make our way to speak with him. Amelia Bones and Rufus Scrimgeour were escorted into Hydra Black's room in St. Mungo's. Wesley was reclining on the bed when he noticed the two leaders of the DMLE enter his room, and he quickly put up some occlumency shields before they made it any further into his room. Good afternoon, Mr. Black, greeted Amelia Bones. We hope that you are recovering well from your most unfortunate injuries, but, as you may well have surmised, we do have many questions for you at this time. Wesley nodded in understanding. Scrimgeour then spoke up next. May we examine your wand? It came across more as a demand than a question. Wesley shrugged his shoulders. I suppose you could. However, it is not in my possession at this time, on account of everything that happened. I presume that you have found it in the rubble from the building. Amelia gave Rufus a slight glare before putting her hand out, and the assistant head of the DMLE removed the aforementioned wand from within his robes and then handed it to his boss. Amelia then cast some spells on the wand and then gently handed the wand back to its rightful owner. I detect that the last spell cast from this wand was a shield charm, observed Amelia. I presume you cast that to protect the two of you from the building as it collapsed on top of you both. Wesley nodded silently in response. Amelia gave a quick nod of acknowledgement of his reply. So, Who sent the blasting hex that we have also detected among the magic in the area? Was that Miss Yaxley? Was there anyone else present in the store? Wesley inhaled deeply before he responded. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and then he looked up and spoke with her. No, there was no one else there. At least as far as I know we were alone, began Wesley. Someone might have been out back, but if they were, I wouldn't know who it was or why they would have been there. Cassandra was usually alone in the store at the time of day that I arrived. Any idea why Miss Yaxley would have tried to curse you with the blasting hex? Demanded Scrimgeour. Wesley narrowed his eyes at the man whose rudeness he was not about to tolerate. Settle down, Rufus, admonished his boss. Wesley raised an eyebrow at Amelia Bones and then turned slightly to face her assistant. No, I do not know why she cast that spell. She may have been confused about who was entering the store, possibly under a Confundus charm, or she may have been imperious. Hell, she may have been thinking she was defending herself from someone who might have entered earlier. He took a deep breath before turning to face Bones again. I would very much like to see her as soon as possible. Wesley and the two DMLE representatives with him in his room became aware of a sudden commotion in the hallway. Amelia turned to her assistant. Find out what is going on out there, she commanded Scrimgeour. Rufus immediately entered the hallway to see a couple of Mediwitches heading to another room where several people were standing in the hallway. Two healers who appeared dazed were then escorted out of the room and down the hall to another examination area. Rufus made his way down the hall to investigate just what was going on, and turned to step in the room to see that the patient there was Cassandra Yaxley, who was crying out in pain. Before he could say anything, Healer Davis, who was examining Miss Yaxley, looked up and ordered Scrimgeour and any unnecessary people to leave the room immediately. Rufus stood his ground at the entrance of the room. What happened to her? I thought you said she was stable. Healer Davis was still casting diagnostic charms on the Ning patient and then looked up at Scrimgeour. Somehow, someone made their way into this emergency ward, attacked the healers who were working with her, and left them obliviated about what happened. And they did something else to this poor young lady. Rufus was pushed aside by Wesley Black, who had made his way down the hall. He stepped up to the side of the bed and placed a hand on her head. He held it there silently and then he looked up at Healer Davis. It seems that at least two people have attacked her mind in the past day, one of them quite recently. Healer Davis raised an eyebrow. That much I had already determined. And they attacked her body with some strange curse that I cannot identify. Wesley snapped his wand into his hand and he silently waved it over Cassandra's abdomen. He stiffened suddenly in response to what he detected. You recognize what was done to her? Questioned the Mediwitch. Wesley put his hand up to his face and silently nodded. Yes, with a tear forming in the corner of his eye. It is a type of family magic that I have encountered once before, cast on a friend of mine a number of years ago. Healer Davis paled slightly. I presume from what you are not saying that there is nothing more we can do for her about this particular injury. Wesley silently shook his head. No, as he leaned over and hugged the woman who was still Ning in pain. He then turned back to Healer Davis. A calming draft and a healing draft will help the pain, but it will not undo the effects of the curse. Several minutes later, after being given the two potions, Cassandra Yaxley was no longer Ning in pain and she was still being cradled in the arms of Wesley. Out in the hall, Amelia Bones was discussing the events with Healer Davis. What do you know for sure happened to her? Asked the head of the DMLE. Healer Davis took a deep breath before she answered. She was imperioused by someone to attack Mr. Black. Then after she arrived here, she was apparently attacked again. We cannot determine who did either of these attacks or if it was the same individual. She clearly did not attack Mr. Black on her own decision. And whomever attacked her while she was here, did some further internal damage which we cannot heal. Before Amelia could ask for any more information, Healer Davis added, and that is all I can or will tell you. Let those two alone for now and let them recover. And then, help us figure out how someone snuck in here and attacked a patient we were actively working on. In the room, Wesley was holding Cassandra and brushed some hair out of her face. What was done to you will not go unpunished, that much I can assure you. Cassandra smiled weakly as tears welled up in her eyes. Sunday, June 22, 1986. The Black Estate. Arcturus and his grandson, Wesley, were sitting in his office, and it was clear that Arcturus was not happy. I know it has only been 2 days, but I presume you have a plan for what to do next, stated Arcturus, his voice stern and his countenance showing his displeasure. About what happened to Cassandra and myself? Asked Wesley. I have been focusing on Cassandra and her recovery. You are a Black. Arcturus almost shouted at his heir. The actions of Yaxley cannot be ignored. We do not forgive and we most definitely do not forget. We do not just sit back and wait for the DMLE or any other authority to take proper action. Wesley ran his hand through his hair and shifted uneasily in his chair. This is not a time to be squeamish. You were attacked, as was your woman. And she was then further attacked and maimed, apparently by a second individual, unless the one that attacked her at St. Mungo's was the same one who cast the Imperius on her in the first place. Arcturus' demeanor was not softening. And from what you have told me, you know who did that to her, the attack at the hospital, that is. Not. The curse used on her is a not family curse, stated Wesley. His anger was rising to the surface now as he was forced to think about this once more. Theodore Knott, who is now a 5 or 6-year-old child, used it on Daphne Greengrass when we were students because she rebuffed him when his family was trying to force her family into a betrothal agreement. Wesley closed his eyes tightly and then looked back at his grandfather, before speaking again. However, from what I was able to determine from speaking with Cassandra, I do not think that the senior Knott is the one who used the Imperius on her in the first place. Although I am convinced that somehow he managed to slip in and out of St. Mungo's. Cantankerous Knott had made some vague threats to myself recently, said Arcturus. His actions cannot stand without a response. Wesley shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Your Gryffindor heritage is preventing you from seeing what must be done, observed Arcturus. The headmaster would admonish you to give these people a second chance. Cassandra does not get that luxury. A true Gryffindor would look at what they could do to bring justice in this situation, and not be worried about the consequences. Wesley looked up and seemed to have an idea. I could go back in time once again, and prevent this all from happening. I still have the Hallows. Arcturus scoffed. Really? Is that going to be your answer to everything? Who knows if you could even be successful? You didn't even arrive here last year at the time you were shooting for. I was close, countered Wesley. Arcturus scoffed at Wesley's comment. You have learned that Dumbledore's passivity cost you many friends and hurt many people because he was not willing to make a clear stand for what was right in your past, continued Arcturus. Don't be a fool and follow his ways. So, I am supposed to become some sort of vigilante. Does that not make me any different than them? Than the Death Eaters? Questioned Wesley. Arcturus scoffed again. Death Eaters. They never had honor. They have no idea what honor and courage even mean. They attacked those who they perceived as weak and unable to defend themselves. They used threats and intimidation and hid in the shadows and then lied about their activities. Oh, I was Imperiist. I couldn't help it. It wasn't my fault. That sort of line of defense just shows how pathetic they are and were. No, this isn't at all like a Death Eater. What needs to be done? This is defending your family. This is drawing a line in the sand. They crossed it. There will be repercussions. You want to make the family name Black great again. Then do what must be done. I'm not sure exactly what to do, admitted Wesley. You don't need to create a plan tonight, reassured Arcturus. But if you plan to truly redeem the Black family and rebuild the Potter family, you must make a stand. There was an odd quiet in the office for a minute, then Arcturus spoke more softly. So, how is Cassandra doing? I am really not so sure, said Wesley. She is sad, she is angry, she blames herself and she is mourning her injuries. She doesn't know what to do now. She is clearly not quite herself. Arcturus nodded slightly. That is understandable. There was a knock on the door of the office and before anyone could say anything, Sirius opened the door and stepped into the room. Hey, if you weren't okay with my coming in, I'm sure the door would have been locked, he said with a large grin on his face. Before either Wesley or Arcturus could respond, Sirius dropped his smile and walked over to Wesley, placing a hand on his shoulder. Look, I know it's not easy for you at this time. I don't even want to think how I would have reacted, But, I thought I should at least give you an update about the kids. They're getting along fine, playing little Quidditch games almost every day. You should come out and watch them tomorrow. It might actually help cheer you up. Or maybe even bring a slight smile to your face. Wesley stood up and clasped Sirius on his shoulder. Thanks, cousin, that would be a good idea. Thanks for continuing to keep an eye on them. All of them. Sirius smiled again. Hey, this old dog can learn some things. I messed up years ago by running after Pettigrew when my focus should have been on little Harry. I have a chance to prove to James and Lily that I can be the godfather they asked me to be, even if they aren't here physically to see me do it. So, I can learn how to watch after the younglings. And you have Andromeda and Narcissa keeping you in line as well, added Arcturus. Sirius almost flinched at the comment. I'm doing okay, despite what my cousins might be saying about me. Tuesday, June 24, 1986. Wesley and Cassandra were enjoying the beautiful weather and walking down Diagon Alley. Cassandra took Wesley by the hand and looked him in the eyes. Come with me, to Nocturne Alley, she said. I really need to see the building, or the remains of what happened. Wesley furrowed his brow. Really? Are you sure that's a good idea? Maybe it's not the best idea, she said, her eyes hopeful, but I think I need to at least go and take a look. And I would rather do it with you with me. Wesley smiled slightly. Okay, I'll take you there. He ed her on her forehead and took her by the hand towards the entrance to Nocturne Alley. As they were passing by Gringotts Bank, Wesley noticed that Cantankerous Knot and Corbin Yaxley were making their way out of the bank. The two older wizards noticed the young couple and both hesitated. Wesley was sure he detected a sneer on Knot's face and a look of surprise on Yaxley. Wesley just gave them both an overly friendly smile and directed Cassandra away from the two, using his body as a type of shield between her and them as Wesley hoped that she did not take note of the two men. A minute later, Cassandra stopped and squeezed Wesley's hand. Thank you for acting like a wall between me and those two back there. Wesley could hear her voice quiver with anger. I just don't know what to do about them, about what they did to us, to me. Wesley reached up and gently caressed the side of her face. That's okay, they will be dealt with, and soon. Don't you worry about it. They continued towards Nocturne Alley and stood away from the construction area that was preparing to build a new store where Smithson's Magic Emporium had previously been located. Wesley was surprised with how quickly the changes could be made, but then again, he already knew that magic could enable people to do some pretty amazing things. Cassandra squeezed his hand once more. I've seen enough, she whispered. Take me home. Wesley took them to an apparition point and brought her back to her home. As they stepped inside her flat, he noticed that she was shedding a slight tear. Wesley gave her a little hug and spoke to her softly. Things will get better, you'll get through this. Cassandra smiled at him and then nodded slightly. I think I just want to rest, go to bed early today. If that's okay with you. Sure, responded Wesley. Can I get you anything? Make you something to eat first. She smiled at him and shook her head. No, I'm going to be fine. I just need to rest. Why don't you go check on little Harry and all of his friends? That will keep you busy and be more entertaining than sitting around with me. Wesley narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you sure? I don't mind even if it is just sitting here with you. Cassandra reassured him that she would be fine. Wesley reluctantly left and went back to the Black estate. He arrived at the estate and was able to watch the youngsters having a game of Quidditch, or a modified version of the game where their brooms couldn't go over 6 feet in the air and there were special protection wards cast all around the yard. Wesley stood and watched as the children squealed and screamed, clearly having a lot of fun with their game. Wesley was surprised to see Neville flying around on a broom with a fair amount of skill. He smiled to himself, realizing that things would be different for this group of youngsters once they reached Hogwarts. Wesley felt the presence of someone standing next to him. He glanced to his side to see Narcissa had walked up beside him. The two young adults continued to watch the youth Quidditch game in front of them. You haven't been around here with the children that much lately, commented Narcissa. I have been a little busy recently, replied Wesley. Fair enough, said Narcissa. After a short pause, she continued, for someone who has no children of their own, you do seem quite interested in this little group. This little group that you helped put together. Wesley took a slight breath before he replied. I grew up alone, without any real friends until I started to learn magic. I dealt with bullies when I was a child. When I learned about Harry, and his being raised by hateful muggles and without friends, I felt I had to do something. He is a black, after all. Narcissa smirked slightly at the comment, and did not realize that Wesley noted her response. Being a parent does have its rewards, she said. Even Sirius is learning the benefits of being involved with his godson. Wesley snorted at her comment. Anything beats being locked away in Azkaban. Particularly if you were sent there wrongly, without a trial. Narcissa did not react to Wesley's comments immediately. Then she let out a slow breath. In case you are asking if I knew if Sirius was innocent, I did not. My late husband did not discuss matters pertaining to his service to he who must not be named, nor did he discuss who also served as Death Eaters. When the news came out that Sirius had supposedly betrayed the Potters, I thought that would have been a terribly black thing to do, so I had no reason to question if it was really what happened. Guilty by association to the family name, stated Wesley. Narcissa nodded slightly, not at all a far-fetched conclusion, and a reputation that you are working on changing. That I am, said Wesley, who then winced as Neville and Draco collided on their brooms. Wesley went to run forward to check on the two boys, but Narcissa grabbed his arm slightly. No need, they'll be fine, just you wait and see. The two young boys jumped off the ground and wiped themselves off from the dirt they collided with. Sorry about that, Draco, said Neville. It's all right, said Draco calmly. We're all having fun though, which is why we're playing. The two boys were all smiles as they mounted their brooms and kicked up into the air. Wesley watched as the boys and girls picked up their game as though nothing had happened. Narcissa quietly added, see, they are all learning to get along so well. Then a minute later she added, this play group, as you called it, has been quite good for Draco. Thank you for arranging this for him, for all of them. Wesley turned to say something to Narcissa and noted that she was avoiding eye contact with him and was just staring out at the children as they flew around on their brooms. Cassandra was laying down at home, having been stressed more than she realized she would have been, with having seen the site of where she used to work right after she saw her father and his associate, not. She knew Wesley tried to block her view of the two men, but she did see them. She considered that it was probably those two men who had attacked her. First her father when she was at the store, and then later Lord Not when she was at St. Mungo's. She felt alone, and then started to have a panic attack. She felt her heart racing and her breathing was hard. Her anger towards the man who was her father, and Lord Not started to grow. She recalled her fear that she felt when she saw her father and Lord Not earlier in the day. She knew that what was done to her was done by those two men, and that by attacking her in the ways that they in turn made Wesley look weak. Her breathing started to slow down. Wesley was not weak, that she knew. She could be strong. She knew she had to be strong. She came up with a plan. Cassandra then apparated to the street in front of her old family home. Cautiously she walked towards the house, and she was surprised that the wards let her enter the property. She walked steadfastly up to the main entrance. She did not bother knocking on the door, she just let herself in through the front door, and was quickly greeted by a family house elf. Miss Cassandra is not supposed to be here, Master Corbin has made that clear, proclaimed the elf, who had a slight look of fear on his face. Oh, Fidget, you can just go tell him that I am here and I am not leaving until I speak with him, said Cassandra. Fidget disappeared and Cassandra quickly got to work. She conjured multiple urns and filled them with a liquid and placed them around the entryway to the old house. Then she cast a disillusionment charm on the urns and she waited. There was the pop of apparition and Corbin Yaxley appeared in front of her. He almost growled at his daughter as he began to speak. You have the audacity to show yourself here, in the family home of the family you rejected. How dare you show up here, you're nothing more than a blood traitor. A traitor to the family that raised you. Yes, I dare, she snapped back. I dare, because the man who sired me had the audacity to attack me and had planned to have me kill the man I love. I dare because the man who sired me had his friend, who is perhaps even more despicable of a person than even he is, attacked me and made me barren. So, yes, I dare show up here. Corbin scoffed at her comments. You don't deserve to bring any children into this world and further tarnish the name Yaxley. Cassandra laughed at him. And my dim-witted brother is going to provide the Yaxley family with heirs. As she said this, her brother arrived at the house with a pop. What the hell is going on here? Corbin sneered as he responded to his son. Your former sister is trying to make demands of us. And she is crying because I took action against her and the sorry excuse for a wizard she has been consorting with. He is destroying the once great Black family and he will just continue to destroy our world. Cassandra shook her head, understanding that her father had actually just confessed to everything she had accused both him and Nod of having done. You won't have to worry about that, as the Yaxley family will be destroyed. By who? Sneered her father. Your pathetic excuse for a wizard boyfriend. No, by me, exclaimed Cassandra. Before her father or her brother could react, she cast an explosive curse, one that was a Yaxley family secret. She directed it at the corner of the room, which caused the many urns to explode. The entire house was engulfed with an explosion of flames in a matter of moments. Tuesday evening, June 24, 1986. The Black family estate. Arcturus and Wesley were meeting again to discuss any plans that Wesley would have regarding Cantankerous Nod or Corbin Yaxley. Creature appeared in the office. Master Black, there are people here, from the ministry, began the house elf, who sounded quite agitated. They are demanding to speak with Master Hydra. Arcturus and Wesley exchanged looks, making it clear that neither one of them knew why anyone from the ministry would be arriving to speak with them at this hour. Send them in, instructed Arcturus. Arcturus and Wesley stood as Amelia Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt walked into the office. Lord Black, Heir Black, Amelia said solemnly in greeting to the two men. What can we do for you, Madam Bones? Asked Arcturus. We are here on official DMLE business, she stated. Kingsley spoke up next before either one could speak. Heir Black, Hydra, could you tell us about your whereabouts over the past several hours? Were you alone? Were you here at the estate? Wesley started to answer but was quickly silenced by Arcturus. Or Shacklebolt began. Arcturus, I demand to know why you are questioning my grandson and heir. What is going on? Amelia gave a slight glare at Kingsley for the way he started with his questions, and then she replied to Lord Black. There was an incident this evening at the Yaxley Manor. What do you mean by incident? What happened? Demanded Arcturus. The Yaxley Manor house was destroyed by some type of magical explosion, replied Shacklebolt. Amelia then added, there were no survivors. In fact, Cassandra is missing from her home, and the investigation currently shows that there are no living members of the Yaxley family, disowned or not. Wesley's face dropped. What happened to Cassandra? Were you here all evening? Kingsley questioned again. Wesley was becoming agitated. Yes, I was here all evening, the wards for the estate can confirm that. But I want to know what the hell happened to Cassandra. Amelia took a deep breath. There is magical evidence that she had apparated to just outside the wards of the Yaxley Manor, several minutes before the magical disaster occurred. We presume she was present when the magical explosion occurred. I am sorry to be the one to tell you this. Cassandra, her father killed her and blew up the house? Asked Wesley, clearly becoming even more upset. As I stated, there is no evidence that anyone survived the explosion at the home. That would include Cassandra, as we can only assume she had entered the house, said Amelia. Wesley's expression went from shock to anger. And you all are here because you think that somehow I had something to do with what happened. Arcturus placed a hand on Wesley's shoulder to help him calm down. We are here to get answers, stated Kingsley. Arcturus held his hand up. Now, or Shacklebolt, there is no need to get testy. Young Hydra, here, just found out his girlfriend most likely died at her family home, and you immediately start asking questions implying that he may have had something to do with it. I will tell you this once, and only once. Hydra was with Cassandra this afternoon. They went to Diagon Alley and then to Nocturne Alley as she wanted to see where the old magic store was and what happened. Then she became upset and Hydra brought her back to her home. He came here shortly after that, and the two of us have been here discussing private family matters in this office. Any further questions as to my heir's whereabouts today will be taken as an affront to my family. Is that understood, or? Kingsley nodded slightly in response to Lord Black's comments. If there is nothing else, Madam Bones, said Arcturus, directing his comments to the head of the DMLE, then I bid you a good evening, and I appreciate your taking the time to come here and personally inform my heir of the tragic loss of someone so close to him. Amelia Bones was no fool, and she was quite aware that with those words, Arcturus Black had made it abundantly clear that she and the Auror with her were no longer welcome at this time in his home. Amelia smiled slightly. We are just glad that you two are safe, especially Heir Black, as we would have had no way of identifying if he had even been present. Arcturus simply nodded in response. Madam Bones then turned to face Wesley, and again, my condolences to you on the loss of your girlfriend. Wesley noticed the pain in the expression on her face, and recalled that she had lost her brother and sister-in-law during the previous war. Thank you for your words, said Wesley. He nodded slightly. Also, Lord Black, continued the director, as we do not have any information on just what exactly happened, if this was somehow a further attack against Cassandra, then we cannot be sure that whomever was responsible is not also planning some sort of attack against your young heir. Amelia Bones then motioned to Kingsley that it was time to leave. As they made their way out of the office, they could overhear her reprimanding Kingsley for the tone he took with the younger Black. Arcturus and Wesley stood in the office for a few minutes after the representatives from the DMLE made their exit. Wesley took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Arcturus raised an eyebrow at Wesley and then spoke softly but sternly. That kind of action was too dramatic, what Cassandra apparently did. You still need to deal with not, but something happening to him in the very near future most definitely would not look good for you. You will need to make a plan. In the meantime, you still have two soul anchors to deal with. Wednesday, June 25th. The Daily Prophet. Yaxley Manor destroyed. No survivors. Yaxley family is ended. Sadly, we have to report that there was some sort of magical disaster that occurred at the Yaxley family household last night. The family manor house was destroyed by magical fire, and the word from the ministry is that there are no survivors in the Yaxley family. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement is continuing to investigate this latest incident of tragedy. It was just last week that Cassandra Yaxley, who was estranged from her family, was attacked at her place of work at Smithson's Magic Emporium. Sadly, she was also a victim of the newest tragedy. It is not known what happened, but it is surmised that she may have been reconciling with her family, and that whomever attacked her and Hydra Black, who was often seen with her. It is also concerning that the entire Yaxley family may have been targeted by rogue wizards seeking some sort of revenge. However, the DMLE has no further comment on the entire situation at this time. Albus Dumbledore put down the paper and sighed. The young Black, who went by the name Wesley or Hydra, and whom Albus was still convinced must really be the supposedly lost son Regulus, would still be a candidate for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, but he knew that was unlikely to happen. So, instead, he had sent an owl message to Amanda Lester, inquiring about her possible interest in the position, but he had yet to hear from her. The Black estate. The children had gathered once again and were playing tag on their modified brooms. They were all getting more time together, and Narcissa and Draco were now living at the Black estate. Neville would sometimes stay overnight, and the three young boys would play together day in and day out. Sirius had spoken with Wesley earlier in the day about the news about what happened to Cassandra and her family. Wesley had not replied much as he was still in shock. Sirius had muttered about the Yaxley family being a group of scheming scumbags, and added that he wouldn't shed a tear for any of them besides Cassandra. Narcissa even came by and spoke briefly to Wesley, offering her condolences. You know, Wesley, that there are many families with secrets, not just the Blacks. Even the Potters had secrets. And the Yaxley family, they definitely have secrets, she added. Wesley raised an eyebrow at his cousin. If you are going to truly be the leader of this family one day, you need to start acting like it. You don't have to be as nice to everyone as young Harry's mother was, or even as nice as young Neville seems to be, added Narcissa. Wesley tilted his head and looked at her. What exactly are you getting at? Narcissa just gave him a smile and then turned and walked away. Wesley shook his head and took a deep breath. Thursday, June 26th. Arcturus was meeting with Wesley once again in his office. Have you come up with any plans yet? Wesley nodded slightly. I hear that Amanda will be going to Hogwarts next week to officially interview for the teaching position for Defense Against the Dark Arts. She already helped us with obtaining the cup, so I am thinking that when she goes to interview with Dumbledore, that might be a time for me to make my way back into the school and obtain Rowena's diadem. Arcturus nodded. Do you have a cover story if you get discovered? Nothing in particular at this time, said Wesley. Although using my invisibility cloak should give me a little bit of an advantage. And I have the map that my father and Sirius made. And what about not? Asked Arcturus as he continued his questioning. That will have to wait several weeks before action is taken, as too much has happened recently, with what happened at Nocturne Alley and then the events at the Yaxley home. Arcturus nodded slightly in response. So that will leave just one final soul anchor after you deal with the diadem. Wesley rubbed his chin. Yes, and I am still not sure the best way to deal with that one. You do still have some time to work things out first, said Arcturus. Take care of the diadem first. Then you can deal with Not, and then come up with a plan for the last one. Wesley nodded, and then stood up to leave. As he was walking out the door of the office, Arcturus made one more comment. You are allowed to take time to grieve. You don't have to be so stoic about everything. Wesley paused, and quietly replied, Thank you. Wesley ended up walking to the kitchen and pulled out a bottle of fire whiskey, and he noted that there were 2 small glasses on the table. He sat down and filled one of the glasses about half full and then placed the bottle on the table. He sat there, holding the partially filled glass and just stared across the room. Wesley heard the steps of someone else coming into the kitchen. He noticed that Narcissa had arrived and sat down at the other seat at the small table. Neither one of them said anything at first. Narcissa reached out and filled the other glass partially as well. After a couple of minutes of awkward silence, she spoke briefly. It is okay to miss her, Cassandra, that is. Wesley drank the fire whiskey in one swallow. Yeah, I know, but it still hurts. Narcissa drank hers down as well. You know, there are times I miss him, Lucius, that is. There was another silence in the room, which was broken a minute later when Narcissa added. Okay. He was an ass, I know that. I was shocked by what you did that night. I was less shocked by what he tried to do, because he was, as I said, an ass. But in time I realized, I'm better off now that you did what you did. Narcissa gave Wesley the briefest of smiles, and then added, and so is Draco. Wesley did not respond to her words. She placed her glass on the table, and then stood up to leave. Just as she was about to leave the kitchen area, she said softly but loud enough for Wesley to hear, Thank you. Not a state. Cantankerous was frustrated. While they had managed to hurt Hydra Wesley Black, and even try to make it look like his girlfriend, the blood traitor spawn of Corbin Yaxley had attacked him, somehow the newly discovered heir to the Black family managed to survive. He had personally made sure that the young couple would never have children, thanks to the use of his particular brand of family magic. Having connections that enabled him to sneak in and out of St. Mungo's, of all places, sure was helpful at times. Then the woman somehow managed to destroy the entire Yaxley manor and take out herself and all of her relatives with her. That extreme of a response was not something that he would have ever expected. However, that left him with a dilemma. He still needed to deal with the young black heir, which is why he waiting by his flow. The flames roared up slightly and the image of a face appeared. Ah, my young man, you did make yourself available and on time tonight, stated Cantankerous. There was a gruff response from the image of the man in the flames. Of course I did. I said I would speak with you tonight. So here I am. You are aware of the growing problem with this upstart, Black, since he has returned to his family here in Britain, stated Not. The image in the embers replied, I'm not living under a rock. We all know he is a dueling champion, and that he has made his opinions about certain traditions well known. It's a shame about Yaxley though, the family that is. We need to deal with this Hydra Black, stated Not. Not so easy a thing, considering his obvious skills, replied the image in the flow. Oh, he's not the target. Well, not directly at least, said Not. Then who? Not sneered. This young black who thinks he is something special has many young witches and wizards coming to stay at the Black Estate, according to reports from certain friends and families, including the young Bones heiress, as well as the young Malfoy. I'm not even going to think about trying to get past the wards to the Black family estate. That's just foolish and asking for trouble. Nott shook his head. I'm not asking you to do something so foolish as that. No, not at all. The young heir likes to arrange for the youngsters to have excursions, little trips, to learn about the magical and the muggle world. On one of their upcoming little trips, you track them. And then you kidnap young Master Malfoy. The brat is being corrupted ever since his father was killed by Black. Then we can use little Draco as leverage, one way or another. Wesley met up with Amanda for lunch at Diagon Alley. How are you holding up, my friend? Asked Amanda as she greeted Wesley with a slight hug. Wesley shrugged slightly. I really don't know what to think. I miss her, of course. I am angry with her family, but I also wonder if she is the one who caused what happened at her family's home. And if she could react that way, well, like I said, I don't know what to think. The two sat down at a table and quickly reviewed the menu, and tapped on the items they wanted to place their orders. So, you have an interview coming up at Hogwarts, said Wesley. Yes, it's scheduled for next Monday, the 30th of June, she answered. Wesley smiled at her. Well, the position is only available because you didn't take it, said Amanda. I wasn't about to take it with the accusations the headmaster made against me. He thinks I am someone else, that I'm not who I claim to be, said Wesley simply. Amanda laughed at that comment. Oh, he thinks you're not an accomplished duelist who has won multiple championships, including against the best here in magical Europe. Wesley shook his head and smiled. Not that, he said with a laugh. He actually thinks that I'm Sirius' brother who died during the war. He would be a couple of years younger than I am. Are you thinking I shouldn't take the job if the headmaster's that loony? Asked Amanda. Oh, no, not at all. That's not what I am saying, said Wesley. Although he does seem a little eccentric, and he may try to get you to reveal anything you may know about me, as he knows that we are friends. Amanda huffed. Then I best be on my guard when I meet with him. Will Dumbledore, or one of the other staff, be giving you a tour of the school when you show up for your interview? Asked Wesley as their food arrived. Surprisingly enough, I have a whole schedule for the day, she answered. First I meet with McGonagall, she's the assistant headmistress for the school, at 10 a.m. Then I meet with a couple of other faculty members, including a Professor Flitwick for charms and a Professor Sprout. Followed by a tour of the castle. Then lunch and then I meet with the headmaster himself. Sounds like a busy day, said Wesley. Wesley was trying to figure out when the best time to try and head into the castle would be, probably during the tour while wearing his invisibility cloak. Later that evening, at the Black Estate, as dinner was finishing, Sirius spoke up to those who were gathered. Tomorrow is supposed to be a beautiful day. Maybe we should take the young ones on a trip to Muggle London, see one of the parks, have an adventure, he said with clear excitement in his voice. Do you really think that would be such a good idea? Questioned Narcissa. Draco replied, Sure, it sounds great. Harry added, It would be great fun. Are the girls coming too? We can bring everyone, replied Sirius. Now you're a field trip leader for little ones. Questioned Arcturus. What next? Taking them on a cruise on the Mediterranean. Sirius grinned. That's a great idea. Arcturus grumbled. It's bloody foolish is what that is. The children were excited and the other adults were hesitant, but didn't want to take away from the mood as the children were happy about it. Arcturus told Sirius he needed to be sure this was okay with the other parents, and he should have other adults accompany him on their planned trip. Sirius went off to make flow calls, and Arcturus made his way back to his study. Harry and Draco went outside to fly on their toy brooms before heading to bed, while Narcissa brought Neville home via the flow. Narcissa arrived back at the Black Estate to find Wesley seated by himself looking out a window over the garden, watching the two boys fly their brooms. Narcissa walked up to Wesley from behind and placed a hand gently on his shoulder. Oh, hello there Narcissa, said a slightly startled Wesley. Narcissa smiled at him and watched the boys flying on their brooms for a minute before speaking up to Wesley. You do know that you will need a real heir to the Black family, she began. Now, I don't believe that you are really a Black, that your father was Alfred, or any of that tripe that grandfather has been feeding us. Don't get me wrong, I think you're doing great as the heir to the Black family. But you need a real heir. Cassandra is gone, and I really don't see you ending up with Amanda. Wesley turned and faced her. What are you implying, Narcissa? Narcissa smirked at Wesley. I am implying nothing. I am simply stating the facts. You're a strong leader. You need to cement yourself as the head of the Black family, and I am the one who can do that for you. Wesley narrowed his eyes at her. And just how can you do that? She smirked at him once again. I am aware that I am what young men might call hot. I am powerful magically. I can give you an heir fit for the Black family. We both know that Draco will be the heir to the Malfoy family. And your precious little Harry Potter, well, he will be Lord Potter one day. And we both know that if Sirius has any children, they will not become Lord Black. With me, you get a legitimate heir to the Black family. And you will continue to receive my support. Wesley had a slightly puzzled look on his face. Your support. I know plenty of dirt on the followers of He Must Not Be Named, she stated. The Death Eaters and the ones who lied about being under the Imperius, just like my late husband. Actually, that reminds me, I do need to thank you for taking him out of my life, as I mentioned the other day. I really didn't fully appreciate what you did for me that night that it happened. Narcissa leaned in and pulled his head to hers and gave him a big key. Wesley was surprised by her actions even more so than by her words. Narcissa continued, at your side, I can make sure that any who would oppose you won't stand a chance. And I know plenty of Lucius' old secrets. He thought I didn't listen to him and his friends, that I was simply a doting wife. She stepped back and gave Wesley a large smile. I don't need an answer now. Consider my offer. Everything about the offer. With that, she turned and went to her room, leaving behind a stunned and shocked Wesley. She knew he would make sure that Draco and Harry returned to their rooms for the night. She also knew that Wesley would be having a harder time sleeping tonight than usual. Friday, June 27th. Sirius and Andromeda gathered the group of children up at the Black estate. They had Harry, Draco, Neville, and Blaise in addition to Daphne, Susan, Tracy and Hannah, and had planned for an outing for the day. They were able to arrange for a portkey to take them to London, at the back of a building owned by some Magicals. The group then went to visit one of the parks, and Sirius had chosen St. James Park. After a short walk around, pointing out some of the sights, Sirius led the group to the Duck Island, and the kids were entertained by the many pelicans they could see. Next, they made their way to the Blue Bridge, where they could look from the middle of the bridge to see Buckingham Palace. Sirius was starting to explain to the children about the British government when there was a sudden loud bang. He looked around and noted that there was a magical dome that had appeared over them, and men holding wands were at either end of the bridge. Doesn't this violate the statutes of secrecy? Called out Susan. I don't think these people give a damn about any statutes, replied Andromeda. A large, rough-looking man took a few steps closer. We're just going to remove some of those brats from your care, so don't do anything rash. Sirius slipped his hand into his pocket. And don't even think of drawing your wand on me, Black, sneered the man. Sirius slowly pulled his hand out of his pocket and held up a small coin. Just holding a coin. No wand, he said. The man scoffed at Sirius. Ha, I figured you would be all about fighting us off, being a big bad Black and all. But I guess those years in Azkaban made you soft. No, not soft, replied Sirius. Perhaps a little wiser, though. Wise enough to not try and funny business then, said the man as he continued to get closer. Just hand over the Malfoy brat, and might as well add the Potter brat and even the Bones girl while you're at it. I don't think so, said Sirius as the children mostly were trying to hide between him and Amanda, who had her eyes on the men slowly approaching from the other end of the bridge. And what are you going to do to stop us? Called out another man. Me. Oh, I don't think I'm the one who is going to stop you, said Sirius as a grin appeared on his face. And just who is going to then? That blood traitor mud-blood loving cousin of yours. I doubt that, called back the leader. Sirius shook his head. Don't say I didn't warn you. There was a sudden loud crash, and Sirius called out to the children to quickly lay down to the ground. The anti-apparition bubble collapsed and there was flashes of spell fire over their heads. Wesley had appeared and was casting spells quicker than those panning to abduct the children could block them. Andromeda sent out a Patronus messenger to Amelia Bones. Within 2 minutes several Aurors had arrived who then called in a group of Obliviators to deal with the crowds that had witnessed the attack. Amelia had Rufus Scrimgeour bring all of the apprehended wizards to the holding cells at the DMLE while she accompanied Sirius, Andromeda, Wesley and the children back to the Black Estate. They were all grateful that no one was actually hurt, other than several of the wizards who had tried to carry off the abduction who now had multiple injuries and broken bones. Narcissa and Amanda were seeing to the children, making sure they were okay and feeding them chocolate bars and lemo.aid. Amanda started with questioning Sirius. Do you have any idea who those men were who tried to kidnap the children? She asked. Never seen them before, stated Sirius, who was still angry with himself for allowing the attack to happen. Then he started to turn pale. What's wrong now? Asked Amelia. Maybe it's my fault that this all happened, said Sirius as he looked up at the ceiling, not willing to look anyone else in the eye at that time. What do you mean? Asked Wesley. Sirius took a deep breath before continuing. I was talking about the kids with some which I met at a bar on Diagon Alley. It's not like I went to some sleazy place in Nocturne Alley. Who was this witch? Asked Amelia. Dunno. I think her name was Marilyn or something like that, answered Sirius. She was very cute. And very well proportioned, he added with a grin. And, prodded Wesley, wanting to get him to get back to the point. And she didn't mind buying me drinks. Asked me lots of questions about what I had been doing since I was released from Azkaban, added Sirius. She was very interested in me. Quote. Amelia commented. No, she was apparently interested in the children. Show me the memory. I am sure Arcturus has a pensieve here, said Wesley. Arcturus had arrived in the room at this time and told them all to join him in his office where he retrieved his pensieve. The group then were able to view the memory. This Marilyn did not look familiar to any of them. Wesley shook his head as it seemed obvious that she was coming on to him for a reason. So, Mr. Black, what has the great and mysterious Sirius Black been doing since he was finally released after his wrongful imprisonment? Sirius smiled. Oh, not much. My first goal was to gain my health back. She rubbed a hand up and down one of his arms. That looks like it was definitely a success, she said with a sly wink. Sirius just smiled in return. But you must be doing something with your time, said the witch as she continued to rub his arm. Well, I do look after my cousin's son, and his friends, and all that. Mostly I supervise the little ones playing Quidditch on toy brooms. Then he added with a smile. It's all good and safe, but they're having a great time. Of course they are. Didn't you play Quidditch at Hogwarts? Sirius grinned some more. Of course I did, I was a beater. Took out all the best players on the other team so we could score more points. Did they do anything else besides play Quidditch? It must get kind of boring for them, just hiding out, staying at the Black residence. Sirius downed another drink she had provided. No, I don't think they're bored. They seem to be having fun. Maybe kids that age would like some sort of adventure. Like explore London. Go to one of those muggle parks and things like that. See what muggles do for a day. Sirius grinned again. That sounds like a great idea. I haven't been to Muggle London in a while. Not sure which park would be the best one to take them to, though, as I haven't the foggiest idea. Street. James Park has a small lake. Kids can feed the ducks some bread or brings nuts to feed the many birds. There's even a great view of the Muggle Palace from that bridge in the middle of the park. That sounds wonderful, the kids would love that. Oh, dear, look at the time, stated Marilyn. I'm late for dinner with a friend. We will have to find a way to meet up later, she added with a wink. And then she quickly exited the bar. Wesley and the others then exited the memory. Wesley shook his head with frustration. Why are you such a pushover? Do you not know how to use your brain to think and not the broken area between your legs? Sirius sat there, his jaw hanging open. Amelia looked at the others in the group. Does no one have any idea who that Marilyn is? None of the people present had seen her before. Amelia shook her head. I need to head back to the DMLE office and deal with those fools. Once they are properly processed, we might ask someone to come over from St. Mungo's to check on them. Just before she left the room, she turned to Sirius and added, I have trusted you to watch over my niece and her friends when they are here. Don't do anything more that could cause me to think that trust was misguided. After Amelia left, Sirius sat feeling dejected while Arcturus and Wesley sat and stared at him. Arcturus had already received a brief update on what had transpired. Sirius looked up at Wesley and finally had a slight smile. It's a good thing you gave me that coin that has that charm on it. It was brilliant, and it helped save the kids, not to mention my ass. Where did you come up with an idea like that? The coin. A friend of mine from when I was a student at Hogwarts came up with the idea originally, said Wesley. Arcturus turned to look at Wesley, and his expression seemed to be one of anger. Sirius shook his head a moment and then turned to Wesley. When you were a student at Hogwarts. You've never been a student at Hogwarts. The room was silent for a minute and then Sirius jumped to his feet and had his wand in his hand. Who are you and what did you do to my cousin? Arcturus snapped at Sirius. Put your wand away, you idiot. You know you wouldn't last 10 seconds in a duel with him, even if he didn't have a wand. What the hell is going on here? Asked Amanda as she and Narcissa walked into the room. Wesley has some explaining to do, said Sirius, who still had not lowered his wand. Wesley looked to Arcturus, who simply held his hands up. This is your mess, not mine, young man. Merlin's balls, muttered Wesley. Fine, I guess I do owe you, and others, a little more of an explanation. So, let's hear it then, snapped Sirius. First, you will put your wand away, said Wesley. And, close family needs to hear this, and I will only say this once. Is that truly wise? Questioned Arcturus. Wesley turned to Lord Black. You know it needs to be done. But can it be done, and kept a secret? Arcturus actually chuckled slightly. Do you mean can we protect the information with the Fidelius? Of course we can. I presume you will be the secret keeper. Of course, agreed Wesley. And who will you allow to hear this? Asked Arcturus. Sirius, of course. And Andromeda. And Narcissa, said Wesley. And what about Amanda? Asked Arcturus. Wesley took a deep breath. I suppose I need to let her know the truth as well. Wesley ran a hand through his hair and then turned back to Sirius, who had a stunned look on his face. We all will meet here, in this room, at 7 this evening. And I will speak with Amanda, and let her know to be here at that time. Wesley turned and walked out of the room, followed by Arcturus. Sirius was left standing, his wand hanging loosely in his hand. What the hell just happened? He asked himself. You'll get your answers at 7 tonight, Wesley called back before the door to Arcturus, office closed. 7 p.m. that evening. The group had assembled in Arcturus' office. Sirius was seated next to Amanda, facing Arcturus' desk, which Wesley was leaning against. Arcturus stood behind his desk, his hands folded behind his back. Andromeda and Narcissa walked in and took seats to Sirius, left and sat down. What is this all about? Demanded Narcissa. Wesley held his hands up to appease everyone. Now, we will get this going shortly. What I am about to tell you all is a family secret. And to keep it as such, Arcturus will be casting the Fidelius charm so as to make it a secret. I will be the secret keeper. I ask you to allow me to tell you everything I need to, and then I will let Arcturus know when the information I have relayed to be kept under the Fidelius is complete. Then, and only then, I will answer your questions. Did you kill somebody? Asked Andromeda. Sirius spoke up next. All I know is that he told me earlier he attended Hogwarts, as a student. And a friend of his taught him the Protean charm. Wesley shook his head and laughed awkwardly. Please, just let Arcturus cast the charm, then I will tell you a long story. Then we will complete the charm and then I will answer your questions. Sirius was about to speak but Arcturus gave him a glare and he swallowed his words. Arcturus then began by speaking the spell, and concluded by stating that the information that they were about to hear was the information that would be what is protected under the charm, and the one speaking would be the secret keeper of the information. Amanda and Narcissa both raised eyebrows as they noted that Arcturus did not state a name. Wesley bowed his head for a moment and then stood up straighter. I made a comment to Sirius earlier today, as he alluded to. I did tell him that I had learned the Protean charm, and to use it on the coins like I did, from a friend of mine when I was a student. When I was a student at Hogwarts. The four present were about to say something, but Wesley held his hands up in front of himself, indicating that he needed them to stop. Now, I need you to be quiet, and wait. I will allow questions, but let me tell you all I have to say. He took a deep breath and then he continued. I was born in 1980. I started my first year at Hogwarts in 1991. When I was 25 years old, I traveled back in time. I met Arcturus when I arrived and we created the backstory that you have all learned. My name is Harry James Potter. Wesley bowed his head for a moment and then stood up straighter. I made a comment to Sirius earlier today, as he alluded to. I did tell him that I had learned the Protean charm, and to use it on the coins like I did, from a friend of mine when I was a student. At Hogwarts. The four present were about to say something, but Wesley held his hands up in front of himself, indicating that he needed them to stop. Now, I need you to be quiet, and wait. I will allow questions, but let me tell you all I have to say. He took a deep breath and then he continued. I was born in 1980. I started my first year at Hogwarts in 1991. When I was 25 years old, I traveled back in time. I met Arcturus when I arrived and we created the backstory that you have all learned. My name is Harry James Potter. The group assembled gasped. Wesley spoke loudly. I will cast a silencing charm on all of you if I need to. Yes, I am Harry Potter, the boy who lived. I was raised by my aunt and uncle. And unlike the younger version of me, no one rescued me from living with those individuals who hate magic, and therefore hated me. I knew they hated magic and you never should have been placed there. Exclaimed Sirius. I said to stay quiet, snapped Wesley. Now, let me give you a little of my history, not the history that my younger self will hopefully be making. I knew nothing about magic until I received my letter for Hogwarts. My letter was addressed to Harry Potter, cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive. Yes, that was my only room. Now, unlike every other child who goes to Hogwarts and is raised in the Muggle world, I did not have Professor McGonagall introduce me to the magical world in Diagon Alley. No, that job was given to Hagrid, who, at that time, was not even legally allowed to use magic. I was sorted into Gryffindor, even though the Sorting Hat wanted me to be sorted into Slytherin. Wesley turned to Sirius and shushed him before he continued. My experience at Hogwarts was perhaps quite adventurous, but not the kind of adventures a child who was just learning about magic should have. Also, in case it isn't clear, Voldemort did not die the night he killed my parents. He became a wraith. And yes, that wraith still exists now, however, I will get back to that later. During my first year, I ended up having to fight a troll and save one of my first friends, on Halloween. At the end of the year I had a confrontation with the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, who just so happened to be possessed by Voldemort. Also known as Tom Marvolo Riddle, a half-blood born to a near squib and a Muggle and raised in a Muggle orphanage. We will get back to that point as well. I ended up killing that professor, but not on purpose. I also played Seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, something which both my father and godfather would have been proud of. Wesley turned towards Sirius and gave him a smile, which was returned by Sirius. My second year was more dramatic. Someone gave an artifact to a young student, which caused her to be nearly possessed by Tom Riddle, yes, Voldemort. And this student released a basilisk on the school, resulting in many students being petrified. I ended up slaying the basilisk with the Sword of Gryffindor at the end of the school year, and defeating another version of Tom Riddle. Wesley picked up a glass of water which was on the desk and took a large sip before he continued. Before my third year started, a certain dog Animagus escaped from Azkaban and everyone was convinced he was coming after me to kill me, to finish the job that his supposed master did not complete when I was younger, but he was in fact trying to capture and kill a rat. That rat has already been captured, which is why my godfather is a free man today. I also learned how to cast a corporeal Patronus by the end of my third year. And my godfather escaped with the aid of a hippogriff. And no one helped him get a trial at that time. My fourth year I was hoping would be quiet. But no, the ministry came up with the idea of reinstituting the Tri-Wizard Tournament, most well known for the deaths of many of the participants and on occasion, some of the spectators. To make it safer, the idiots planning this fiasco in the making stated that only wizards or witches who were of age, 17 or older, could participate. But of course, with my luck, my name came out of the Goblet of Fire as a fourth champion. I was reviled by most of Hogwarts. Considered a cheater. But I had to compete. And I actually won. However, it was all a trap set up by one of Riddle's followers, and I was transported to the graveyard of his father and a ritual was completed to give that monster a new body. But I managed to survive. And of course, no one believed me about what happened. Wesley took another sip of water. My 5th and 6th years also had life-threatening adventures. Eventually Riddle's people overthrew the ministry. Myself and a couple of friends went on the run. This culminated in a battle at Hogwarts and I was able to actually defeat Riddle. I'll tell you all more about that later, however. Now, that is the secret which will be kept within the Fidelius. Arcturus then cast the remainder of the spell to complete it and they all felt a magical binding on them. I can and will answer your questions at this time, but my answers cannot be shared with anyone, said Wesley. Also, the information will be hidden from anyone who tries to look into your mind with occlumency. Sirius spoke up first. Haven't you shared all of this with Dumbledore? Wesley laughed at the question. The self-declared leader of light. The one who placed me with my aunt and uncle who hated magic and never checked up on me for 10 years. The one who sent a dim-witted half-giant who was not even legally allowed to use a wand to show me the magical world. The one who made sure I didn't even know how to get to the school, but set me up to have a family show me how because the mother acted like she had no idea how to get to the proper platform. The one who ignored a professor being possessed by Voldemort for a year. The one who did not know, supposedly, that a basilisk was roaming the school. The one who did nothing to get you out of Azkaban. But wait, he also knew exactly where to go to find me after my parents died, as did Hagrid. But you, Sirius, you weren't the secret keeper, so how did they know where to go? They knew you were innocent, Sirius, but Albus, all for the greater good, Dumbledore let you be kept there and never arranged for you to have a trial. Bellatrix and the Lestrange boys and Barty Crouch Jr. all had trials. The Albus Dumbledore who allowed a fourth-year student to be forced into the Tri-Wizard Tournament, and did not make any real effort to determine how it happened, unless he already knew that a Death Eater was masquerading as his friend, Mad-Eye Moody for the entire school year as the Dada Professor. Wesley bowed his head and rubbed his face with his hand. And if you haven't guessed it yet, no, I do not trust Albus Dumbledore. Amanda raised her hand to ask a question. How did you travel back in time? Wesley smiled slightly. That was based on a combination of things. After defeating the Dark Lord, Tom Riddle, I ended up in possession of the 3 Deathly Hallows. I became what is called in legend the Master of Death. I cannot defy death. But having those 3 magical artifacts is what allowed me to follow an arcane magical ritual and arrive here. By here, I mean this time, and I actually arrived at 12 Grimmauld Place, much to Arcturus' surprise. Oh my, was her short reply. Lucius allowed the release of the basilisk in your 2nd year, didn't he? Stated Narcissa. Wesley nodded solemnly. Yes, he did. Narcissa frowned. And he did that while our son, Draco, was a student there. Yes, Draco was a student there at that time. We were both in our 2nd year, Wesley replied. Andromeda spoke up next. Did anyone help you out during your years at Hogwarts? It sounds quite horrible. I had help from my best friend, the one who taught me about the charm I used on the coins. I had another friend who ended up not always being that reliable. Sirius was as helpful as a stupid mutt on the run could be. Once we met when I thought he was trying to kill me, but he was just trying to catch a rat. Sirius nodded slightly at the comment. Did you have a girlfriend? Asked Andromeda. I mean, someone important who you left behind. This friend who helped you in school, perhaps. She was never my girlfriend. I looked at her as more of a sister. She ended up dating my other best friend. The one you said you couldn't rely on. Interrupted Amanda. Yeah, that one, said Wesley. They got married. But I really don't understand why. They don't really have anything in common, other than being friends with me. But as to your other question, I did leave someone behind. Someone I didn't get to know until after school, after the war. Part of my coming back was to make it so she wouldn't have to suffer some of the things she had to suffer with. And I will not say anything more about that. Andromeda spoke up next. You mentioned a battle of Hogwarts. Was there a war going on again? It wasn't much of a war. Once the Death Eaters took control of the Ministry, they imposed a pure-blood supremacist regime and were taking out Muggle-born and half-bloods as easily as they wanted. Wesley paused before continuing. The Battle of Hogwarts caused a lot of damage to the castle and a lot of people died during that fight. Some very important people to me. Wesley leaned forward and rubbed his eyes for a moment before straightening himself out. Narcissa spoke next, clearly and slowly. You knew my son Draco when you were students. I presume he was in Slytherin and you were in Gryffindor from what you said. I take it that you and he did not get along during your time there in school. No, we did not, said Wesley simply. Did Draco survive the battle? She asked barely above a whisper. Wesley again inhaled deeply. Yes, Draco survived. I actually helped save him from Fiendfire at one point. And that occurred before you, Narcissa, actually saved my life. In front of Riddle, Voldemort. You actually lied to him, proclaimed that I was dead, but I was still alive. You dared to lie to Riddle to protect me after I told you that the last I knew your Draco was still alive. Narcissa bowed her head and pulled out a handkerchief to dry her eyes. I do not want to review who died and who survived in my original time, stated Wesley. Why did you really come back? Asked Sirius. The others turned and looked at him. I know he said something about being able to travel through time. He said something about a girlfriend who he left behind who he wanted to save from something. But really, you're doing all of this for a girl that you left behind. I am doing this for many people, and perhaps for my own conscience, said Wesley. I know what it will take to prevent Riddle coming back and taking a body. And I have nearly completed everything to accomplish that goal. Which means that young Harry and Draco will have a completely different experience at Hogwarts than what I had and what I can only imagine Draco had at school. Many lives will be saved, or at least, depending on how much you see fate having a hand in this, many people will come to their ends via something other than a magical war at Hogwarts. What happened to me in your past? Asked Sirius. Wesley sighed and stretched his neck before he replied. I do not intend to answer any further questions about who died and who survived. Narcissa needed to know about her son. Amanda spoke up again. Now what? You told us this information. You are Harry from the future. You're planning on defeating Voldemort, Riddle, for real this time and preventing a magical war. You have set up a group of kids to be playmates together. For what purpose? I had no friends before I went to Hogwarts and I made very few friends while I was there. I was the boy who lived, which either intimidated others or made them hate me. I wanted to give my younger self a better life, hopefully a more enjoyable life, without having to be worried about someone trying to kill him every year he was a student. To give him and others a chance to see that what house you are sorted in should not prevent anyone from being friends. It is a dream, a hope, a fantasy perhaps. But I had an opportunity, a very unique and amazing and unparalleled opportunity. Narcissa snapped at him. So now what? You prevent the Dark Lord from returning. You prevent a war. You saved a few lives, maybe more. Maybe took some. Such a Lucius. So, when you're done with these big plans, do you just return to your time and see what you wrought? I don't think there is any way for me to return to where I left, said Wesley. But don't you have someone waiting for you? Said Narcissa. I have someone I left behind. Someone who meant the world to me. Someone who was left alone and abandoned, but who is also hopeful that her younger self will have a different future than what her present was when I left. Yes, I left her behind, and she knew what I was doing and that she would never see me again. But she had hope in knowing that I might make things different. Wesley took a deep breath and let it out slowly when he finished his answer. So she could be there. Wherever she is, whenever she is, and she may be lonely for all time because you left her, said Narcissa. I don't know if that world even exists. I don't understand this any more than what I have explained to you all. Wesley took a moment before he continued. There are Muggle authors who have written stories about what might happen when people travel through time. They may prevent their own existence from ever coming to be. They may destroy themselves physically or lead to catastrophic changes. But we really don't know what might happen to the world they left behind or to the world they travel to. Some believe a parallel universe may come into existence. I know that I am here now, that I do not have any way to go back to the time I came from, and all I really want to do is make things turn out better for as many as people as possible. Amanda had a puzzled look on her face. But you said you won. You defeated this Voldemort, Tom Riddle. Did you just come back to make your life better? Wesley rubbed the back of his head. When I was in school, he stopped himself from saying Hermione's name out loud. My best friend, she said I had a saving people thing. I risked myself many times to save or help others. Even Draco. So, maybe I came back because I saw it as an opportunity to save more people, including the woman I fell in love with. But how can you be heir to the Black family? Asked Andromeda. My grandmother was a Black, was Wesley's quick reply. But also, my godfather apparently named me his heir at one point. And as he was the Lord Black at the time, even if the Ministry of Magic did not recognize it, then I was heir to the Black and Potter families. But aren't you the heir to the Potter family too? Andromeda continued. I do believe that young Harry is the actual heir here. He was here before I came back in time. As long as young Harry is around, he is and will be the heir to the Potter family. Arcturus stood up and walked out from behind the desk where he had taken a seat. I do believe that question and answer time is over. Harry, or Wesley, or whatever the hell we are going to call him, told you what he told me when he stumbled onto my floor. And he answered a lot of questions. Everyone has a lot to think about. And don't any of you dare to try and speak to anyone else about this. You don't want to find out what might happen if you were to try. Oh, and one more thing, to help keep things clear, added Wesley. I am Wesley Black, I am not Harry Potter. That name rightfully belongs to the younger version of myself. My continuing as Wesley and his continuing as Harry, well, that will help us all keep everything straight, or at least as straight as possible. Everyone got up and started to make their way out of the office. Narcissa stayed behind and waited for everyone other than Wesley to leave. Arcturus paused at the office door and raised an eyebrow as Wesley turned to look at Narcissa. He then closed the door and left the two alone. Wesley turned to Narcissa. Do you have something else to ask? You were a student with my son, Draco, she said. Yes, I was, I made that quite clear, said Wesley. You are my son's age, you're just a little boy, she said. I know it may be hard to understand. I was his age, then, but I have lived nearly 20 years since I was their current age, Wesley offered gently. Narcissa looked him in the eye, and then before Wesley realized what was happening, she had slapped him, quite hard, across his cheek. You're just a child, she said and shook her head. Then before Wesley could say anything, she quickly exited the office. Wesley stood there holding his cheek that had turned bright red. Damn, that hurt, he said quietly. He waited a minute before he left the office and made his way to his room. Monday, June 30th. It was day after the announcement about Wesley's heritage to the immediate members of the Black family and to Amanda. It was a quiet one around the Black estate. Narcissa had removed herself from any direct contact with anyone. Sirius was off by himself, not even watching the youngsters playing their version of Quidditch. Amanda had made her way to Hogwarts as she had her interview with Dumbledore for the position of teaching defense against the dark arts. Wesley was sitting in Arcturus' office as they were discussing what to do next with the ones who had been captured trying to kidnap the youngsters. If we do not hear anything from the DMLE by early this afternoon, I will personally go find out what those idiots there are doing with that cursed group, he growled. And you are welcome to come with me, added Arcturus. Andromeda walked into the office and sighed. So, all of the recent news has Sirius in a slump. More of slump than his usual one, that is. Arcturus rubbed his forehead. It was a lot for all of you to hear about Hydra, or Wesley, last night. It has affected everyone. But I do believe that it is for the best that we are not keeping this information a secret from the four of you. You are all too important to our family, to our future. Andromeda smiled at Arcturus' words. She then turned towards Wesley. I guess I just want to thank you for what you are doing. We all saw a possible future that none of us would like when he heard your story last night. But you are a good man. You are determined to make things right, to make things better, for so many. Not just for yourself, or your younger self that is. She paused briefly before adding, I am sure James and Lily would be proud of you for all that you have done. Wesley nodded slightly and smiled at her words. Thank you, Andromeda, that means a lot. She smiled back and added, I thought I told you to call me Andy. Andromeda just sounds too formal. Kind of like my grandfather calling you Hydra. She then gave a quick smile to Arcturus before turning and leaving the study. The cheek of that one, snapped Arcturus as he stared after his granddaughter. Wesley shrugged at his comment. At least she is in good spirits. Not sure why any of them would not be, said Arcturus. It's not like this hurts any of them in any way. They now understand who and what you are. And they can already see the positive changes you have made, for this family, for each of them, for all of Magical Britain. Monday afternoon. DMLE headquarters. Wesley and Arcturus arrived at the DMLE offices and were escorted to a small conference room by Kingsley Shacklebolt. I know you want to speak with the director, but she and some of the staff are concluding their interrogations of those that were captured. She will be with you as soon as she is able once they have completed their questioning. Arcturus muttered, well, at least they seem to be doing something. Wesley and Arcturus waited in silence for over 10 minutes before a very agitated Amelia Bones entered the conference room with Scrimgeour right behind her. You seem to be a little upset, Arcturus commented by way of greeting her. Upset is hardly the word for it, Lord Black, she said, not hiding her frustration and anger. Scrimgeour even had a couple of unspeakables assist with the interrogation of the individuals who were apprehended, and they do not have any knowledge of exactly who had hired them for the attempted kidnapping yesterday. They were paid up front, in galleons, but there is no way that we have found to trace who paid them, as all of the transactions were done outside of Britain and apparently not involving any branches of Gringotts. Do you have any of the men identified? Asked Wesley. Sadly, we do not, replied Scrimgeour. They are not from Britain, and it seems they have been working for various mercenary organizations. No more specific information has been forthcoming, despite everything we have tried. I presume that it was not who was behind this, but he apparently has done a more than admirable job of covering his tracks on this, said Arcturus, who was clearly agitated. Amelia Bones nodded slightly. I understand your frustration, Lord Black, as my niece was among those whom they tired to apprehend. I don't suppose you would let me question these men, using some Black family techniques, commented Arcturus. Scrimgeour and Wesley both raised eyebrows at the comment. Amelia Bones simply rubbed her forehead briefly. Even though the idea sounds entertaining to try, and might provide for some vengeful satisfaction, as the head of the DMLE I cannot condone or allow such actions. Very well, grumbled Arcturus, I truly do not wish to jeopardize your position and authority. When they arrived back at the Black Manor, the children were again playing outside, racing around on their brooms. The adults watching over them seemed more relaxed than earlier in the day. When Sirius saw Wesley walking out to meet them, he quickly spoke with Andromeda and left her to watch the children. He took Wesley by the elbow and pulled him inside. What is this all about, Sirius? Asked a slightly startled Wesley. We need to have a little chat, you and I, said Sirius, whose tone was more serious than usual. And just what are we needing to talk about? Asked Wesley. Sirius led him to the lounge and pushed Wesley onto a coffin. He sat down in a chair facing him. I have some questions, about what happened to me in my future that was your past. And then, well, then we're going to talk about you and your friend Amanda. Wesley furrowed his brow at his words. What about Amanda? She is a friend. She is the best friend I have in this time, no offense, Sirius. No, first, we're going to talk about me, said Sirius, who was sounding quite serious. I'm not sure I should be telling you about what is not going to happen, said Wesley. How do you know what happened to me is not going to happen to me, again, said Sirius. Damn, this is already getting weird. Wesley took a deep breath. I'll tell you why I know that. You didn't get out of Azkaban until I was about to start my 3rd year at Hogwarts, that would be 7 years from now. 7 more years of your being prisoner in that place, dealing with Dementors, staying in your animagus form as much as possible. Sirius swallowed hard as he listened to what Wesley was telling him. You decided to try and escape when you saw a picture of a wizarding family that included Pettigrew as Wormtail on the cover of the Daily Prophet. You realized he was still alive and you escaped, and everyone thought you escaped to track me down and kill you. Kind of made my entire 3rd year a little miserable. Eventually we found out the truth. I saved the both of us from Dementors by casting a Patronus, which itself is another long story. You never got a trial, and I completely blame Dumbledore for that. Is that what you wanted to know? Sirius shook his head slightly. No, you already told me some of that. Other than not getting a trial, and being stuck in Azkaban an extra 7 years, what happened to me? Wesley took a deep breath. This information is part of the Fidelius, as far as I am concerned, stated Wesley. You were holed up at 12 Grimmauld Place for basically my 5th year. At the end of my 5th year I stupidly went to try and save you from being captured at the Ministry, and you were not there. It was a setup by Tom Riddle to have me get the stupid prophecy that started the entire attack on my family. And you died. You were sent through the Veil of Death, and I blamed myself for that. Wesley took a deep breath. So, yeah, I blamed myself that someone knocked you back into the Veil of Death. And that entire fiasco started because I didn't speak to you with the mirror you gave me. Sirius leaned back and smiled slightly. So, Perfect Harry made a mistake. I made more, many more, and my mistakes were much worse. And you're the one who came back in time all by themselves to try and fix that, and everything else. You're one man trying to fix everything. Oh, you made it clear, you did this to protect someone you left behind. So yeah, you're essentially a noble git. Wesley shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps. Sirius nodded slowly. Then he pulled a coin out of his pocket and examined it and then held it in front of Wesley. So, you said that your best friend, or former best friend, made this, or taught you how to make this. Isn't that what you told us? Wesley nodded. Yes, she did. Sirius nodded in response. Then he continued, and if I remember things right, she is the one who married your other best friend, but as I recall, you said they weren't good for each other. Wesley sighed as he recalled Ron and Hermione's relationship. Yeah, he was always lazy in school. Whereas she was the brightest witch of our year. Hell, he even betrayed me a couple of times. But she didn't. She was always by my side even if she didn't agree with me. A soft smile came across Wesley's face as he remembered how Hermione was always by his side. She was like a sister to me. Sirius nodded again before he continued. So, the one who figured out how to make these coins, the one you say was the smartest witch of your time, you really think of her, or thought of her, as a sister? Wesley considered the question, then replied simply, yeah, I do. Sirius frowned slightly. But you never had a sister, or a brother. Wesley stiffened at the comment. Well, no, I didn't. You know that. And my cousin who I grew up with sure as hell was never a brother or even a friend to me. Sirius stood up and paced back and forth in front of Wesley. Then how do you know what a sister is like? I know you said you left someone else behind who was very close to you. And you said you do things to help people, to save people. I get that. I understand that. And I appreciate that. For all I know, you're trying to arrange for your younger self to have a relationship with her, the one you left behind, that is, from when you two are young. And that might work, but also it might not. But I think, deep down, you will always wonder if your friend could have been, should have been, something more. The one who taught you how to charm these coins. The same one who you said was always by your side, always. Wesley just stared at Sirius now. And what is the point of telling me all of this? Sirius shook his head for a moment and then rubbed his forehead. You are the one, who by your own admission, does not, or has not, had many friends. And you are very protective of your friends. That much is clear, both here and in your past, or future is it. Damn, this can get confusing. Whatever, but what I am trying to say is this. Don't rule out a friend as someone who can be so much more to you. Wesley raised an eyebrow. Then he took a deep, slow breath. Sirius stopped his pacing and turned and stared at Wesley, who had gone silent. What? Something wrong with what I said? Wesley took a deep breath and let it out slowly. No, not at all. There's nothing wrong with what you said. It's just the sort of advice I think I always needed to hear. Advice I needed to hear from my godfather. Sirius raised an eyebrow at those words. Then he ran a hand through his long hair and looked Wesley deep in his eyes. Well, then, so, if I was on the run, in your past, for years, like you said, and people, including Albus Dumbledore, didn't get me the chance to have a trial, like you already did for me, this person standing here in front of you, well, that tells me that I was one of the people you knew and cared about who didn't survive the battle at Hogwarts, or even survive to make it to that battle. Wesley stood up from the sofa and was about to speak. Sirius waved off Wesley from saying anything in reply. I am just as much your godfather as I am little Harry's godfather. And now I have the chance to make up to you what you missed when you were younger. I'm not sure I need a godfather right now, said Wesley somberly. That's hippogriff dung and you know it, replied Sirius. You need a godfather who can tell you to stop being an ass, and help you to realize that Amanda is not just a friend. You don't want her getting involved with your next best friend because she can't have you because you view her as some sort of sister. And, besides, this godfather can take you, my godson, out drinking. Sure as hell can't do that with the younger version of you, or at least not anytime soon. And for everything you have done for me, for this family, well, I think I owe you that. One night out drinking. Wesley rubbed his face with both hands. Wow, just wow. He took a moment before he said something more. That is the most serious conversation I have ever had with you, Sirius. And I think you may have had some pretty decent advice. About the drinking? Sirius asked with a smile. Merlin, no, not the drinking, snapped Wesley. Look what happened the last time you went out drinking. The kids were nearly kidnapped, you freaking idiot, he continued. But the other stuff, about my previous best friend, and my current best friend. I think I needed to hear that and I will definitely need to think about that. But not the drinking? Sirius asked again. Wesley sent a silent wandless stinging hex at Sirius. No, definitely not the drinking, you stupid dog. The next morning the group of children had gathered again and Sirius had them all outside flying around on their brooms. Andromeda was about to bring out some snacks for them when she noted her sisters staring out a large window at the activity of the children. Andromeda called to Narcissa. So, Sissy, I heard that you slapped Wesley. Narcissa turned to look at Andromeda, and she took a deep breath. Andromeda placed the tray of snacks down on a nearby table. Narcissa looked back and forth between her sister and the snacks. I thought you were bringing some treats out to the children. Andromeda waved it off. I was, but don't worry, a house elf can bring it out to them. As she spoke, an elf popped into the room, grabbed the tray and popped away again. Andromeda smirked at her sister. So, slapping the young man who will be the next lord of this house. Narcissa shook her head slightly. He was being, I don't know, he is a jerk. Andromeda tilted her head, and just what exactly did he do? That was being a jerk. Last I knew, you were going to offer yourself to your future lord and provide him, how did you say it? Oh, yes, offer to provide for him a true heir to the Black family. Narcissa's eyes widened for the briefest of moments and then she regained her composure. That was before he started being honest with us, snapped Narcissa. And just what was so offensive about his honesty and telling us exactly who he is and what is going on? Narcissa shifted slightly from one foot to the other as she considered her sister's words. He lied about who he is, or was. Andromeda raised an eyebrow. So, he was Harry Potter, and now he is Wesley Black. But he is Harry Potter, said Narcissa, he made that more than clear. And that's your problem with him? His honesty? Asked Andromeda. He was a classmate of my son, stated Narcissa, not hiding the anger from her voice. To be with him, that would be like being with one of Draco's little friends. Andromeda started to laugh. Narcissa narrowed her eyes at her older sister. And what in Merlin's name is so funny? Andromeda shook her head. You are just overthinking this, everything. And exactly how am I doing that? snapped Narcissa. Andromeda put her hand to her mouth for a moment to stop herself from laughing. Wesley, the young man whom you fancy, and I can tell that you do fancy him, sissy, so don't even try to deny that. Before Narcissa could interrupt, Andromeda continued, Wesley, when he was younger, went to a version of Hogwarts, and he apparently attended classes with someone named Draco. He had adventures, he even defeated a Dark Lord. But Wesley, this young man, he is not the same as little Harry Potter. She held her hand up to stop Narcissa from interrupting her. They are not the same. Once Wesley and Arcturus freed the young boy we know as Harry Potter from the relatives who were abusing him, just the way Wesley had been abused, they became two distinct individuals. Wesley and Harry, that is. They are not the same person. Narcissa stared at her sister for a minute and then let herself collapse into a chair that was near her. Andromeda walked over to Narcissa, and noted she had a couple of tears in her eyes. Narcissa looked up at Andromeda. Oh, Andy, what have I done? Monday, June 30th, 1986. Hogwarts. Amanda had arrived at the gates of Hogwarts few minutes prior to her appointed time. She initially had hoped that Wesley would be able to accompany her, but he had things he had to do in follow-up to the recent attack against the children. Besides, she told herself, this was her interview. Minerva McGonagall and Phileas Flitwick met her at the gates to the school. Welcome, Miss Lester, said Minerva in greeting. It is good to see you again, Miss Lester, added Phileas. Thank you, professors, replied Amanda. My new friends have told me much about the school. Minerva raised an eyebrow slightly. And would those friends be? Amanda smiled as she replied, Sirius Black, Narcissa Black, and Andromeda Tonks. I have gotten to know them through my friend, Wesley Black. Wesley and I met through the dueling circuit. Phileas turned slightly to Minerva. Miss Lester, here, is the one dueler who at least gave Wesley Black some decent competition in the duels I observed and judged. She is quite skilled with a wand, I must say. Minerva smiled slightly. Well, that right there is quite the recommendation, Miss Lester. Now, come right this way and we will take you to meet with the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. A few minutes later they arrived at the office of the headmaster. Albus Dumbledore stayed in his seat. Ah, greetings Miss Lester. Would you like a lemo? Drop? He asked as he pointed to the dish on his desk. No thank you, headmaster, she replied. Oh, well, then, why don't you go ahead and just have a seat there, he said as he pointed to the chair opposite his desk. He then turned to the two professors. I think we should be done with our little chat in about 30 to 45 minutes, so why don't you two come back then and she can have tour of our little school. With that comment both McGonagall and Flitwick made their goodbyes and left the office. Amanda looked around the office at the many portraits of former headmasters, in addition to a collection of various trinkets on one shelf that were just sitting still. She shook her head slightly as she considered what they had previously been used for, something which Wesley had explained to her prior to her coming to the interview. So, Miss Lester, or is it Lestrange? How did you end up coming here to England? My family name is Lester, she stated quite tersely. My father left England and the previous family name behind. I am determined to continue to distance myself from those relatives who soiled the old family name. Or perhaps they just lived up to the name. Albus simply smiled and nodded at her response. Amanda continued, my father moved to Australia, which is where I was born. I learned to duel, I can handle a wand quite well, I should say, and I got involved in the dueling circuit back home. Through the dueling circuit I met a young man, a certain Wesley Farmer. He was quite good and he soon became the Australian dueling champion. His grandfather learned of him and came down to Australia and Wesley learned about his true heritage. Wesley then came to England and Europe to continue his dueling competition. After he left, I realized that I wanted more competition than what we had in Australia, so I came to Europe. I ran into Wesley on the dueling circuit again and my father wanted to return home, as it were. And, so, we are here, in magical Britain. Ah, well then, welcome to Britain and Hogwarts, said Albus. And I have heard of your skill with a wand from Professor Flitwick who was present for at least one of the competitions you were involved in, and I must say, praise from Phileas is something I cannot ignore. Amanda smiled to herself, but was disturbed by the slight twinkling in his eyes. I have already obtained a copy of your transcript from the Oceania Academy of Magic, located outside of Melbourne, stated Albus. Your results are quite impressive, even in potions making, which is not commonly the story for someone who seems to be so skilled with a wand, he added. Well, thank you, Headmaster, was Amanda's simple reply. Albus smiled at her broadly for a minute and she carefully avoided looking him in the eyes. After another awkward minute he folded his hands together on his desk and then stated, well, as your grades are exemplary, and your ability to duel with a wand is possibly only surpassed by someone your age who you apparently already know quite well, then I have no reason not to offer you the position as Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, for this upcoming school year. Well, that is the position I came here to interview for, Amanda replied. So, why don't we have Minerva and Phileas give you a tour of our illustrious castle to help familiarize yourself with what we have here, said Albus. He gave a nod to his phoenix and Fox disappeared in a flash from his roost in the center of the room. The sudden bust of flame startled Amanda slightly. Albus chuckled softly at her reaction. Now, while we await the professors to return and join us here, as it is a little quicker than I had anticipated, why don't I review some of Hogwarts' traditions? I am not well versed in the intricacies of the OAM in Australia, so some of what makes Hogwarts unique may be odd to you. Our students attend as first years when they have already turned 11 years of age by the time our school year starts on the 1 of September. So, providing a book list for your classes prior to the start of July would help students prepare for the upcoming school year. The students all take a train from London up here to the village of Hogsmeade. The first year students are brought in separately and then they are sorted into one of 4 houses, named after the 4 founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin. As you may have heard of the fairly recent wizard war that occurred here a few years back, many of the followers of the Dark Wizard, Lord Voldemort, who was also known as He Who Must Not Be Named, came from the House of Slytherin. As such, there are those who think that the House of Salazar Slytherin is comprised of dark wizards and witches. However, I must reassure you, that is not the case. There are many hard-working students in that and all of the other houses. Amanda nodded slowly as she listened to the headmaster's brief history of Hogwarts, much of which she had already heard from having discussions with Andy, Narcissa, and Sirius. And what is the basis of the sorting, then? Asked Amanda. Albus smiled. Yes, well, the magical sorting hat reviews what the young person's main traits are and tries to line them up with the appropriate house. Gryffindors are known for bravery and chivalry, Hufflepuffs are known for loyalty and hard work, Ravenclaws are known for wit and learning, and Slytherins are known for cunning and ambition. That sounds like you are starting off with creating a divisive atmosphere, observed Amanda. That could make things difficult for some students, could it not? Oh, it could, at times, acknowledged Dumbledore, but we do try to have them work with students from each of the different houses, so it should not really be a problem overall. Amanda internally rolled her eyes at his evasive response but did not want to let him know what she really thought of his answer. Just then Minerva McGonagall and Phileas Flitwick arrived at the office. The headmaster wished them well on the tour of the castle. The heads of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw houses took the young witch on a tour of Hogwarts classes, letting her see the various classrooms for the required subjects as well as for some of the electives in addition to the location of the common rooms for the 4 Hogwarts houses. As they were winding up the tour with Amanda at the Great Hall, they asked her if she had any questions. Not at this time, thank you, said Amanda. I understand Albus has offered you the position to teach defense against the dark arts, said Minerva. Well, yes, he did make the offer, said Amanda. I am definitely inclined to take the position. I may have some questions about curriculum and expectations for the classes, particularly for all 7 years of students. We can provide you with information about what has been covered by the most recent professors teaching defense, stated Phileas. There does seem to be a lot of turnover in that particular position. Amanda nodded and raised an eyebrow. She then rubbed her chin slightly before asking a question. I do have one question, a request, now that I think about it. And what would that be? Asked McGonagall. Well, as Professor Flitwick is aware, said Amanda, who was then interrupted by the diminutive Charms professor. Please, Call me Phileas, as we are, or at least we'll be colleagues now, he said with a broad smile. Amanda smiled at him and started again. As Phileas is aware, I am good friends with Wesley Black, the current European dueling champion, and I was thinking, he might just enjoy a tour of the castle. I know he met with the headmaster at one point, but I don't think he actually got to see much of the castle. Of course, that should be fine, said McGonagall. Just send us an owl to let us know when you will be bringing him by, and then we can also arrange for you to meet the rest of the staff here. That sounds wonderful, said Amanda, trying to sound as enthusiastic as possible. I would like to see the young man again, added Phileas. Maybe young Wesley would be willing to let this former dueling champion to have a chance at our own little duel, just for fun and excitement, of course. Of course, agreed Amanda. I think he might enjoy having such an opportunity, actually make him work hard in a duel for a change. Later that evening, Amanda was at the Black estate and she was speaking to Wesley. I have been offered the position as professor for defense. Wesley smiled. I had no doubt that the old man would offer you the position, and it is well deserved. You are more than adequately skilled. And compared to the majority of professors I had when I was at Hogwarts, you would easily be the top 1 or 2 professors those students will ever have. Amanda smiled at his words. And I did not forget to ask to be able to bring you to the castle to give you a personal tour, something you did not officially get when you had your interview, Regulus. The two of them laughed about the identity that the headmaster thought he had. Wesley then frowned a little. I know the information about who I am is protected by the Fidelius charm that Arcturus used. However, maybe we should spend some time working on your occlumency shields, just to help protect you from any unwanted probes or attacks from Dumbledore, or anyone else who may be on staff, for that matter. Considering Severus Snape is already the potions professor, I do not trust that man. Amanda tilted her head slightly from side to side as she considered his words. I suppose that could be a useful thing. However, do not underestimate the occlumency shields which my family have developed, particularly considering my father's attempt to distance ourselves from the notorious branch of the family which stayed here in England. It couldn't hurt to practice, to be sure, added Wesley. Amanda cast a quick Tempest charm, and then looked back at Wesley. Oh, my, the time seems to be getting away from me. I do need to head home and check on my father. So, we can plan to meet up tomorrow afternoon and I can take you to the school. And we can plan on obtaining the one missing item you need. Before Wesley could respond, Amanda made her way to the flow and called out, Leicester Manor, and stepped through. As she disappeared into the green flames, Wesley whispered, as you wish. The Black family was finishing their evening meal and Sirius mentioned that Draco and Harry should go get cleaned up before the activity he had planned for them. What exactly are you planning? Asked Narcissa. Sirius smiled broadly. Oh, just thinking of taking them outside to play a Muggle children's game, flashlight tag. Wesley raised an eyebrow. Isn't that game usually played when it is dark outside? Sirius nodded, still grinning. Narcissa glared at her cousin. And the sun does not set until around 9:30 tonight. Sirius nodded. Yeah, that's about right. Narcissa did not dye her displeasure. You are not keeping those boys up that late just to play a stupid Muggle game. Sirius dropped his jaw for a moment, and then shrugged his shoulders. Oh, well, then, I'll just take them flying around out back on their brooms for a little while before it gets too dark and that way they won't miss their bedtime. With those words Sirius ducked out of the dining room. Narcissa took a deep breath and Wesley let out a laugh. Narcissa looked at Wesley, and what is so funny about that? Wesley calmed his reaction before he replied. It's just Sirius being himself. I don't think he had any intention of playing this flashlight tag thing. He just used that as a means to make it seem like taking those two flying on brooms now would be okay, or at least better than some ridiculous alternative. Wesley then turned to Arcturus. I will need to bring one of the crystal boxes with me tomorrow as Amanda will be giving me a tour of Hogwarts. Arcturus actually smiled at the comment. Good, it's about time you completed that. Arcturus then excused himself, which left Narcissa and Wesley in the dining room alone. Narcissa looked closely at Wesley. And what was that you were discussing with grandfather? And why do you need a tour of Hogwarts, if you already went to school there? There is an item which I need to obtain from the school, Wesley answered simply. And as Dumbledore doesn't know who I am, I need to keep up appearances. And if I acted like I knew my way around the castle, the headmaster would take that as proof that I am actually your dead cousin, Regulus. What item do you need to get from the school? Asked Narcissa, not letting the topic drop. Wesley took in a deep breath. Something similar to what we had to retrieve from your home a couple of months ago. Narcissa's reaction was unreadable to Wesley at that point. After a moment of awkward silence, Wesley spoke up again. Just to be clear, I am not that Harry, the young boy becoming friends with your son Draco. The Harry you know, that young boy, playing with your son Draco, he is not me. He is having a very different life than I had. Different experiences than I had. Bloody hell, that young Draco is not and will not become the Draco I went to school with. Wesley stopped himself from adding an editorial comment about the Draco he went to school with. I am not a 5 or 6-year-old boy. I have lived for over 25 years already, hell, 27 or so now. You can hate me, you can like me, but don't just dismiss me because there was a time when I was many years younger than you. This is just me, Wesley, and this man standing in front of you is not that child about to head outside and go riding around on a broom with Draco and Sirius. Narcissa's face was still unreadable to Wesley. But you're going to be getting together with that Amanda, from Australia. You're heading to Hogwarts with her tomorrow. She likes you. I can see that. We all can see that. And you like her. Maybe even more than you liked Cassandra. Wesley shifted from one foot to the other. He ran a hand through his hair. I don't know. Maybe, I'm not sure. Narcissa raised an eyebrow at his indecisive response. When you become sure, one way or another, let me know. You have many options. Wesley furrowed his brow at her comment. What do you mean? Narcissa sighed before she answered him. How many lines do you control? How many families? Wesley had a puzzled look on his face. 1. I am the heir to the Black family. Narcissa shook her head. And you're a Potter. Wesley shifted again, but that's little Harry's role. To be the head of House Potter. So you said, acknowledged Narcissa. And it probably will remain that way, after you have dealt with Riddle for good. Wesley nodded. Yes, after I have dealt with that creature. Narcissa shook her head slightly, and then continued. But aren't there other families you can control? You mentioned the Hallows. That proves the Peverell family was real. And you have all 3 Hallows. You must be their heir. You can reinstate the Peverell family. Wesley nodded slightly in understanding, before adding, but I have chosen not to do so. Narcissa narrowed her eyes at the young man in front of her, understanding he was not the nearly 6-year-old boy becoming friends with her son. And why not? Based on what information? On whose advice? You have already admitted that you really don't know much about magical society. You were raised by magic-hating muggles who should be punished, severely at that, for what they did to both you and the younger version of yourself. You were not raised to understand magical culture. And that clearly is Dumbledore's fault. So, clearly you do not understand the importance of magical families. You've seen the Yaxley line eliminated. That line is dead. You might be able to rescue the Lestrange line under the Lester name with Amanda. You can resurrect the Peverell line. You could probably eventually claim the Slytherin line, and who knows how many others. You want to change magical Britain for the better. You do it through controlling houses, more than one house. You want to change things, that is why you came back. Then why do a half-assed job at it? Wesley stood there, his mouth partially opened as he listened to the rant that Narcissa gave him. She took a couple of steps closer to him. I understand how magical families are supposed to work. And my offer still stands, without limiting your possible relationships, even with Amanda. She stepped closer, gave him a quick key on his cheek, and then strode purposefully out of the room, leaving Wesley by himself to consider everything she had just told him. Tuesday, the 1st of July 1986. Amanda had come by the Black estate to meet up with Wesley and discuss when they would plan on heading to Hogwarts. Wesley indicated that they should do it that afternoon, just to be sure to obtain the last remaining Horcrux before they had to deal with young Harry and his scar. Amanda summoned her family owl, and sent him off to let McGonagall that she and Wesley would be heading to Hogwarts for her to show him around that afternoon, around 2 p.m. Wesley summoned Kreacher to him. I need you to help me out. Can you come to Hogwarts, to a hidden room, if I summon you? And do you know if it would set off any alarms or wards at the castle if you did that? Kreacher seemed to ponder the questions for a minute before adding, House elves routinely go to and from the school to bring things to young masters or mistresses when the school is in session. It should not be a problem. There was a slight pop when a second house elf appeared. Oh, Master Wesley, Dobby would be happy to help, good master friend of Mistress Narcissa. Wesley looked back and forth between the two house elves, and recalled that when he was a third-year student, Dobby frequently arrived at the school, much to Wesley's frustration, and it never seemed to be a problem or affect any of the wards at the castle. Very well, said Wesley. I have some special crystal boxes in a room in the basement. Kreacher should remember these boxes. I will need one brought to me when I summon you. I'd rather not risk damaging its magic protective properties if I have to shrink it and sneak it past any of the staff at the school. Dobby would be happy to do this for kind Master Wesley, said the excited house elf as he bounced up and down. Kreacher needs to be working on meals, but will help if he must, muttered the old and cranky house elf. That's fine, Kreacher. Dobby is able to help out, said Wesley. Please just show him where the crystal boxes are kept in the secure room. It will be done, Master Wesley, stated Kreacher, who then disappeared with a pop. Dobby looked around the room and then to Wesley and Amanda, and then quickly followed Kreacher away. Now that is a strange little elf, commented Amanda. Dobby is a Malfoy family house elf. Honestly, I had some unusual run-ins with the little guy when I was a student. He means well, and is excitable, and really just wants to help. Although his idea of what helping is can be quite unusual. Amanda and Wesley made their way out to the back garden to see what the children were up to under the supposedly watchful eye of Sirius. The usual group of 8 youngsters who would all be classmates at Hogwarts had arrived and they were all playing in the pool. Sirius was having fun jumping into the pool and splashing the kids who were getting a splash war themselves. They do seem to having a lot of fun, commented Amanda. Wesley smiled. That they do, that they do. The two turned to leave, and as they were entering the manor house, Narcissa was making her way out to the pool area. Wesley couldn't help but to note she was wearing a Muggle-style bathing suit which was quite snug on her curves, and she had a see-through robe draped over herself as she walked by. Narcissa avoided looking at the two, but Wesley couldn't help but stare. Amanda quickly slapped his arm slightly to get his attention. What was that? Questioned Amanda as they walked towards the flow. That was Narcissa heading out to the pool, said a surprised Wesley. Amanda rolled her eyes at him. That much was quite obvious, as was her state of dress, or undress. She's just enjoying herself, and relaxing, said Wesley. Keep telling yourself that, said Amanda. Whatever, said Wesley. Let's head to Hogsmeade for some lunch before heading up to the castle for the tour. I can show you around the village, or we can at least pretend we are both exploring the village. Hogsmeade Village. Wesley and Amanda were making their way around the village, which was much quieter than Diagon Alley. They had a light lunch at the Three Broomsticks pub before making their way up and down the streets of the village. Wesley was actually surprised that he had seen so little of the village when he was a student, mostly only going to a few shops in addition to the Three Broomsticks and the occasional visit to the Hogshead Inn. They explored a couple of different bookshops, found a magical green grocer store as well as the main office for the Wizarding Wireless Network radio station. Wesley pointed out Zonko's joke shop. You do want to familiarize yourself with what they sell there, as you will most likely encounter the items being used by students as they prank each other or even may try to prank a professor. As that's so? Asked Amanda. And you have personal knowledge of students pranking professors, do you? Wesley smiled slightly. Most professors were not safe for us to prank. Although, there was one year, there was a particularly nasty professor, mean and spiteful and all that, who everyone wanted to prank, but there were only a few students who would even dare to prank her. Amanda smiled again as she stepped one arm into Wesley's. I think I would like to hear more about that at some point, but probably best not to speak of it while we are walking around the village. Quite right, agreed Wesley. Wesley examined some of the latest brooms for sale at Spintwich's Sporting Needs. Amanda had get his attention to remind him that they were nearing the time they were to meet with Professor McGonagall. Hogwarts Castle. After the walk up to the gates of the castle, they were greeted there by Professor McGonagall. Wesley was happy that he had been working on his occlumency with Arcturus, so he was able to hide any sort of emotional reaction to seeing his former head of house while he was a student. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Black," said Minerva. She then turned to Amanda. "And welcome back, Miss Lester, or should I say, Professor Lester." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall," answered Amanda and Wesley. "Enough with the formalities. Please, call me Minerva," said the Transfiguration Professor. "Well, then, Minerva, it is Amanda," replied the newest faculty member. "And you can call me Wesley, please. Mr. Black is my grandfather," added Wesley with a smile. "Shall we head up to the castle then? Do you need me to show you around?" asked Minerva. "Oh, no, I'd like to show Wesley around and see how well I remember things on my own," said Amanda. "You won't be able to show me around once the students arrive, so it's best that I sort this out on my own before they arrive in a couple of months." "Quite so," agreed Minerva. "But perhaps I can at least start by showing you where your quarters will be, near the defense classroom." "That would be wonderful," said Amanda. "It is quite a magnificent sight," said Wesley as they walked up the steps to the main entrance by the Great Hall. "Thank you," said Minerva. "It can have quite a dramatic effect on the first years when they arrive, particularly as they are taken across the lake in boats, and their first view of the castle makes it appear even larger and more magnificent." "Overwhelm them right from the start then," commented Wesley. "It's all part of showing them just how impressive magic can be when they arrive at the school," said Minerva. "Well, I would gather that it is quite successful in meeting that goal," added Wesley with a smile. Once they entered the castle, they made their way to the Dada classroom on the third floor, classroom 3C, which Wesley recognized as the room that was used during his 3rd through 6th years at Hogwarts. "We are currently in the Turris Magnus, the defense tower," said Minerva. "Your office is just down the stairs from here on the 2nd floor. Most of the classes for defense against the dark arts are taught in this room. Many professors have chosen to use the classroom on the 1st floor, room 31, for teaching the first years. It is a smaller room and there is much less need for casting of spells during that year based on the typical curriculum used by professors." Wesley and Amanda nodded, appreciating the information she had shared. "Now, we shall make our way down to what will be your office, Amanda," said Minerva as she led them back down the staircase in the center of the tower. When they were shown into the office, Wesley initially hesitated, as his last memories of this office were when it was a horrid shade of pink and covered with magical plates with cat portraits, and prior to that it was used by Bartemius Crouch Jr. as he was impersonating famed or Mad-Eye Moody. He quickly stilled himself from having any visible reaction in front of Professor McGonagall. Minerva pointed out the main room for the office, where there was a desk and an area large enough for a professor to meet with a small group of students. There was also a private study located behind the main office. Now, usually the new professors are assigned a room to live in the teacher's tower. There are a few rooms available. Probably the nicest room is the one on the 4th floor, but you can check them out later with one of the school's house elves. I will inform the head house elf for faculty members to come to you when you request it." "Thank you very much, Professor McGonagall," replied Amanda. Minerva frowned at her. "Now, what did I say? You can and should call me Minerva, but in front of the students using the more formal title would be appropriate." Amanda bowed her head slightly in a conciliatory manner. "Understood, Minerva." "Well, if you think you can find your way around the castle and not get lost, I will leave you to it then," said Minerva. Then she turned and made her way as she left Amanda and Wesley in front of the Dada office. The two waited in silence until Professor McGonagall's footsteps had definitely faded in the distance. "Now where to?" asked Amanda. "We will make our way over towards the 7th floor in the main part of the castle. There I will show you the room of requirement. Few people, including faculty and staff, even know of its existence," said Wesley. "And I can point out along the way some of the secret passageways that others had previously found. That information could prove to be useful," said Amanda. Wesley laughed. "Actually, It is mostly useful to students trying to avoid being caught out after hours, but not many know about it. A couple of minutes later, they found themselves alone on the 7th floor corridor, next to a portrait of dancing trolls. That's an odd picture, commented Amanda. But it is most important, as it marks the location where one would pace back and forth several times while thinking about what they want most in a room, said Wesley as he started to walk back and forth. Amanda was startled by the sudden appearance of a door on the other side of the corridor. She gasped slightly as she suddenly saw the door appear. Now, Miss Lester, you're a witch, you've seen magic throughout your life, said Wesley with a laugh. You shouldn't be so startled by the magical appearance of a magical door. He then walked over to the door and opened it slowly, and waved her into the room in front of him. Amanda looked at the piles of junk, rows of bookshelves overflowing with books and all sorts of lost treasures, or just plain junk. What in Merlin's name is this? Wesley chuckled slightly. This is the room or requirement. Currently it is what is referred to as the Room of Lost Things, also known to the house elves as the Come and Go Room, because it appears differently at different times, and it is not always found. You had mentioned it could appear as different things, different rooms, said Amanda as she stared at the vast amount of stuff in front of them. She couldn't even begin to guess how large the room was. Yes, very different things, said Wesley. I used as a training room one year when the Dada professor was incompetent and trying to make sure no one learned anything related to defensive magic. The year before I had to fight Tom Riddle, students who were being abused by the Death Eaters, dark teachers and their crazy students who followed them. Well, they made this into a safe house, a dormitory to hide away from those who would practice torture curses on them. Perhaps we can try out some other rooms at another time, said Amanda softly. Perhaps, agreed Wesley. But we should best get on with what we were planning in the first place, so as not to spend too much time in any one place and raise suspicion from any faculty who may be around this summer. Amanda nodded in response to his comment. Wesley called out to Dobby, and in a moment the excitable house elf appeared, and he had the crystal box with him that Wesley had explained he would need. Thank you, Dobby, said Wesley with a smile. Master Wesley thanks Dobby for Dobby doing his job as a good elf, exclaimed the small house elf as he bounced on his toes. Master Wesley is a great master, he is. Wesley rolled his eyes when he looked over at Amanda, who shook her head slightly at the elf's reaction. All right then, here goes, and he pulled out the Elder Wand, and concentrated very hard and called out, Accio Horcrux. A moment later there were sounds of several items falling and crashing to the floor. A couple of more crashes occurred when Wesley and Amanda noticed 4 objects flying through the air towards them. Amanda screamed out an expletive at the same time as Wesley. Wesley was preparing a spell to try and capture the objects, but just 10 feet from hitting them, Dobby waved his hand and all 4 of the objects just stopped frozen in space. Amanda turned to Wesley. You said you were looking for one item. That Riddle had only one more Horcrux. Tom Riddle had only made the ones we already destroyed, the diary, the cup, the ring and the locket, in addition to corrupting Ravenclaw's diadem and making the accidental one in young Harry, said a startled Wesley as he stared at the 4 objects. Dobby spoke up. Master Wesley summoned bad objects. There is very bad magic in those objects, or in 3 of the objects. Amanda tentatively reached out towards the object floating and spinning in front of her, something that looked like a metal triangle. Wesley snapped at her. Stop. Don't touch it. Don't touch any of them. Amanda pulled her hand back and looked at Wesley. Sorry, I wasn't sure if I heard it calling out to me. Wesley turned to Dobby. Can you get us 3 more of the crystal boxes for these items? Without answering, the house elf disappeared without a sound. The 4 floating objects fell and clattered on the floor. Wesley and Amanda looked at the items more closely, but they did not approach them. There was the diadem, which is the one object that Wesley had expected to retrieve. There was the triangle-shaped object which Wesley immediately recognized as a replica of the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. There was a ring which seemed to have had whatever was on the surface removed by some sort of magical spell, and finally there was a yellow ceramic jar. Wesley narrowed his eyes and thought it looked like it might have been a candy jar. Dobby appeared a moment later with 3 more crystal boxes. The house elf apologized for taking so long to find additional boxes, as there was only one more at the Black Estate. Wesley then carefully moved each of the 4 objects into a separate crystal box. First he levitated the diadem, then the triangle, then the jar, and finally the ring. As he let the ring fall into its own box, Dobby shook his head. That one, the ring, Master Wesley, it doesn't seem dark like the other objects. So, maybe something happened to that ring so that whatever or whoever turned it into a dark object or Horcrux, it may no longer be containing a piece of someone's soul. Amanda stared at the boxes. 3 more Horcruxes. How do we figure out who made them, if it wasn't this Tom Riddle? And what do we do about them? Wesley ran a hand through his hair. I have no idea, but we need to get these all back to the special room at the Black Estate. Dobby interrupted Wesley and announced that he could do that. There were 4 successive pops as Dobby took each box, one at a time, and delivered them to the special room that Arcturus and Wesley had used previously. When Dobby reappeared after delivering the 4th box, he was bouncing on his toes again. Dobby has placed all of the boxes in the working room at the Black Estate. Dobby made sure they were as far away from each other as possible. They all have bad objects in them. Thank you, Dobby, said Wesley. That was very thoughtful and helpful. Dobby smiled broadly at being thanked by one of his masters for what he had done. If Master and Mistress not be needing Dobby anymore, Dobby will return to the Black Estate and help Creature with chores. The elf then disappeared with a silent pop. Amanda turned to look at Wesley. Now what in Merlin's name are you going to do? Wesley, Amanda and Arcturus stood in the middle of the room. There were small tables in each corner of the room, each with one crystal box placed on top. Wesley ran a hand through his hair. I just don't know if they will interact if they are too close to each other. Arcturus, wisdom when dealing with the unknown will help us all complete this. This is the best way to deal with these items at this time. Did this riddle make more of those abominations than you knew? Asked Amanda, who was feeling upset. I doubt it, said Wesley. That would have meant he split his soul several more times than his goal of 7. 7 is a powerful number, a very powerful one at that. It is also the number that he obtained from someone who tried to cover up their contribution to the abomination that was Riddle. But that's not the issue now. No, not at all. The problem is we have no idea who else made such abominations. Arcturus rubbed his chin for a moment before he spoke. There is an old black family spell that may be useful. It was created a long time ago to identify someone who was approaching, so that way one could know if they were a friend or foe. It may reveal the identities of the soul anchor abominations which you have obtained. That sounds safer than trying legilimens on the objects, stated Amanda. Arcturus nodded. I can try it on the symbol first. Arcturus had Wesley levitate the symbol out of the crystal container. Once it was levitated over the box, Arcturus then held out his wand and pointed it at the object as he stated, Cogno Nomen, while he made the slight motion of jabbing his wand towards the object. There was a loud hiss and a flash followed by an eerie voice calling out, Cantankerous Knot. After the flash, Wesley let go of his spell and the metal symbol clanked as it landed back into the crystal box. Arcturus shook his head and growled. I always knew he was a dark bastard who would go to great lengths, but this. I would not have suspected even that man of doing such a thing. Arcturus then felt his legs wobble and he collapsed backwards. As he started to fall, Amanda conjured a chair for him to land on. I don't know why, stated Arcturus, but casting that spell and getting the answer took more out of me than I had expected. Wesley called for Creature to bring a pepper-up potion for Lord Black. A moment later the house elf arrived with the requested potion. Arcturus drank it slowly and then handed the empty vial back to Creature. Wesley thanked the house elf for being so quick and helpful. Wesley ran a hand through his hair and then slowly walked over towards the crystal box holding the yellow jar. We already know that the Ravenclaw diadem is one of Riddle's soul anchors. But this jar, it looks like an old-fashioned candy jar. He turned around and looked at Arcturus, who was getting back to his feet. I don't think you should try that again, said Wesley. Before Arcturus could respond, Wesley turned back to the box with the yellow jar, and then he called out, Legilimens. Wesley felt as if he was being drawn into the crystal box and into the jar. He became aware of an argument going on between several wizards. He looked around and saw a witch leaning against a rock, holding her face in her hands and crying. The voices that were arguing, too, were familiar. "You leave her alone, both of you," called out one of the wizards. Wesley thought it looked and sounded like a young Aberforth Dumbledore. Another wizard called out while pointing his wand at Aberforth, "You stay out of this, youngling, you have no idea what is going on here." The third wizard spoke harshly, "This isn't how we agreed to go about this, Gellert." The voice was that of a young and dark-haired Albus Dumbledore. "We need to do this. With the power we could get from her, we could have what we need to complete our goals. For the greater good." "No!" yelled out Aberforth as he cast a spell towards Grindelwald. Grindelwald was quick and had a shield spell up immediately. He quickly responded with a silent spell which shot out red light towards the younger Dumbledore. Albus quickly sent a spell that conjured some object that blocked Grindelwald's spell. A moment later there were spells shooting around the open yard between all three of the men. As the spells continued, the woman cried out and ran across the yard, leaning forward as she caught herself on a table on one side of the yard. Two spells collided near her and there was a scream from Ariana and then she fell to the ground. There was a flash that erupted from the table. Two objects on the table, a family ring with some sort of crest on it and a yellow candy jar, seemed to have a slight glow to them. Aberforth ran over to his sister's side, and then he yelled at the other two men. "What the hell did you do to her?" "Merlin, no, we weren't trying to hurt anyone," called out Albus as he ran over to where they were. Grindelwald looked between the two brothers, their clearly dead sister and the objects on the table which were no longer glowing. "I understand your anger at the loss of your sister, but it seems that there has been a benefit for us," said Grindelwald as he looked over at the items. Aberforth laid his sister on the ground. "What sort of abominations are those?" he asked as he looked at the objects. Grindelwald went to move towards the table, which prompted Aberforth to send a curse at the ring on the table, causing the large stone on it to shatter and a black cloud emitted from the now damaged ring. "You fool, you have no idea what you just did," called out Grindelwald. Albus stood up and looked at the items on the table and then turned to his brother. "Whatever happened, it was not what we were trying to do, of that I am sure." Aberforth looked at his brother and then rubbed his eyes, trying to dry them with his sweaty hands. As he covered his face momentarily with his hand, Grindelwald made a sudden move. He jumped forward and grabbed the yellow jar and immediately apparated away. Wesley then felt the scene go black and found he had collapsed on the floor. Wesley woke up and realized that he was laying on his bed. Amanda was seated on a chair keeping a close eye on him. As soon as his eyes blinked open, she called out for Dobby and had him bring Arcturus to the room. Wesley was holding his head slightly as he looked around the room. "So, Mr. I'll do what I want and suffer the consequences is back with us," commented Amanda. Arcturus walked over to the side of the bed and looked down at his heir. "What you did was, I dare say, even more foolish than what I did. Legilimency, on a soul anchor, quite a foolish move I would say. Foolish and dangerous." Wesley started to nod, but the sudden increase in pain in his head forced him to stop. "I can't really argue with you at this point. Other than to say I did learn who and how they were made." Arcturus conjured a chair and sat down near the bed while Amanda pulled her chair closer to the bed. They waited quietly for Wesley to gather himself and tell them just what he had seen. "Merlin's beard, that was incredibly messed up," stated Wesley. Amanda reached out and took his hand. "What was messed up?" "The vision I had, about how two of those items were made," said Wesley, taking deep breaths. Arcturus frowned slightly, then added, "We are waiting, boy, for you to share with us what exactly you saw." Wesley nodded, took one more deep breath, then he began to explain what he had seen. "To begin with, you need to understand that Albus Dumbledore was friends with Gellert Grindelwald a long time ago. They were working together on obscure magic. Somehow it involved Dumbledore's sister. The two were having a bit of a disagreement about something. Dumbledore's sister was there. She was crying. Then Aberforth Dumbledore, the one who runs the Hogshead Tavern in Hogsmeade, well, he showed up. Then an even bigger argument started. Spells started flying, and suddenly two spells collided with Adriana, that is, Albus and Aberforth's sister. As she died, some sort of ritual occurred, and apparently it may not have been what they were trying to do, but two nearby objects became enchanted somehow. There was a bright glow from both of the objects. Aberforth sent a spell at the ring, which caused the damage to the stone on the ring, and whatever magic had attached itself to the ring was destroyed as there was a screech and a black cloud appeared. Not unlike what I have seen when other soul anchors were destroyed. Then Grindelwald grabbed the yellow jar and he apparated away. Amanda squeezed Wesley's hand a little tighter and he looked over at her and smiled. Arcturus shook his head with a grunt. So, we know that the individuals behind these extra items include Dumbledore, Grindelwald and Nott. But how in Merlin's name did they all end up there at the castle, in that strange room? And what do we do with them? Asked Amanda. Do we destroy them now, like the soul anchors of Tom Riddle? It's dark magic. Very dark, stated Arcturus. There is no reason to let those objects to continue to exist. We have plenty of basilisk venom. Destroy them all. Even add some venom to that ring, just to be sure. Wesley sighed slightly and then looked at Arcturus. I can't argue with that at all. Thursday, the 3rd of July 1986. Wesley had recovered from his ordeal with the additional Horcruxes and had taken a day to rest. Then he and Amanda made their way out to Diagon Alley for a leisurely day in addition to checking on some items with the goblins at Gringotts Bank. The two noted that occasionally people would stare at the two of them and others would point and whisper. A couple of you witches walked by and simply glared at Amanda. What did I do now? She whispered to Wesley. As they walked into Flourish and Blott's bookstore, Wesley noted a magazine rack. At the top of the display was the latest issue of Witch Weekly, which had a cover picture of the two of them when they were at Hogsmeade the other day. Wesley nudged her slightly and gave a head nod towards the rack. Amanda immediately noted the magazine and the photo and she started to laugh. I guess some things never change, she said quietly to him. And some things can't be kept secret, said Wesley in response. Amanda quickly perused what sort of books the store had in stock that could be used for students for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. She came across Wilbert Slinkard's book Defensive Magical Theory. She skimmed through it quickly and placed it back on the shelf. That one looks quite useless, she stated. It might help daft morons understand something about a spell, but probably wouldn't help anyone actually perform any defensive magic. Wesley chuckled slightly at how quickly she dismissed the book. You learned that much already in such a short read. I read enough, said Amanda. She then looked at another book, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Tremble. She didn't even bother to pick it up. Wesley noted that she ignored the text. Don't like that one either. It's an old and quite outdated book, she said. Wesley raised an eyebrow as he was learning that she was quite well read on the subject to know which books would not be useful in helping students to learn. She smiled slightly at Wesley's comment and then took a deep breath. It doesn't look like any decent textbooks on the subject have been published since Arsenius Jiggers, The Essential Defense Against the Dark Arts. She sighed slightly. Well, at least many students probably already have a copy of it, and mine already has annotations about improvements to the spells he reviews as well as comments about any mistakes he has included, particularly about any supposed dark creatures. The two then made their way back out into Diagon Alley and started to head towards the bank. Walking towards them happened to be the one person who Wesley was hoping to avoid, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Wesley grumbled quietly about wishing he could cast a Notice Me Not charm on the two of them, but it became quickly apparent that was too late. The older wizard in the bright purple robes had clearly seen the two and made his way over to them. Good morning, Amanda and Regulus. How nice to see the two of you, said Albus with his usual twinkle in his eye. Amanda folded her arms in front of her. Regulus. Never heard of any Regulus. Have you not met Wesley Black? I could have sworn he told me that the two of you have met, she said, acting like she was confused. Oh, he has met me, said Wesley as he looked at Amanda. But I'm worried that he might be getting senile, as he keeps confusing me for Sirius, brother. Then he turned to the headmaster. Maybe you should have yourself checked out at St. Mungo's just to be sure that your brain isn't too addled. Maybe it's due to all of those lemo drops I hear that you like so much. Albus ignored the jab from Wesley as he turned to speak with Amanda, his newest defense professor. So, reviewing textbooks for your classes. I noted you just left Flourish and Blots. Amanda sighed slightly. There really hasn't been a decent text published on the topic since Jigger's book, even with the flaws that book contains. So, while it is not perfect, it is probably the best place to start, for now at least. Albus smiled at her. I think you are quite correct on your assessment, Amanda. Oh, and nice picture of the two of you on the cover of Witch Weekly. He then turned to Wesley. You do understand that if you are planning to visit Professor Lester while she is actively working in her role as the teacher for Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts, you will need to register your arrival with either myself of the assistant headmistress, Professor Minerva McGonagall, whom you both have met. Before either one could respond to his comment, Dumbledore twinkled his eyes and then bid a quick good day, and was once again heading down the alley. The young couple looked at each other after the headmaster left them before Amanda finally spoke. That was an odd encounter. The old man seems obsessed with me and with this idea that I am Sirius' brother Regulus, who was killed during the war. Regulus is the one who obtained one of Riddle's soul anchors which we have already destroyed. Thursday, the 3rd of July 1986. After their brief and unpleasant encounter with the headmaster, Wesley and Amanda made their way into Gringotts Bank. Wesley quietly spoke with one of the tellers, explaining that he had some important family matters to discuss with his account manager, Sharpfang. After several minutes they were brought into a small office and then Sharpfang joined them. It has been a while, Mr. Black, greeted Sharpfang. His voice did sound a little irritated at first. I understand that you are here to review your accounts. Would that be your personal accounts or the Black family accounts? While you are the heir to the Black family, any important decisions about investments and funds for the Black family can only be made by the lord of your house. Wesley held a hand up briefly and then smiled briefly. That is always understood, Sharpfang. Of course, but I am not here to speak about Black family investments and holdings. Sharpfang frowned. Are you wasting my time, Mr. Black? Hopefully I am not wasting anyone's time, stated Wesley. What I need is to know if Gringotts, or the goblins in general, might be able to help us with finding a service, a very important and unusual service. Sharpfang looked back and forth between Wesley and Amanda, and his expression showed that he was confused. Then he looked back at Wesley. Exactly what kind of services does House Black need? Wesley's smile left and his face became very serious. What I am looking for, is a surgeon, a Muggle doctor, who knows about the magical world and would have an idea about how to perform surgery on a magical patient. Sharpfang frowned even more. What would you possibly need a Muggle surgeon for? Do you mean a squib? And what kind of surgery do you require that a healer or potion master could not help you with? This is highly unusual, indeed. Wesley rubbed his face briefly before he rephrased what he needed. What I am looking for is someone with the skill and knowledge who could remove a cursed scar from someone I know and care about. Sharpfang closed his eyes for a few moments and then his eyes opened wide. You need someone to surgically remove Master Harry Potter's scar. Wesley looked to Amanda who smiled and briefly shrugged her shoulders. Wesley shook his head slightly and then spoke to the goblin once again. Yes, well, that would be someone with a well-known scar, who is magical. Sharpfang interrupted Wesley. The young boy has a bright red scar on his forehead. It has not healed, and he received it when he was attacked by a certain dark wizard, several years ago. We may be goblins, but we understand magic and humans. Human scars do not take more than 5 years to heal. Unless of course there is magic hidden within the scar that is affecting the normal healing process. Well, that makes sense, said Wesley, however no one else seems to have figured that out. Sharpfang laughed at Wesley. Wizards can be quite stupid and blind. Wesley shrugged his shoulders. I can't really argue with you about that, now can I? Sharpfang smiled, which was a little disturbing to Wesley and Amanda. But why ask for a Muggle surgeon? The particular type of curse on young Master Potter's scar is not something that can be easily dealt with, stated Wesley, quietly thinking that this was quite obvious, particularly considering what they had just discussed. Sharpfang scoffed, of course not. Not when it most likely contains a soul shard or some other form of equally dark magic. Wesley leaned back and stared at the goblin. The goblin smiled again. Now, For a fee, of course, we can offer a healer and a ritual which would take care of the problem that young Mr. Potter is afflicted with. Wesley rubbed the back of his head as he considered what he was just told. He wondered why no one considered that for him when he was young. Then he shook his head and mentally berated himself for such a foolish thought, as he knew that no one really looked out for his best interests when he was younger. And just what will be the cost of such an endeavor? Asked Wesley. Sharpfang did not show any emotion as he replied, 500 galleons for the initial evaluation by the goblin healer, and then another 1,000 galleons for the ritual. Wesley raised an eyebrow and then he smiled slightly. And how soon can this be arranged? Sharpfang pressed a button under his desk. A moment later another goblin came in and they spoke to each other in their native language. The other goblin left the room, and returned 2 minutes later and they once again spoke in their language. The account manager then turned back to Wesley. Would you and his guardian be able to bring the child into Gringotts tomorrow before 9 in the morning? Thursday evening. The Black Estate. Wesley had waited for all of the adults who would be present before he brought up his latest news. Amanda was at her apartment getting ready for her move to Hogwarts, and she had already heard what he was about to share. Sirius, Narcissa and Arcturus were present, as were young Harry and Draco. When the meal was finished, Wesley dismissed the boys to go play, but he asked the adults to stay. Everyone, please listen up, said Wesley. I met with Sharpfang, the Black family account manager at Gringotts today. Apparently there's a goblin healer who can evaluate a certain scar and they may have the means to deal with it without harming Harry. Sirius's jaw dropped. You want to remove that scar? The one that indicates that he is the boy who lived. That shows to everyone that he defeated Riddle, when he was still just a toddler. What I am going to say is related to the information I shared with you all, that cannot be repeated, said Wesley. I told you all before why I am here. To make sure Tom Riddle does not come back and attack Harry and start the next war. To prevent himself from dying, in an attempt to flee from death, thinking he could make himself immortal or invincible, he created dark abominations of soul anchors. Those items had to be destroyed to defeat him. Destroying them all now will prevent him from ever being able to return. The problem is, one of those dark soul anchors became embedded in Harry's scar. Then of course we need to get rid of it, exclaimed Sirius. Narcissa narrowed her eyes at Wesley. From what you are saying, I presume that the goblins did not do this for you when you were young. That is correct, was Wesley's brief reply. Then how did you get it out of your scar? Asked Sirius. Wesley rubbed his face for a moment before he answered. I would like this answer to be added to the information within the Fidelius that Arcturus cast previously. Of course you would say that, said Sirius, who was looking back and forth between Arcturus and Wesley. Very well, stated Arcturus, as he took his wand out and cast the Fidelius charm once again. I died. Riddle killed me. However, due to the soul piece in my scar, I was given the option to allow the soul piece to die and to return to this life of mine, said Wesley, his tone very somber. That was when Narcissa lied to Riddle. He had cast the killing curse at me again and once again I did not die. But this young Harry, he will not have to die to have that soul anchor removed from his head. Bloody hell, said Sirius. What you already told us was bad enough. This is something to be happy about, not cursing, stated Arcturus. We have been searching for a way to deal with the soul anchor in young Harry, and now we have that way. How soon can this be done? Asked Narcissa. We have an appointment for 9 tomorrow morning, said Wesley. Sirius, you will need to bring Harry as you are his guardian. I am covering all of the expenses for this special service. And what do we do while this is happening? Demanded Narcissa. Wesley shrugged his shoulders. You stay here and watch over Draco and the other kids that show up. Simple explanation. Harry has an appointment with a healer and will be back as soon as possible. Will it cause Harry a lot of pain? Asked Sirius. I have no idea, said Wesley, but I think it is preferable to having someone kill Harry. A silence fell over the table for a minute as they considered just how important tomorrow's meeting with the goblins would be for their future, but especially for young Harry. The adults then went about their usual evening activities of cleaning up and getting Harry and Draco to go to bed. Once the boys were tucked in for the night, Narcissa approached Wesley. Could I ask you some questions, just you and me? Asked Narcissa. Wesley raised an eyebrow, hoping he wasn't about to be slapped once again by this woman. Sure, he said. He then led her into the room that had become his own personal study. Once they entered the office, Narcissa cast a couple of charms on the door, which Wesley noted. Narcissa asked her question slowly. Clearly she was hesitant to speak to Wesley. Can you tell me anything more about Draco's time at Hogwarts, and anything more about Draco? Wesley took a deep breath. Are you sure you want me to tell you all of this? Narcissa narrowed her eyes at him. Of course I am, or we wouldn't be here right now. Stop acting stupid. I know you're not. And I also know that what you are doing will change his future. Draco will have a very different life now. So, don't worry about offending me by what you say. I'm not stupid. I know Lucius' influence would most likely have made Draco as much of a pompous ass as his father. Wesley chuckled slightly. Well, Draco was a pompous ass who kept threatening to tell his father about everything. Wesley shook his head slightly as he recalled his first encounter with the bee-owned ferret. He actually tried to offer friendship with me when we first met, on the train at the beginning of our first year, but he offended me and a friend at that time. It didn't help that I didn't understand anything about the magical world, so I chose to turn him down, and in doing so I offend him. Narcissa nodded. That didn't help anything for you, I am sure. Wesley rubbed the back of his neck and then he continued. So then, my then best friend, or only friend, or at least the first friend I ever had, kept telling me how awful Slytherin was, how they were all evil because Riddle came from there. So, that didn't help me make friends. And for all I know, that particular friend actively kept people away from me. I will make sure that young Harry will not be influenced that way at all. He already has a group of friends who will go to Hogwarts together, and they will know that it won't matter which house they are sorted into, even Slytherin, for they can and should stay friends. Narcissa smiled at that. Wesley took a deep breath and then he continued. I know there is a lot of potential for Draco to do well, to become a strong wizard. He hesitated when he was ordered by Riddle to kill the headmaster at the end of our 6th year. He did not do that. Events occurred that protected him from the wrath of Riddle, so that wasn't an issue. Then, at the end of 7th year, when I had returned to the school, I was trying to find one of the last soul anchors Riddle had made. Draco and his buddies followed us to the hidden room where we were looking for the item. One of his friends cast Fiendfire, which nearly killed us all. I was able to rescue Draco from that room. The Fiendfire, while it took the life of the idiot who cast it, managed to destroy the soul anchor we had found in that room. It was later, when I gave myself up to Riddle, in an effort to save others from being killed, that Riddle tried to kill me once again. As I said earlier this evening, once again, I survived the killing curse, his killing curse. Riddle asked you to confirm that I was dead. You saw that I was still alive. And you asked me about Draco. I whispered to you that he was alive, that I had seen him not long before I went to the forest. And you lied to Riddle, told him I was dead. I can never forget what you did for me. I played dead, and came back to life, in front of his Death Eaters and the students and teachers and all the others who were fighting against him at the school. Then the final battle truly began. To make a long story short, I defeated Riddle. Meanwhile, Lucius slunk away from the fight just to save himself. Narcissa shivered slightly at the name of her late husband. Please, don't ever mention that man again. I think there was something in the marriage contract that my parents signed that made me obedient to him. I still feel dirty, having been married to him and having been with him for so long. It may have only been due to something in the marriage contract that caused me to be with him and bear his child. And as I already told you, you saved me from that. You saved me from a life of pain. Wesley smirked at her. Life is pain, Narcissa. Anyone who says differently is selling something. Narcissa gave him an odd look in response to what he said. Then she stood up and silently walked up to him. She keyed him hard on the lips, holding the key for over a minute. She then let go, turned around and undid the spells she had cast on the door and left the office. Friday, the 4th of July 1986. Sirius and Wesley had spoken to Harry about his scar and how the goblins would try to make the scar go away and remove any dark magic that may be associated with the scar. Harry reached up and rubbed his scar, something which he rarely would do, as the scar hurt every time he touched it. Harry opened his eyes wide as he looked at the two men he came to look as fun uncles, and he asked them the first thing that came to his mind. So, my scar won't hurt anymore after this? Sirius turned to Wesley to let him answer. No, Harry, the scar won't hurt anymore once this is done, said Wesley with a slight smile. Will it hurt to fix the scar? Asked Harry, who now looked more afraid than hopeful. Wesley shrugged his shoulders slightly. I really don't know, Harry. But what I do know is that I had a scar once that hurt a lot, and I didn't find out that it contained dark magic until I was much older. Harry interrupted Wesley. You had a scar too. Did yours hurt to get rid of it? Where was your scar? What did it look like? Sirius was trying to not laugh at Wesley for having to answer all of young Harry's questions at once. Wesley took a deep breath and started to answer his younger self. Yes, I had a scar. And like you, my scar was on my forehead. And after my scar was dealt with, I was able to have any evidence of it removed, so no one can see that I used to have a scar on my forehead. And yes, what it took to get rid of my scar was something very unpleasant. However, I am very happy to be rid of the scar I used to have. And I hope that you don't have to experience any of the unpleasantness I had associated with my scar, and I had a lot of unpleasant things because of the dark magic in my scar. Will you be with me when they fix my scar? Asked Harry with a pleading tone. Sirius and I will bring you to Gringotts, and the goblins will bring you to a room where we can't be with you while they do what they need to do to fix this, said Wesley. But we will be there at Gringotts and we will be waiting for you and we will get you something special once this is all done. Special? You mean, like my own large ice cream sundae from Fortescue's that I won't have to share with anyone? Asked a now excited Harry. As you wish, said Wesley. Hogwarts. Amanda had been working on organizing her office at Hogwarts that Friday morning. She knew that Wesley would be occupied all day, or at least all morning, as he and Sirius would be bringing young Harry to the goblins to have his scar removed. Mid-morning she decided to head down to Hogsmeade to get some refreshment. She had no idea how long the ritual would take to remove the Horcrux from Harry's scar, but she was sure that Wesley would update her on any information once he knew what was done and how things were going. Amanda was walking down to the village from Hogwarts, when there was a sudden sound of people apparating in behind her. Amanda started to turn around when she was dropped to the ground by two stunners. Two men who had appeared sneered and then grabbed her body and apparated away. Amanda shook her head and realized she had a massive headache. She quickly assumed that she had been stunned, but knew that wouldn't cause her to have a headache, so she then guessed she had either been fed a potion or had some other magic that had attacked her. She went to rub her head, but then she realized that she couldn't move her arms. And then she noted she couldn't move her legs. She opened her eyes and looked around. She quickly realized that she was tied to a chair in the middle of a large room. She could feel the weight of metal cuffs on her wrists and ankles, and then she understood that they were magic-suppressing cuffs. A moment after she was becoming aware of her surroundings and her predicament, a door opened to the room. Cantankerous Knot strode into the room. He sneered at her and then laughed. Oh, I see that Miss Lestrange is awake, finally. It's Lester, she snapped at her captor. Don't be so rude. You and I both know your true heritage, added the old man with a laugh. She simply glared at the old man in front of her and did not respond verbally. Knot shrugged his shoulders when he realized that she wasn't going to snap back at him, or at least not yet. But that is neither here nor there. You are to help me solve a problem, or actually solve several problems that I have. Amanda scoffed at the man. And exactly how am I supposed to help you solve a problem, particularly when I am bound to this chair? Knot laughed again. Well, it is in your being bound to that chair that you will aid in the solving of said problems. And just what sort of problems are these? Snapped Amanda. Cantankerous smiled at her, and his smile sent chills down her spine. First, I have a desire to travel through time. And not just a few hours, more like years. And a simple time turner is not about to help make that a reality. She concentrated on not allowing any emotion to show through as she questioned him. Why do you need to travel through time? Nott frowned slightly at her question. You see, that is another problem which I need solved. The need to change certain events in the past. Things haven't always gone the way they should. Or at least not in the ways that I think they should. And isn't that what really matters most here? Amanda wasn't sure exactly where he was going with his comments. And how exactly does having me here help you solve that particular problem? Nott smiled an eerie smile at her again. Well, to be honest, you don't actually solve that problem or any of my problems. But your being here will cause someone to come and find you. Which is precisely what I am counting on. And that individual, Wesley Black, or Potter, or Farmer or whatever name he has chosen for himself, he is the one who should be able to help me. Amanda was trying not to show any worry or fear. And why would Wesley Black be able to help you? Nott laughed at her again. That is something that you may or may not know the details of, or even what he has done. For I have it on quite good authority that the man has learned how to travel through time. And I intend to learn just how he has done it. What kind of crazy idea is that? She asked, while internally she wondered just how he had learned some of or any of Wesley's secrets. I really don't think it matters to you, but then again, as there is absolutely nothing that you can do with any information I give you, I can at least sat some of your curiosity, said Nott, his pride in his knowledge ringing through his words. I have friends, I have connections, I know people, important people. And some of these people may or may not be involved with the Department of Mysteries. And there are some who work within said department who have determined that something unusual occurred with time at one point. And it just so happens that shortly after this occurrence came the appearance of one Wesley Farmer. Amanda was grateful that she had studied occlumency and was able to mask any reaction from her face. Nott continued in his boasting tone. All of my previous research, which has been aided by certain associates of mine, friends of mine, within said Department of Mysteries, well, we, or I, have determined that one cannot pass through more than minutes or hours of time without the appropriate payment or sacrifice to death itself. What are you on about? Asked Amanda, allowing bewilderment to affect her voice. Do not interrupt, that is not polite, snapped Nott. Now where was I? Oh, yes, a sacrifice to death. Now, you may have read the tale of the three brothers when you were a little girl, part of the tales of Beetle the Bard. The Peverell family was long thought to be extinct. And the Deathly Hallows. Most people don't think that they actually exist, much like rodents of unusual size. Be that as it may, I believe they do exist, the Deathly Hallows that is. Well, and rodents of unusual size, I am quite sure that they also exist. And I am quite sure that your Wesley, well, that he is probably in possession of one or more of said items. I have dedicated my life to the study of the Deathly Hallows. Amanda was shocked to hear his pronouncements. You have done nothing but study the Deathly Hallows. Nott sighed slightly. Well, lately it's been more pursue than study. There was a rumor that Grindelwald had one of the Hallows. He used the Deathly Hallows as his personal symbol. He searched for them. I am sure if he had obtained them, then he would have not been able to have been defeated, no matter how powerful some fools think Albus too many names Dumbledore may be. Amanda closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then she looked back at Nott. So what do you intend to do with me? Nott raised an eyebrow at her question. For starters, nothing. Well, nothing beyond keeping you here. Wesley will come for me, she said. Nott laughed at her comment. That is exactly what I am planning. And you have told him that you kidnapped me? Asked Amanda, trying to learn as much from the man as possible, even if it might not make any difference in how things pan out. Nott smirked at her. Oh, I have yet to tell him anything. I suppose you could send him a message, but then again, perhaps not, as you are magically bound to that chair and cannot use any magic. So I would suppose that he might need a little encouragement to come find you. She narrowed her eyes and growled at the man who had captured her. What kind of encouragement? Cantankerous just laughed and turned around and slowly walked out of the room. Hagrid was making his way back to Hogwarts from spending some time at the Hog's Head Inn when he noticed an envelope laying in the middle of the dirt road leading up to the castle. He leaned over to get a closer look and picked up the envelope, which had only a name written on the outside. Wesley Black. Now that's odd, said the gamekeeper out loud even though there was no one around. Perhaps the new professor dropped this on her way up to the castle. Maybe Professor McGonagall would know how to get a hold of him. Or I could just bring it up to Professor Lester's office, he said to himself, as he placed the envelope in his pocket and made his way to the castle. Gringotts Bank. The ritual that the goblins had performed on Harry was a success. After over 1 hour in the ritual chamber, the goblins carried a very exhausted young boy on a bed up to the room where his guardian, Sirius Black, and his cousin, Wesley Black, were waiting. Sharpfang entered the room first. Everything has gone well. The child is exhausted, as the ritual does tap into some of the boy's magic. He will suffer no ill effects. The soul anchor abomination has been dealt with. A moment later, the goblins brought young Harry into the room and he smiled when he saw Sirius and Wesley. Harry complained that the ordeal did hurt a lot, but he felt so much better when the ordeal was over. Sharpfang was about to leave the room when he turned to speak to the wizards. One more thing, the ritual also accomplished something more. There was apparently a block placed on young Harry's magic. This block was also removed during the course of the ritual. Do not be surprised if he has increased outbursts of accidental magic over the next several days, or even weeks, while his body adjusts to the multiple changes. Sirius had tears in his eyes as he leaned over and embraced Harry with a hug. Wesley simply raised an eyebrow and considered that must have occurred to him when he had died in the Forbidden Forest. He took a deep breath and quietly commented to himself, "That's curious." Sirius then turned to Wesley. "So, how long do we need to stay here?" Sharpfang had indicated that Harry should rest for an hour before he gets up to move around, said Wesley. "We can then take him home. Then we can ask your cousin, Andy, to come check on him. In the meantime, I can send a Patronus message to the family and to Amanda that everything has gone well." Harry and Sirius watched as Wesley called out, "Expecto Patronum," and a bright silver wolf came out of his wand. The wolf ran off through the walls of the room. Wesley repeated this a few more times. First he sent one to Arcturus, then Narcissa, then Andromeda, and then finally to Amanda. The two wizards patiently waited with Sirius doting over young Harry for the next hour. When the hour for recovery ended, Sirius asked his godson how he was feeling. Harry smiled, "Like I could eat 100 ice cream sundaes." Sirius smiled and looked at Wesley. Wesley grinned back. "I promised him anything he wanted after we were done, and Harry told me last night he wanted to go to Fortescue's and get an ice cream sundae." "A giant one!" exclaimed Harry. Sirius rubbed the top of Harry's head. "Anything you want, pup." One of the goblin healers returned to the room and performed a quick assessment on young Harry. The goblin then turned to Wesley and Sirius. "Young Master Potter seems quite fit and he is quite clear of the dark magic that was embedded into his scar. You are free to take him home now." "To home then, pup?" asked Sirius. "Not until I get my promised ice cream sundae," said Harry, with clear excitement in his voice. The three of them walked out of Gringotts and made their way up the street to Fortescue's ice cream shop. Harry did order a very large sundae, while his uncle and Wesley just ordered a small dish each. When Harry was finishing his ice cream, the group were surprised when a silver-tinged wolf Patronus came walking up to Wesley, to the shock of everyone around. Wesley reached out his hand. The wolf Patronus came up to him and nuzzled his hand. Wesley frowned as he turned to Sirius. "I think this is the one I sent to Amanda, who should be at Hogwarts. It shouldn't have a problem finding her there." Cantankerous Knot walked back into the large room where Amanda Lester was being held, still bound and in magic-suppressing cuffs. "Are you comfortable in that chair?" asked Knot. Amanda masked her true feelings as she simply replied, "I've had better, and I've had worse." Knot laughed at her, still with the sense of humor. "Be that as it may, I would guess that it shouldn't be too much longer before we hear from your young man." Amanda raised an eyebrow. "You managed to send a message to Wesley then? How did you manage that?" Knot smirked. "Simple. I just left an envelope with his name on it in the middle of the road where you were abducted from." Amanda shook her head thinking that was the stupidest thing she had heard all day. And how exactly is he supposed to find that? Knot ignored her smirk. "Someone will find it. And then they will send it to him." Amanda closed her eyes momentarily and then spoke again. "Who will find it and how will they send it to him?" She understood that the Black estate had wards that were known to be quite difficult to get through, even sending simple messages could be difficult at best. There are plenty of people who make the trip to and from Hogsmeade and Hogwarts. It will be found, stated Not. Amanda shook her head. That is the dumbest thing I have ever heard of, just leaving it lying on the ground. A gust of wind could blow it away. Not scoffed. Not likely to happen. I have made arrangements. It will be found and it will not just blow away in the breeze. A moment later he reached into his pocket, pulled out a small parchment, unrolled it, smiled and then put the piece of parchment away. Aha! The note has been found, he said with a smirk as he looked back at Amanda. By who? Asked Amanda. Hagrid, stated Not. Amanda laughed, thinking that was the least helpful person who could have found the note based on everything Wesley had previously told her about Hogwarts. You mean the half-giant gamekeeper? Not seemed affronted by her question. Yes, that Hagrid. Is there another? Amanda shook her head and laughed. I am truly beginning to worry about you. A couple of hours later Not had returned to the dungeon room. Compared to any dungeon she had ever seen before, Amanda did think it was the brightest and cleanest that she could have ever imagined. And you're back, but Wesley hasn't joined you yet, commented Amanda. Not did not speak. He quietly pulled out his wand and waved it silently and her hands were released but her legs were still bound with magic suppressing cuffs. He then called his elf, who appeared with a tray of food which was placed on a table which Not had conjured in front of her. Without another word Not left her alone in the brightly lit dungeon. I take it that you haven't had a response from Wesley, she said to no one as she was alone in the room. She looked around the room and recalled that Wesley had once mentioned that house elves could often bypass wards of other wizards. She quietly called the name of one of the elves she had seen at the Black estate. Dobby, can you hear me? Wesley was a little disturbed that his Patronus had returned and even more so that it was unable to deliver a simple message. Clearly something was wrong. Sirius, you need to take Harry home to the Black estate, right now, said Wesley keeping his voice low. Harry looked up over his ice cream. Wesley turned to Harry. Don't worry, Sirius will have the elves get you a new sundae, but right now you both need to get home. Sirius looked at Wesley. Sure, man, sure. But once I drop off Harry, should I come and find you? I will let you know if I need your help, said Wesley as he dissipated away from Diagon Alley. Wesley arrived at the gates to Hogwarts and immediately banged on the gates, summoning a staff member to come and meet with him. A minute later Minerva McGonagall arrived. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Black? I am here to speak with Amanda Lester, said Wesley with an obvious urgency in his voice. I know she came here today to get settled into her office. I had an important message for her that I sent via a Patronus. Minerva raised an eyebrow at hearing the young man had sent a Patronus message but then chided herself that she really should not have been surprised based on so many other things he had already accomplished. Wesley ignored her look and he continued with his concerns, but then my Patronus returned to me and it indicated that it had not been able to deliver the message. Minerva's eyes widened. I never heard of such a thing happening. Neither have I, said Wesley, which is why I am here and I am more than a little concerned. Wesley was about to ask Minerva if she could check the wards to see if Amanda was on the castle grounds when Hagrid arrived. Oh, Mr. Black, came the booming voice of the half-giant. I found a note for you earlier today. Minerva turned to face the large gamekeeper. What on earth do you mean you found a note for Mr. Black? Wesley nodded in agreement, wondering what Hagrid was talking about. Well, Professor, began Hagrid in his usual drawl, I was walking back to the castle from the Hogshead Inn after I had just had a little something to wet my whistle, if you know what I mean. And on my way back here I noticed a note or envelope just lying in the middle of the road. I thought that was a mite bit odd, and I picked up the note. Where is this note? Asked McGonagall. Oh, well, you see, replied Hagrid, I went by her office, but she wasn't there. No, she wasn't. There was an awkward pause as Hagrid just stood there. Wesley then spoke up. So you just checked to see if Amanda was in her office. Then what did you do? Well, I knew that Miss Lester and Mr. Black were what you might call good friends, so I left the note for him in her office, on her desk, said Hagrid with a big grin. McGonagall turned to Wesley and gave him a silent look of an apology. Wesley tried to not show too much emotion as he spoke to the Transfiguration professor. Could we go and find that note then? Minerva nodded. That would be fine. If you would just follow me. She then turned to Hagrid. Thank you for letting us know that you found that note and where you put it. A few minutes later, the two had arrived at the office for the Dada professor, and there was the envelope with Wesley's name clearly written on it. Here is the envelope, commented Minerva as she picked it up and handed it to Wesley. Wesley hesitated when he took a hold of it and felt he could sense some dark magic in the parchment. However, he went ahead and opened the envelope and there was a sudden flash. As Minerva watched Wesley disappear in front of her, she heard him scream out in pain. A minute later, Albus Dumbledore and Phileas Flitwick arrived at the office for Amanda Lester. What is going on here, Minerva? Asked the headmaster. The wards for the castle have been indicating that they were just breached. Phileas was slightly out of breath as he joined them. I thought I heard screaming from somewhere in the castle. Minerva looked pale. Mr. Black, Wesley Black, he came to Hogwarts looking for Miss Lester. She was here earlier today, working on settling into her office. He sent her a Patronus message at one point, but he said the Patronus returned to him as it could not find Miss Lester. Now that sounds quite odd, commented the headmaster. I thought so too, agreed McGonagall. She continued with reviewing what had happened. Mr. Black arrived at the gates for Hogwarts and was banging on them. I went to see what all the ruckus was about and he explained what had happened. Then Hagrid arrived and he mentioned he had found an envelope with Mr. Black's name on it. He picked up the envelope and brought it here to Miss Lester's office as he knew they were friends. I brought Mr. Black up here for him to retrieve the envelope, and as he touched it there was a flash, and he screamed out in pain as he disappeared. Albus frowned and Phileas cast some quick charms. Albus followed suit and the two looked at each other with worried expressions. What did you find? Asked Minerva. It appears that the envelope was a specialized port key, stated Phileas. But a port key shouldn't be able to work through the school's wards like that, stated Minerva. But apparently it did, said Albus. And to force Mr. Black through the wards, well, that was most likely a very painful experience for young Regulus. Minerva and Phileas stared at the headmaster. It was Wesley Black, not his cousin Regulus, stated Minerva as she stared at the headmaster, starting to question if he was losing his memory. Albus laughed. Oh, yes, I know. It is just that I am quite convinced that Wesley is actually Sirius' brother who was long thought dead. That is not what the Black family states, said Phileas. And I am sure they cannot be the same person. I have seen how Regulus practiced magic when he was here, and there is no way he could have developed the kind of dueling skills and magical power that Wesley has. They are not the same person. Wesley crashed into the floor of a large room that was dimly lit. He was more than a little disoriented as he rolled off of his bruised or possibly broken shoulder. He felt that every muscle in his body must be aching, and all of his nerves seemed to be on fire. As he tried to stand up and reach for his wand, a red spell struck him. The wizard who was pointing the wand at Wesley laughed. I'm sure that hurt on top of all of those magical wards you were forcibly dragged through. Now to get you set up on Knott's machine. Wesley became aware that he was being held onto some sort of table by magical bonds. Two men came walking up to him. One was Cantankerous Knott, the other was not someone he immediately recognized. Ah, Tyrone, I see my little prize has decided to rejoin the ranks of the living, or at least those who are awake, sneered Knott. Tyrone laughed at the captive wizard in front of them. And it will be interesting just to see how well this device works. Wesley tried not to react to the two men who were clearly trying to taunt him and scare him. Now, Wesley, let us not continue to try and fool each other, said Knott. You claim to be a Black, you even managed to convince that fool Arcturus of your lineage, but we both know that is a lie. You are not a Black. You look more like a Potter, but you are clearly not a Potter. So, that tells me that you're probably a Peverell. Wesley remained silent, for it was clear that Knott was along the lines of the typical movie villain who would monologue about his nefarious plans to the one person they should not reveal anything to about said plans. I see you're not a man of many words right now, said Knott with a laugh. I tend to think that those extra wards which you were dragged through only increased the lingering pain you are still experiencing. But have no fear, Tyrone will be working on making sure that all of those symptoms simply get worse. Knott's eyes drifted around the unusual contraption attached to the uncomfortable wooden bed or structure that Wesley found himself. I can see that you are wondering what this little toy of mine is that you find yourself tied to, so I will let Tyrone explain everything, stated Knott. Tyrone had a very disconcerting gleam in his eyes as he spoke to Wesley. You are about to be one of the first to experience this enchanted magical device. And I can see that you are wondering what we are talking about. This is a device that will cause pain. For some reason, unknown to us, the Ministry of Magic has seen fit to ban the use of the Cruciatus Curse. Well, most simply put, this device will inflict a level of pain consistent with pain levels that the Cruciatus can cause. And since neither Lord Knott nor myself are actually casting a spell such as the Cruciatus Curse, then the Ministry will not detect what we are doing and we are not violating any Ministry laws or statutes. Other than kidnapping and holding someone against their will, sneered Wesley. Knott stepped forward. Now, all of this can be simply avoided if you just provide for me the information and items I require. Wesley frowned in response, but as he was bound to the machine there was not much else which he could do. This machine can and will cause pain. But it is not designed to cause death, stated Knott. And death itself is such a fascinating topic. The Dark Lord claimed to have defeated death, despite his temporary setback somehow at the hands of that Potter brat and his parents. No, death has not defeated the Dark Lord, and he will return. I have been working on replicating some of his measures to ensure that I too can defeat death. However, time can be very important, and the traversing of time can become an advantage, and none have studied this as much as myself, with the assistance of certain friends of whom we will not speak. But there are certain hallowed items which I am trying to obtain. Items which I believe that you, Wesley Black, or Potter, or Peverell, whoever you are, items that you can either obtain for me or help me to obtain. Wesley tried not to allow any reaction or response on his face as he listened to the wizard who spoke to him. Knott frowned at the lack of response from the young man. Very well then, why don't we try a little sample of what this machine can do? Tyrone grinned a very malicious grin. Now, this machine is new, so I am researching how it works and how it affects individuals. So after we try the first application, I would like for you to tell me just how you feel. And remember, your responses will be recorded for posterity's sake. With that he raised the arm attached to a numbered dial to the level of 1. Pain, lots of pain, was the thought that ran through Wesley's mind at that moment. Knott noted the slight tear that formed in the corner of Wesley's eye. I'm quite sure that you do not want to experience anything like that again. So, I strongly recommend that you become much more cooperative. And why don't you tell me what you know about the Hallows? I am not much of a fan of children's stories, stated Wesley. Amanda was still restrained in the chair where she had been fed a slight meal. She was trying to stay strong, but she was not sure what was happening with Wesley or what was going to be done to her. If only a house elf, like Dobby, could sneak through the wards of someone else's manor. A moment later there was a slight pop, and Dobby appeared. Wesley's Miss Amanda. What are you doing here? Amanda's eyes went wide. Oh, Dobby, I can't believe you heard me and you were able to come here. Dobby had a worried expression. Did Bad Wizard take Master Wesley's Miss Amanda? Where is Master Wesley? I don't know where Wesley is, but the Bad Wizard brought me here to try and capture Wesley for some reason, said Amanda. Dobby can free Master Wesley's Miss Amanda and bring her back to the Black Estate, said Dobby. Amanda bit her lip. Okay, but I don't know if the Bad Wizard also has Wesley yet, she said. Let's save Miss Amanda first, said Dobby. Then the bindings on Amanda fell off her legs. Dobby grabbed her wrist and the two disappeared from the Knott Castle dungeon. Friday afternoon. The 4th of July 1986. Black Estate. Dobby appeared with Amanda in the middle of the large sitting room, and immediately called out, Lord Black. Come quickly, Miss Amanda needs you. Arcturus was about to yell at the house elf for making a scene when he noticed that Amanda was crying. What in Merlin's name is going on? He demanded. Amanda had pulled herself up along the edge of a sofa, and she had tears streaming down her eyes. Earlier today, some men, they kidnapped me when I was walking to Hogsmeade. She took a deep breath, trying to hold back tears. And then, well, then, they brought me to a castle, to Knott's castle. What the bloody hell did they do that for? Snapped Arcturus, who was guessing what was happening. Before she could answer, as she was breathing heavily, he answered his own question. He rubbed a hand across his face. Then he continued, they took you as a means to get Wesley, didn't they? That's what Knott told me, said Amanda. Lord Knott made it quite clear he had a score to settle with Wesley. And they have Wesley now? Asked Arcturus. And how in Merlin's name did you manage to get away? Amanda took a deep breath. Yes, they have Wesley. He came for me and he was captured by Knott. And I recalled that house elves could sometimes get through wards, and I tried calling out to the elf, to Dobby, who had done things to help Wesley when he was younger. Then Dobby actually appeared and managed to get me out of there. Hearing a commotion in the sitting room, Sirius and Narcissa came running into the room. Arcturus quickly summarized for them what Amanda had said. Sirius started cursing the Knott family while Narcissa went over to her side to comfort Amanda. Cantankerous sneered at Wesley. Don't think you can play the fool with me, Peverell. As I said, you must be a Peverell and you must know about the Hallows. Wesley realized that if he continued to give snarky replies to Knott that he may experience the pain of the machine once again, and he was quite sure he wanted to avoid that. You're a grown man, so why the fascination with children's bedtime stories? Knott shook his head. Fascination with children's stories? Hardly. It's more like a desire to understand some of the oldest magic known to us. A type of magic that has no comparison. Magic that gives unique abilities, and a power that few have ever truly understood. They're just children's stories, said Wesley as he shook his head. Many people have invisibility cloaks. Cheap knockoffs that you can purchase in a backroom down Nocturne Alley are not the same. Those things have limitations, and even the best ones are only slightly useful for up to a year at most. But the Peverell cloak can and did last for many, many years. Wesley simply stared at the ceiling above him. You have spent your adult life chasing items from a children's story. I'm not sure which is more pathetic, your foolishness in trying to lock me up in here, or your crazy ideas. Knott walked around the room as he glared at his captive. You keep up your ridiculous quips and I will have Tyrone raise the bar to a setting of 2 next time. You didn't seem to like the effects with the machine being raised to just a setting of 1. Wesley decided at this point to ignore the man who was holding him captive. Knott paced around the room for a few minutes and was growing impatient. Tyrone, stay here and keep an eye on him. If anything unusual were to occur, you may go ahead and set the machine to a setting of 5. That should stop him from trying to escape. With those instructions given to Tyrone, Knott turned on his heel and strode out of the room, slamming the door closed behind him. Friday evening, the 4th of July 1986. Arcturus had gone into his study and was rummaging through a magically hidden closet. After a couple of minutes he grabbed what he was looking for, a large case. He brought the case back into his study and laid it across his desk. Sirius, Amanda and Narcissa had all followed him into the study. What the hell is that? Asked Sirius. Arcturus smiled to himself as he slowly opened the case, and carefully lifted out a staff. There was some sort of glowing jewel on one end. The wood was dark and had some sigils and runes carved into the shaft in various places. You have a magical staff? Asked a surprised Narcissa. Not just any staff, said Arcturus as he admired the staff he was holding up in front of him. My good friend, Charles Potter, had one that was nearly identical. We used them when we fought together against Grindelwald. I haven't used this in many years. But it's just a magic staff, said Amanda as she stared at the large object that Arcturus held up. Arcturus turned and faced her and actually started to laugh. Just a staff. Were Grindelwald and Voldemort just simple wizards? Was the Muggles' World War II just a minor conflict? Is Hogwarts a simple pile of rocks and rubble? I think not, my dear. No, this is not just a magical staff. This is a battle staff. The 3 younger people stared at the staff with a new respect. Now, we will prepare to retrieve Wesley and we will attack Knott Manor, declared Arcturus. This will not be pretty, and it could possibly lead to a blood feud between our families. Possibly, questioned Sirius. How could this only possibly lead to a blood feud? If I was Lord Black, I would declare a blood feud right now. His anger was palpable as he was nearly yelling at Arcturus. Arcturus laughed at the outburst, which caused Sirius to turn red with increased anger. I think you misunderstand me, young man, placated Arcturus. The only way I see this ending in a blood feud is if somehow, when this is all done, there are surviving members of the Knot family. Amanda and Narcissa both gasped at his words. Arcturus did not back down from his statement. No, the feud was already declared by the actions which Knot has taken. First with the attacks which he orchestrated against the children. Then he abducted Amanda, with his goal of capturing Wesley. Tonight, the Black family will end this. I want to help, said Amanda, standing straighter. Arcturus shook his head. I mean no disrespect to you, my dear, but no, you will not be coming. He held up his hand to stop her protests. You have already been used as ploy to capture Wesley. If you return, it is possible that Knot may use you to distract Wesley. For once he is freed, he will fight against Knot. And besides, we need someone to stay here and be sure the children are all right. The house elves will be assisting us in traveling to and possibly from the Knot residence. Then he turned to Sirius and Narcissa. I presume that I will not be able to dissuade either one of you from accompanying me to the Knot castle. Both of them indicated that they would be joining Arcturus. Arcturus nodded and quietly walked back into his closet, and pulled out a much smaller box. He then returned to his desk and placed the smaller box next to the one which had held his staff. He opened the box and there were over a dozen wands in the box. Quickly now, find a wand which suits you. Do not bring your usual wand with you tonight. I don't want there to be any residue of magic form either one of you. Regardless of what happens tonight, this will not be traced back to the Black family. Narcissa had a puzzled look on her face. Are we hiding what we are about to do? Arcturus shook his head. This is not about hiding, but about not allowing any others to get involved. Not the DMLE, not the ministry, and not any other family that may be in support of Knot. He paused for a moment before he added, choose a wand quickly. I want the house elves to bring us to Knot Castle in less than 5 minutes. Arcturus then stepped back from the desk, sat down on a chair, closed his eyes and appeared to start a very quiet meditation or chant. Sirius and Narcissa each stepped forward and quickly cast some simple spells with various wands until they each found one that suited them quite well. After a few minutes, Arcturus stood up and tapped his staff on the floor of the room. They all felt a pulse of magic radiate outwards, a warmth that engulfed all of them. That was for protection, for all of us, declared Arcturus. He then called for the house elves. Dobby, Creature, you will bring the 3 of us, Sirius, Narcissa and myself, to the Knot Castle, to the edge of their wards. Dobby, you will stay with Sirius, and Creature, you will stay with Narcissa. This may well be a big battle, and if anything was to happen to either one of them, it is your job to keep that one person safe, and bring them back home if necessary. Creature and Dobby both agreed immediately to his command. Then he turned to Amanda. If all goes well, we shall be back here shortly. Then he turned to Sirius and Narcissa. If there is anything you need to do before we leave, you have 10 minutes. Meet back here and we will all leave together, with the aid of Dobby and Creature. The darkness surrounding Knot Castle seemed unnatural at best. 2 wizards and a witch had arrived with 2 house elves, right at the edge of the wards. Arcturus stared at the castle and the darkness for a minute as he slowly waved his staff in front of him. He then planted his staff in the ground in front of him and began to speak quietly to Sirius and Narcissa. There are ward stones along the edges of the property, he began. Sirius, you go He one on the left, Dobby can identify it for you. Narcissa, Creature will accompany you to the one to the right, they are about 200 yards away. I will give you 2 minutes to get in place, near the stone. You may want to cast a strong magical shield between you and the castle's wards once you arrive. Now, hurry up, get moving, what the hell are you waiting for? The 2 nodded and quiet made their way to their respective assigned places. Arcturus waited about 2 minutes and then he lifted the staff in his right arm, spread his hands wide and started chanting quietly. His words would have been unrecognizable to anyone who would have been present if they had not studied ancient battle magic. Which Arcturus had done, since he was young. As he finished his chant, he raised his hands and they came together on the staff which he now held above his head. Then in one swift motion he swung the staff down, implanting the base of the staff on the edge of the castle's wards as he completed his chant with a shout. There was a thunderous crack and the magical wards lit up like a firework explosion. Sirius and Narcissa had each placed their magical shields, but had to hide their eyes behind an arm as the bright light flashed as the wards exploded. The two of them each looked up from where they were standing and they felt the ground rumble as the wards collapsed with a ferocity that neither could have imagined. In the distance they then heard Arcturus yell out, "Not, you are done. This is over. This all ends tonight." Arcturus shouted out the warning to the man who had captured his heir, and then he raised his staff once more, called out another chant and once again thrust his staff onto the ground. The ground shook like an earthquake and the outer walls of Knot Castle began to crumble. Once the walls started to collapse and the wards were destroyed, Sirius and Narcissa each made their way into the castle grounds. They ran into the central building, the manor, just as Arcturus had instructed them during their brief battle planning before they left the Black Estate. Narcissa could hear the sounds of people crying out in anguish, but she was using a spell that was guiding her towards Westley. Sirius was on a similar run towards the manor, leaping over rubble as he also followed the direction his wand was indicating he needed to go in order to find where Westley was being held. Cantankerous Knot had been knocked to the ground when the wards to his home had collapsed. As he regained his footing, he realized that the wards hadn't just collapsed, but they had been utterly destroyed. He immediately turned to run back to the dungeon where he had Westley Black chained up to his machine. Just a few steps later he was again on the floor as he felt an earthquake shake his entire home. Once again, he slowly got to his feet. "Cursed battle magic," called out Knot. "Must be that old fool, Arcturus, coming to interrupt my fun. We shall see about that." He then made his way towards his dungeon once again, not running full speed, just in case there was another magical attack on his property. It took him a minute to get back to the dungeon due to the damage that had happened to his castle and manor and his being a little more cautious as a result of everything that had just happened. He arrived at the stairs that led down to his dungeons and made his way down. He had to blast away some rubble from in front of the door and then he was able to climb past the debris and into the room. He was shocked by what he saw as he stepped into the room. Part of the roof had caved way and had crushed Tyrone. However, he was relieved to see that his prisoner was still in magical chains, even if his wonderful machine had also been severely damaged. Cantankerous started to laugh. "Your friends thought that they might be able to save you, but here you are, still my prisoner, and still at my mercy." Westley was struggling to harness landless magic to find a way to break free from where he was held. "Not so tough, now, are you, boy?" quipped Knot. "Even if your friends somehow manage to find you, there won't be much left for them to find. Let's start with some simple pain, shall we?" He raised his wand and pointed it at Westley, and then he called out a very angry, "Crucio." And he laughed even more. "See how much you enjoy that," he snapped. Westley had been gritting his teeth as he felt the pain of the Cruciatus curse, and silently he was at least relieved that it was not as painful as what Tom Riddle had cast upon him previously. He then managed to laugh in response to his captor. "You think that curse is funny, do you?" yelled Knot. Westley shook his head. "No, I just think that you're an idiot. Whoever dropped your wards and did this much damage, they are coming to free me, and they are coming for you. And you just stand here, attacking me, not even trying to escape. You don't get it, boy, do you?" sneered Knot. "You and your friends, you can't touch me, not really. Oh, you may think you can, but there is nothing you can do to truly hurt me." "No one is untouchable," rebuked Westley. "You would like to think that," said Knot as he made his way around the debris in the room. "But you can't defeat me, no matter what you do to me today." Knot raised his wand once more, pointing it at Westley, but before he could call out the incantation, he was hit by a blasting spell that came at him from the demolished doorway behind him. Knot was slammed into the wall and dropped his wand. Sirius jumped into the room keeping his wand pointed at Knot. Narcissa had caught up to him and made her way over to Westley. She quickly cast spells to remove the magical chains from around his arms. As he pulled himself to stand up, Narcissa stepped up to him, grabbed him in an embrace and kissed him hard on his lips. Nott coughed and then let out a loud laugh. You young fools, thinking that you have won. Thinking that you will survive this night. My wards may have fallen, but that simply signaled more of my allies to come to my defense. You won't last more than a minute or two. Sirius laughed back at the man. We will be gone, and you will be dead. You can't kill me, laughed Nott, but his laughing led to a coughing spasm and he spit up some blood. Wesley was holding on to Narcissa as he called out to Sirius, Did you bring it? Sirius barked in laughter. What, this? He then reached into a pocket in the side of his cloak. He pulled a magical container out and pulled it open. He used his wand to levitate an item out of the container, and everyone could see that it was a metal emblem of the Deathly Hallows, similar to what Grindelwald used as his symbol during his war for power. Nott's face paled momentarily. But you have no idea what that is and what it can do, he sneered. Sirius laughed again. We don't know what a Horcrux is. He asked in a mocking tone. Then he lowered his wand, and reached out with his hand and grabbed the symbol before it fell. Oh, and don't worry Wesley, we already used basilisk venom on the item. Nott cried out. No. 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 There was a loud rumble from above them as though a large group had arrived on the floors above them. Besides, you're too late, my people are here. There is no escape for you. Just then a large piece of the ceiling fell down and crushed Nott. Narcissa winced at seeing the splatter that was caused by the crushing effect of the slab of stone that had fallen. She turned back towards Wesley who held her tight. That wasn't pretty, he said. So how are we getting out of here? Sirius smiled as he said, House elves. How do you think we're getting out of here? Dobby appeared with a pop and was excited to see that Wesley had been freed. Master Wesley is free. We can leave now. A moment later a grumbling creature arrived. Creature looked around and then reappeared next to Narcissa and Wesley. The group heard many footsteps approaching. I think it is getting past when we should leave, said Wesley. One moment, said Sirius. Dobby, take us away on the count of 3. 1, 2, and then Sirius paused. He pointed his wand at the ceiling and called out, Bombarda Maxima, 3. The two elves disappeared, Dobby taking Sirius with him and Creature taking Narcissa and Wesley. They all arrived at the Black Estate in the middle of the yard. Sirius howled in excitement, We did it. We took care of Nott, and we rescued Wesley. Wesley was feeling weak from everything which he had experienced and fell to his knees. Then he looked around, and cried out, Arcturus. Where is Arcturus? Surely he is the reason why you managed to get past the wards. Sirius and Narcissa looked around and noted that he had not arrived with them. Sirius frowned as he answered, He took down the wards. He used his battle staff to destroy the wards and destroy parts of the castle. I don't know what happened after that as he had sent Narcissa and myself in different directions. Amanda came running out from the manor house. Thank Merlin you all made it back. She ran up to Wesley and picked him up and engulfed him with a hug. But what about Arcturus? Asked Narcissa, who stepped back to not interfere with Amanda embracing Wesley. Amanda stepped back and looked at the group of them. Arcturus is inside, he is laying down on the sofa. Creature brought him here and then left to fetch you all. He is not doing well. The group then made their way quickly into house to find a pale and weak-appearing Arcturus barely able to keep his eyes open laying upon the sofa. His eyes opened slightly when he saw the group come running into the room and gather around him. Good, he said in a very weak voice, you all made it out of there. I think no one else did, said Sirius. They better not have made it out of there, Arcturus added with a cough. Or the battle wards I used didn't do their job. What battle wards? Asked Narcissa. Arcturus wheezed a couple of times before he could reply. The ones I set up to completely destroy the property. You didn't tell us you were going to do that, protested Sirius. We could have died if we didn't make it out of there on time, snapped Narcissa. Arcturus laughed briefly, but that quickly changed into a coughing spasm. I didn't tell you about that. He coughed some more, and then added, but I made sure the elves knew what to do. Narcissa knelt down next to Arcturus and held his hand gently. But if you had everything so well planned out, what happened to you? Why are you so ill, so weak? Arcturus laughed momentarily before he broke into another coughing spasm. Battle magic. It requires a lot of power. Apparently my magical power is not what it was when I fought against Grindelwald all those years ago. I think with the last spell, the one to set the timed destruction of the property there, I think it destroyed my battle staff. But you all made it out of there. Sirius then added, well, you would have loved to see the look on Cantankerous' face when I showed him the destroyed Horcrux. He was going on and on about how we couldn't defeat him, even with his home crumbling around him. Arcturus took a spasm-filled deep breath, and then grinned slightly. Once I recover from all of this, I think I would like to see that in a pensieve at some point. Amanda then spoke up. Now, all of you, off to bed. You all need to rest, particularly Wesley. Narcissa put an arm around Wesley. Don't worry, I'll be sure to gather him safely to bed. July 5th, 1986. Black Estate. Wesley awoke in the morning feeling quite tired and sore, but grateful for everything that his family had done for him the day before. He recalled that Narcissa had helped him get to his room, but he had made it clear that he needed to be alone to rest and recover. He could tell that when he sent her away she was not happy with his decision to be alone. He sighed to himself as he stood up and then got dressed and figured that he really needed to get something to eat, so he made his way to the dining room. Sirius was speaking with his cousin Narcissa in the dining room. As Wesley was approaching he stopped himself as he thought he heard his name mentioned. He quietly slipped on his cloak of invisibility and silenced his footsteps and then stood outside the door as he listened in. He didn't feel it was wrong to listen as the door to the room was actually open, but he didn't want his presence to possibly affect what they each had to say. Sirius was evidently frustrated with his cousin. Sissy, I just don't understand you. You were married to that Ponce Malfoy, and you sure as hell seemed to support Riddle and his cause. You drank in all of that pure blood supremacy that my mother vomited everywhere. So how can you actually be interested in Wesley? What is your angle in all of this? Narcissa sighed heavily. I am not stupid, Sirius. I have eyes, and maybe it just took some time for them to be truly opened. And what exactly opened up your eyes? Demanded Sirius, irritation still evident in his tone. Narcissa rolled her eyes. I can see what happened. Riddle, the Death Eaters, all of that nonsense. Sirius sneered at her. You didn't always think it was nonsense. Narcissa glared at her cousin. I realized that I was being stupid and that I was blind. Anyone who actually knows what happened should be able to figure it out. Those stupid pureblood purists who followed a half-blood. A half-blood with no real family name who claimed he was the descendant of Slytherin. Oh, those jerks enjoyed being sent out to kill and torture muggles and muggle-born witches and wizards. But just look at the amount of destruction that they did to our society. The pure-blood families that were wiped out are nearly wiped out because they fought for the cause of that madman. The Potters are down to one family member, well, one if you don't count Wesley. The Bones family is down to two, also nearly wiped out completely. There is really only one Longbottom left and he's now best friends with little Harry. The McKinnons are gone. There are less students being enrolled at Hogwarts now than there has been in over 200 years. All if this is because of what Riddle did. That alone is reason enough. So you realize that Riddle was a liar and was only interested in his own power at the expense of everyone else. That doesn't change the traditional black family view of any who are not pure blood magic users are not worth living, snapped Sirius. Yes, Riddle was a liar. And look at those who are powerful in magic. The Muggle-born and the half-bloods, it seems pretty clear they all seem to have plenty of magical power. Just look at everything that Wesley has accomplished, said Narcissa. Sirius wagged his eyebrows at his cousin. You're apparently looking at more than just his accomplishments. Narcissa slapped Sirius across the face. I am still young, and I am neither naive nor an idiot. He is a powerful wizard. And I am not about to complain about how handsome he is. Also, he is kind and considerate to everyone. Okay, he was not kind to Lucius, but Lucius deserved what was done to him, proclaimed Narcissa. But he's with Amanda, said Sirius simply as he rubbed his cheek. He's a male. He must have desires. Why wouldn't he desire me? He can have me as well as Amanda. And with that comment, Narcissa turned and walked out of the dining room. Wesley stepped back away from the door so that Narcissa would not walk into him as he stood there, amazed at what he had just heard. A minute after Narcissa had left, Sirius called out, "You can come on in, Wesley, I know you're out there. I can smell your filthy self from the other side of the manor." Wesley removed the invisibility cloak before he made his way into the dining room. "Heard all of what she had to say, didn't you?" stated Sirius with a smirk. Wesley shook his head and sat down with a sigh. "I don't even know where to begin," he said. "It's simple," said Sirius. "You begin with Amanda and continue with Narcissa, and let the two know you're not picking sides. After all, you do try to be accommodating to everyone." Wesley rubbed his forehead wearily and stated, "Look, I'm exhausted, I'm hungry, and I just need something to eat." A moment later, Dobby appeared next to Wesley and a plate with a full English breakfast appeared in front of him. "Just what Master Wesley be needing, a bid breakfast," exclaimed the excitable house elf, who then disappeared with a quiet pop. Then a moment later, Dobby appeared and placed a copy of the Daily Prophet next to Wesley's breakfast. Wesley picked up the paper and was surprised by the headline. "The ancestral residence of the Knott family, one of the Sacred 28, was found to be completely destroyed. A small pile of rubble was discovered by Aurors who were called to investigate after a series of alarms were sent off. Several of Cantankerous Knott's closest allies had been summoned to his home, according to members of the Roll, Travers, Avery and Rosier families. Those individuals are also missing as of this moment." Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, released a comment this morning. "It is unclear what kind of magic was used to destroy Knott Manor. It is also unclear who is responsible for this action. We are also aware that the heads of several other houses are missing. So far there has been no evidence of any survivors. It is currently being theorized that there was an argument among those 5 families and somehow there may have been a release of a large pulse of magic that leveled the manor and destroyed all life that was present on the property. The DMLE will continue to investigate this along with assistance from the Unspeakables. There is, at this time, no evidence of any threat to any other families or individuals." Wesley tossed the paper on the table in front of Sirius. "Well, they sure didn't take long to get this story out to the people." Sirius picked up the paper and skimmed the article. "I suppose those families, the Rolls, Travers, Averys and Rosier, had something to do with the story getting out. Although they may not be too happy about how it was actually written." Wesley shook his head at Sirius' big grin. "What if someone figures out what happened?" Arcturus had walked into the room, aided by a cane, which thudded on the floor as he approached. "Figured out what?" "That some unknown magical force destroyed that manor, the wards, hell, all of the grounds. There is nothing there that can connect what happened last night to us. The wands are all unregistered. Hell, even my battle staff was destroyed and consumed in the mess. Sure, someone will accuse me, or us, as it is known there was a grudge between the families, however a lot of families had grudges with each other. But I fully expect Dumbledore to try and come around and accuse either me or Wesley of being involved." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "What should we do if, or when, that happens?" Arcturus chuckled slightly at the question. "First, don't look the old coot in the eyes, and second, be damned sure your occlumency is up to snuff. He will try to pry any information out of you, even if he uses illegal and unethical means to do it." Wesley then spoke up. "Oh, he will definitely show up, probably sooner rather than later. Considering I had gone looking for Amanda at Hogwarts, and found a letter with my name on it in my office. That letter turned out to be a damned portkey that brought me through all of the wards protecting Hogwarts, and then through Knott's own wards. If he was able to detect where that letter transported me to, then he will associate me, or us, with the destruction of Knott Manor. He will come here, looking for answers. We will give him none," shouted out Sirius in anger. "The bastard doesn't deserve any answers, not after what he did to me, to our family, to Harry and Wesley, to the Potter family." Arcturus looked sharply at Sirius. "That kind of reaction, that anger, that will not help us when are faced with the confrontation with Dumbledore. We give him nothing. No information. No satisfaction. No explanation. He can ask all the questions he wants, but there is still no magical evidence that links us to Nod Manor, or the events of last night. When he arrives, and I agree with you, Wesley, he most certainly will arrive. I still don't trust the man, said Sirius. And you shouldn't, any of you, concluded Arcturus. Wesley then looked at Arcturus. Not only do I not trust him, I am concerned about the safety of the children once he arrives. Who knows what sort of confrontation he will make, and the safety of children, despite his role as headmaster of Hogwarts, is something he clearly does not have a good track record with. Then we send Harry and Draco away, said Arcturus simply. We will have Narcissa bring them over to Andromeda's home. They will both be safe there. And we don't want to get their young friends involved with any of this. Wesley called for Dobby. Dobby, I need you to help with something very important. Dobby appeared with his eyes big with excitement at being asked to do something important. What can Dobby be doing for Great Master Wesley? Wesley smiled slightly at the excitable house elf. We need you to make sure that Harry and Draco are brought safely to Miss Andromeda's house, and bring Miss Narcissa with them to keep an eye on those two. It shall be done as you say, said Dobby, bouncing with excitement and not needing to ask why this needed to be done, and then he disappeared. The three men in the dining room all took a collective breath as they were relieved knowing that the boys were safely away from any confrontation with Dumbledore. 2 minutes later Dobby reappeared in front of Wesley. It has been done as you asked. However, it was clear that he had a look of concern on his face. Thank you for being so quick, Dobby, but what has you seemingly upset? Wesley asked. Dobby looked at all three men in the dining room and then he replied, a grumpy man with long whiskers is at the gate at the edge of the wards, demanding to be permitted to come into the manor. Of course he is already here, stated Arcturus. He then turned to the elf. You may go greet him at the gate, and you can walk with him to the main entrance. He is not to apparate or use magic to move throughout the property. I will make sure the wards will not allow it. Dobby disappeared once again, and Sirius and Wesley went to get up, but Arcturus waved them down into their seats. Now, we must not be overly anxious about Dumbledore's arrival. After all, we have no reason to expect him to visit us, or any reason to think he would be coming by to speak with any of you. But what do we say if he asks what happened to Wesley? Asked Sirius, obviously worried about the forthcoming confrontation. Arcturus narrowed his eyes at the young man. Remember your occlumency training, and let me handle the old man. Sirius and Wesley simply looked at each other, and then Sirius shrugged his shoulders. He called out to Creature for more breakfast to be brought out from the kitchen. Wesley raised an inquisitive eyebrow at him. Sirius laughed slightly. What better way to act as if we're not expecting anyone but to be in the middle of a meal? I think some characters in a book you once told me about called it, what was it? Oh, yes, second breakfast. Sounds fitting right now. Wesley shook his head and laughed at the man who had been his godfather years ago. Sirius had begun to enjoy his fresh eggs and bacon when there was a loud knock echoing throughout the manor, indicating that someone had arrived. Wesley shook his head at Sirius, indicating that neither one of them should react, and they should allow Arcturus to respond however he deemed appropriate. They could hear the conversation as Arcturus slowly opened the front door. Greetings, Lord Black, stated Dumbledore in what was clearly a neutral tone. Mind if I come in? Arcturus' response was blunt and offered no familiarity. What brings you to Black Manor, Professor? He also did not step away from the entrance to allow Dumbledore to venture forth. I would like to come in, and check on the well-being of Regulus, I mean Wesley, your heir, said Dumbledore, allowing his eyes to twinkle. First, making jokes about my deceased grandson is not appreciated and will not continue, under any circumstances, came a very stern reply from Arcturus. And why would you be concerned about the well-being of my heir, Wesley? It is not as though he was hired to be a teacher at your school. Dumbledore tried to get a glimpse around Arcturus, who was not moving and not permitting him to enter into the manor. As it happens, yesterday, Wesley, well, he came by the school, Hogwarts. And he came upon a letter that had been addressed to him, which he found in Amanda Lester's office. And this letter actually pulled him through all of the castle's wards. Such an event could have been very serious indeed. And then with the further incidents that happened last night, I am simply concerned for his welfare. Arcturus narrowed his eyes at the headmaster. So, my heir found a flaw in your esteemed wards and now you wish to make sure he is unharmed by that encounter. Dumbledore was becoming increasingly frustrated as he wanted. No, he felt he needed to confront the young man about what had happened to remove him from the grounds of Hogwarts, and he was certain that there was a connection to the destruction of Nott Manor. I fear that the letter, our port key, was triggered to affect only your heir, and somehow transported him to Nott Manor, and somehow that may have led to the unfortunate events of last evening. Arcturus did not move or react visibly to the comment. Arcturus then rubbed his chin slightly before he responded. So, you think that somehow, someone used magic strong enough to tear young Wesley through the supposedly unpenetrable wards around your castle or school, and that for some reason this brought him to Nott Manor, and then somehow he managed to utterly destroy said manor. I wonder how the young man could have possibly done that. I suppose I could ask him. Is Wesley here? Asked Dumbledore, searching for some information. Arcturus glared at the headmaster. Where else would you expect him to be? He then turned and called out to his heir. Wesley, there is someone here who thinks you may have been harmed yesterday in some way. A minute later Wesley walked out to the entryway and stood next to Arcturus. Before he could say anything, Dumbledore spoke up. Ah, young Wesley, I came to inquire about your well-being after yesterday's misadventure which apparently had you pulled through the wards at Hogwarts. I must say, that has never happened before as far as I can tell, and I can only imagine that it must have been most uncomfortable at best, and possibly quite injurious. Wesley responded with a calm tone. I've had worse discomforts than being pulled through those wards. Dumbledore was becoming more frustrated about the lack of cooperation he was experiencing with these two wizards in front of him. My concern is the nature of the port key that was able to so dramatically pull you away. In fact, I am concerned that it somehow must have been linked to Nott Manor, and I fear that somehow you may have been in some way responsible for what happened there last evening. Before either Arcturus or Wesley could respond, Narcissa stepped out in front of Wesley. First of all, it's none of your damned business what happened to Wesley yesterday. Secondly, it was all my doing. I didn't him spending any more time with Amanda Lester, so I used a black family spell to pull him out of her office using that letter so I could bring him back here, away from her. Narcissa was now glaring at the headmaster. Albus was quite taken aback by this claim. Then Amanda Lester stepped out from the other side of Arcturus. I knew you were up to something with that mysterious note. Dumbledore's jaw dropped, but before he could say anything more, Arcturus spoke up. It seems you have once again stuck your long-pointed nose where it most definitely does not belong. And I will need to deal with black family issues that are of no business for anyone not in the immediate black family. So, I must bid you good day, sir. Hopefully we can resolve our little family issue without the need of involving the DMLE. With those words Arcturus nodded to the three young adults who all stepped back, and Arcturus then swung the door closed, leaving Albus standing on the steps by himself. Albus Dumbledore's jaw dropped at what he had just witnessed. Before he could react, a house elf appeared next to him, and not the one who had shown him to the entryway earlier. I am Creature, Master Arcturus House Elf, said the elderly elf. Master Arcturus has requested that I assist you in departing from the Black Family Manor if you are not able to leave on your own. Dumbledore looked back and forth between the house elf and the closed front door. A moment later he replied to the elf, No, I think I can manage to leave on my own, but thank you, kind elf. With those words, the headmaster shook himself and then turned and proceeded to walk back to the gates on the edge of the property, followed by Creature the entire way. Albus Dumbledore had just left, and he was being followed by Creature, who was making sure that the headmaster actually left the property. Back in the foyer, 5 people stood in silence. Sirius was staring at his cousin Narcissa, his mouth agape. Arcturus had released the sneer from his face which had been directed at Dumbledore, and he was starting to smile. Wesley simply stood there, looking back and forth between Amanda and Narcissa, while Narcissa had dropped her angry expression and was starting to smirk. Several people turned and faced Amanda, to see just what her response would be now that Albus had left. Amanda Lester shook her head slightly, then she marched over to Narcissa, and before the former Lady Malfoy could respond, Amanda leaned forward and grabbed her and pulled Narcissa in an key. ate her on the lips. Narcissa was initially too shocked to react. After a moment, she pulled herself away from the witch who she considered her competition for Wesley. What the hell, Lester? She questioned, with a look of shock on her face. Amanda stepped back slightly and simply grinned at her rival. I needed to find a way to thank you for what you did, for Wesley, and even for me. Your pronouncement to Dumbledore keeps us all out of trouble and prevents him from doing any sort of further investigation into what happened. Before Narcissa could respond, Arcturus spoke up. I have had enough excitement for today. Then without another word he turned and walked back in the direction of his study. The two women then turned to look at Sirius, who was staring at the two women and smiling like a kid who was just brought into a candy shop and told he could get anything he wanted. Sirius started to laugh out loud and then Narcissa spoke sharply. That's enough out of you, Furball, she snapped. You can leave right now, or I can send you back where you were before, alone, friendless, unemployed and stuck in Azkaban. Sirius gulped audibly as he could see that his cousin's tone and demeanor was not joking. He turned to Wesley and quietly spoke to him. Good luck, mate, looks like you're going to need it, one way or another. And with those words Sirius turned and made his way upstairs towards his room. There was a couple of minutes of silence as the three remaining people stood there, staring at each other. Narcissa was the first one to speak up. Fine, if neither one of you are going to say anything now, then I will, stated the blonde witch. Yes, I did have personal reasons for doing what I did. As it is clear from what Amanda said, my actions were definitely meant to get the damned headmaster of all of our backs, but particularly Wesley's, and the headmaster has seemed particularly interested in him. And yes, as I stated to Dumbledore, I kind of did want to get Wesley away from you, Amanda. I am not blind, I can see the growing relationship you two have, but I have my own eyes set on him. She then turned to face Wesley directly. You have fascinated me ever since you arrived. You took out Lucius in a way that showed cunning, determination and a certain lack of concern for the consequences. As someone who grew up in the Black family and spent my years at Hogwarts in House Slytherin, I must say, I am impressed. You're handsome, skilled, and powerful. Any witch could and should want you. And I want to be the woman who brings the next Black heir into this world. You are the Black heir, and you have made it clear you are leaving the heirs for the Potter family to young Harry. Draco is a Malfoy by birth and will inherit the family title, and I am quite sure there is no way either you or Arcturus would allow him to become the head of the Black family. You sure as hell don't mince your words, stated Amanda before Wesley had a chance to respond. With everything going on in this house, I don't see any benefit from being vague, replied Narcissa as she turned to speak directly to Amanda. And before you start to overreact to my words just now, I am not meaning to say that I would interfere with your relationship with Wesley. Yes, I have decided I would be willing to share. And you can make all of the little babies for the Lester or Peverell family you want. Wesley coughed slightly to get the attention of both women. I was not expecting any of this, from either of you. And honestly, I really don't know what to say in response, at least not right now. I like you both, hell, I probably love you both. The actions of both of you, your friendship and support, they mean the world to me at this time. He turned to face Narcissa. Thank you, Narcissa, for getting Albus off of all of our backs, even if he doesn't believe you. Because of what you said, he cannot make any argument against what you said, and he cannot challenge your claims. He would risk a family blood feud if he called you out for what you claimed. He then turned to look at both women, but, as I was saying, I really don't know how to respond to either of you, at least not right now. But what I do know is that for the first time, I truly feel safe and at peace. Riddle is completely destroyed. Well, other than his wraith form, which no longer has any soul anchors. Not as destroyed, his entire family is gone. There are no heirs, there is no little Theodore to grow up and harass and attack and maim Daphne. Major factions of the pure-blood conservative group of families are either completely eliminated or significantly decreased in size and influence. Even Dumbledore is limited in what he can do, and he may not even be aware that his own Horcrux has been destroyed. For once, I can relax, I can watch my young self, Harry, grow up in a magical world where he won't face the Dursleys or many other offensive hassles I had to deal with as a child. But knowing my luck, or lack thereof, he will still have plenty of adventures, and dangerous ones at that, during his time at Hogwarts. Amanda smiled at his words and then she spoke up again. I think we all need time to process all of this. We all need to sort out our emotions and our desires and our goals. I am not saying I am opposed to any of this, a relationship with Wesley and maybe even including Narcissa, in some way, I just don't know what to say beyond that at this time. Narcissa looked between Wesley and Amanda. So now what do we do? Just sit back and wait and see what happens. I don't think I want that. No, let me rephrase that, I definitely don't want to do that. Wesley ran a hand through his hair as he considered her words. I guess we work on a way to try this out. But one of you at a time. I could take Amanda out for a date one night, and Narcissa out another night. And we can see how things go from there. That would definitely get people talking, if they saw you taking out Amanda one night and then me the next night, mused Narcissa. Then we do it in a way that distracts people, or makes them wonder what is really going on, and maybe even fuel the rumors based on what you told Dumbledore, said Amanda. Wesley raised an eyebrow at the comments. Publicly dating both of you. To some people that would be inconceivable. Narcissa shook her head at Wesley's comment. You keep using that word, I do not think it means what you think it means. Then she turned to Amanda. We could have fun with this in a Slytherin sort of way. We could each be seen occasionally in public with Wesley, and we could have public encounters with each other, either being overly friendly or obviously antagonizing each other. Either way, there will be gossip, and articles in which weekly are the prophet. And we could choose to ignore all of it as we work things out on our own. I'm used to having lots of press, and the press constantly changing their published opinion about whether I'm a hero or the next Dark Lord, added Wesley. Then it's agreed, summarized Amanda. We do what we want, with who we want with the three of us, and have fun doing it even if it is staged encounters just to give them something else to talk about. All while we figure out how to track down and destroy a wraith hiding out somewhere on the continent, added Wesley. Monday, the 7th of July 1986. Black Manor Estate. The events of the previous few days had weighed heavily on everyone involved with rescuing Wesley. The previous week had been quite eventful, with Amanda's capture, the goblin ritual to remove Harry's scar and the Horcrux hidden within it, and then Wesley being captured, which was followed by the attack on Nott Manor culminating in the destruction of the Nott family, their home and several of their colleagues who had arrived in order to try and protect the Notts. And all of that they then had to deal with Albus Dumbledore showing up at the Black Estate. Wesley had suggested that they planned to have a relaxing week with no special plans. Narcissa and Andromeda had arranged for the children, the group of 8 young witches and wizards, to get together regularly. Draco, Blaise and Neville had arrived first and were riding around the backyard on their toy brooms. Daphne, Tracy, Susan and Hannah arrived a short time after that but were not interested in flying that morning, so the adults called the boys down and suggested that they play outside without the brooms. They all ran out into the yard and seemed to be running around excitedly. Wesley, Narcissa and Sirius were watching the children play while Andromeda was preparing snacks for everyone with Rebecca Greengrass. A young girl was slowly following Rebecca and Andromeda, and she was clearly pouting. Andromeda noted the sad expression and paused with what she was doing and turned to the little girl. What has you so upset, young lady? The girl was surprised that someone had actually spoken to her and ran and hid behind her mother's dress. Rebecca looked down at her daughter and then back at Amanda. Astoria is sad that she is not out playing with the other children. I told her earlier that she was too young to be running around with that lot. I am not too young, argued Astoria quite loudly. I'm already 4. I am almost as old as Daphne. Amanda smiled at the upset Astoria. Perhaps we can get you to play along with them. She then turned to Rebecca. It's not like the girls are actually flying around on the toy brooms, they're just outside playing together. Before Rebecca could answer, there was the sound of a gong going off, indicating that someone was present at the entrance to the property and requesting permission to come to the manor house. Arcturus seemed to arrive almost out of nowhere and had a very irritated look on his face. That better not be that foolish headmaster, coming back to harass us all, he said with a huff. Then he called out to the house elf, Creature, see who is at the gate. And if it is anyone but Dumbledore, then please bring them here to the main room. Kreacher appeared briefly to acknowledge the request from Lord Black, and then had disappeared. Several moments later, the house elf reappeared with a witch appearing with him. Arcturus raised an eyebrow when he saw that he was now facing Amelia Bones, the director of the DMLE. Madam Bones, what brings our young head of the DMLE to the Black estate? Amelia scowled slightly at the bright tone that Lord Black had taken with her. It's early on a Monday morning, so I am not here for a social visit, as I am quite sure you must have already concluded. Well, your niece is already here, arrived with her friend, Hannah Abbott, replied Arcturus. They're all outside, playing, from what I understand. I am not here about my niece, said Amelia, her face showing no emotion as she replied. Then please tell me what brings you here today, stated Arcturus. There has been a formal complaint lodged against you, and your heir, Wesley, said Amelia. The lords of two houses, the McNairs and the Rookwoods, have filed a complaint, stating that you and your heir, Wesley Black, are directly responsible for the destruction, no, obliteration of Knott Manor as well as the deaths of all of the remaining members of the Knott family in addition to the loss of several others, including Thorfinn Roll, Lorcan Travers, Alan Avery, Gerald Rosier and Stefan Selwyn. Misters McNair and Rookwood assert that the two of you are directly responsible. By the time she had finished presenting the details of the complaint, Wesley and Sirius had come into the room and were standing just behind and to the side of Arcturus. That's preposterous, called out Sirius. Amelia frowned at Sirius' outburst. Preposterous or not, I must state that I need to begin an official investigation. An investigation we will gladly comply with so that we can make it clear that we have no connection to the tragedy, stated Arcturus. From what I read in the Daily Prophet, the entire Knott estate was completely and utterly destroyed. I can only imagine the magnitude of such an act of magic could have accomplished that, unless of course, Cantankerous Knott was conducting some sort of unapproved and unsanctioned magical research that somehow backfired. Such a catastrophe has been suggested by at least one member of the Unspeakables who has been helping with the official investigation, replied Amelia. We have been here at this estate for several days, entertaining the young ones, as you are aware, continued Arcturus. We have not had any need to do much magic. Perhaps you would like to examine our wands to see just what sort of magic we have been casting recently. Amelia raised an eyebrow in response to the sudden offer. That would be most appreciated, yet I am surprised that you would offer such a thing so readily. Arcturus scoffed at her comment. I served in the battles against Grindelwald years ago. I am quite familiar with how investigations into such things are carried out. And the simplest and quickest way to show you that we have no intention of impeding your investigation because we have nothing to hide is to simply offer our wands for examination. True, agreed Amelia. If you and your heir, Wesley, would accompany back to our offices at the Ministry of Magic, we can complete our investigation and testing of your wands. Arcturus turned to Wesley. We should leave now, so we can get this ridiculousness over and behind us as soon as possible. The two men accompanied Amelia Bones back to the DMLE headquarters where they underwent a formal interrogation. Amelia brought them into a large conference room where a few other Aurors joined them. A few questions were asked about their personal wands and then they brought in one of the Unspeakables to examine and test the wands. He continued the questioning as he examined the two wands. You have no other wands besides these which you have presented to me. Wesley replied first. These are our registered wands. Are we allowed to have extras? The Unspeakable turned and looked briefly at the DMLE director before he responded. It is customary that a witch or wizard has only one wand, which is appropriately registered with the Ministry of Magic at the time of purchase. If the registered wand becomes defective, it is expected that the owner registers any new wand with the ministry. Neither one of us has any spare wands, stated Arcturus. My wand which you have in your hand at this time is the only wand I have used in years. The Unspeakable eyed the two men carefully before turning his attention to the wands. He used a variety of spells, including Priori Incantado, and after several minutes he placed both wands down on the table in front of him and he turned to face Director Bones. Well, it is clear that neither one of these wands has been used in any sort of recent battle, and neither have they been used for any powerful spell that could have in any way damaged or destroyed a manor house, let alone completely level the entire property. Upon making his final declaration, he then walked out of the conference room. Amelia looked at the two wizards who were also in the room with her and the two blacks. Rufus Scrimgeour and Kingsley Shacklebolt had accompanied her to the examination room. She then spoke up. For the record, the Unspeakable has examined the wands in question and he has found no evidence that they could have been used in any way to bring about the destruction of Knot Manor and the Knot family. Do either one of you, Rufus, or Kingsley, have any further questions or concerns in regards to Lord Arcturus Black and Mr. Wesley Black and their possible involvement in the recent events at Knot Manor? Both men shook their heads, and Scrimgeour spoke up. No, Madam Director, I am satisfied that this investigation shows that they were not responsible for what happened regarding Knot Manor. I concur, added Shacklebolt. Thank you, Rufus, Kingsley, replied Amelia. You two are dismissed. She then turned to the two men seated at the table. You may take your wands. And I thank you for your willingness to participate in this investigation. The transcripts of the investigation, including a summary from the Unspeakable who was present, will be available for the Wizengamot if any further investigation is conducted within the chambers. We understand your desire to be thorough, stated Arcturus. And we take no personal offense, he added. Wesley nodded and made it clear that he agreed with Arcturus, and the two retrieved their wands and then made to exit the DMLE. Once they arrived back at Black Manor, Wesley turned to the Lord Black. Does the way we responded to the investigation bother you, with misrepresenting what happened? Arcturus took a deep breath before he replied. No, not really. We did not use our wands in the destruction of Knot Manor. The wands used by Sirius and Narcissa were not used by us, and they are wands that belong to various members of the Black family over the ages. So, I told no untruths. But also, I gave no information that would have possibly. Besides, what Knot did was essentially a blood feud. We ended that feud, and the members of the other families that came to his rescue, well, that is on Knot that they also died. With that, Arcturus turned and walked towards his study. Tuesday, July 8, 1986. Black Manor. Once again the group of 9 children, Harry, Draco, Neville, Blaze, Daphne, Tracy, Susan, Hannah and now also Astoria were playing together in the backyard. While the adults were watching them play a variation of tag, Wesley spoke up to Narcissa and Sirius. You know, I really think that we should plan a special outing for Harry's 6th birthday at the end of this month. I think they would all enjoy something fun and exciting, as long as Sirius doesn't tell any strange women about it at some random bar. The children overheard what Wesley said and ran over to him. That sounds wicked, said Blaze. What kind of outing? Asked Neville. Maybe we can go to a movie, like the Muggles do, said Tracy. Or get pizza, or ice cream, added Hannah. The adults tried to get them all calmed down and tried to sort out just what the options could be. While there was all sorts of excitement, Daphne looked over at Harry, and she noticed that his scar was no longer visible. She moved to stand right in front of him as she asked, What happened to your scar? Harry rubbed his forehead, and then he answered her with a broad smile. Sirius and Wesley took me to see a goblin healer, and they removed something bad that was making it so that the area wouldn't heal. It feels so much better now. Daphne stared at his forehead and the lack of a scar for another minute before she added, Does that mean that you're no longer the boy who lived? I don't know about that, said Harry. I know it doesn't hurt anymore, and it being gone may help me be better at doing magic now that it has been fixed. Daphne nodded slightly and then turned to Tracy, and the two girls walked away from where Harry was standing. Susan then walked up to Harry and looked at his forehead and gave him a smile. Well, I like it. I think you look better without that scar. And you said that it used to hurt, so I'm glad that it doesn't hurt anymore. Harry smiled back at her, appreciating her comments and feeling less self-conscious about the slight change in his appearance. Wesley had detached himself from the conversation about what to do about Harry's birthday as he watched the interaction, particularly Daphne's comments and then her walking away from Harry. He noted a single tear rolling down his cheek and quickly wiped it away. Narcissa, however, also noted the cheek and his expression. She immediately walked up to him and took him by the hand and pulled him aside and led him back into the house where they were alone. What's all this? Asked a surprised Wesley. I saw you wipe that tear away, said Narcissa softly. Daphne is the one you left behind, the one you came back in time so that you could prevent something bad from happening to her. Wesley's mouth opened slightly, but before he could say anything in response, Narcissa continued, Don't deny it. I can read you and your reactions. Wesley rubbed his face before he spoke again. It's just that it looked like she was rejecting Harry, the younger me. Narcissa shook her head. First of all, Harry and Daphne are 5 years old, almost 6. Also, she's a Greengrass and she will probably be sorted into Slytherin or Ravenclaw. You were a Gryffindor, so from what we know about you when you were younger, when you were Harry, you probably didn't know her that well, if at all, during the time that you were at Hogwarts. Well, yeah, admitted Wesley, she was in Slytherin. Then get over this, said Narcissa as she waved her hand towards the kids. Whatever happened today, whatever was said, will not matter down the road, in 10 or 15 years, continued Narcissa. She is a young girl, and the most famous person she knows, someone who has become her friend over the past few months, suddenly has changed. She does not, she cannot, understand it. But something is different. That is all she really knows. And to try and explain to a 5 or 6-year-old girl that a part of the soul of the most dangerous wizard in recent memory was just removed from young Harry's head, that would be just wrong to try and have her, to have any of them try to understand it right now. Yes, down the road, they all should hear the truth. Wesley dropped back to sit on a chair that was behind him in the room that Narcissa had dragged them to as they left the children outside with the other adults. He shook his head as he ran a hand through his hair. I guess I just want the best for him, for young Harry, and for Daphne, and for all of them. Narcissa sat down next to him and slowly shook her head. You already changed young Harry's future. You had that horrid evil removed from his scar. Hell, even the scar is essentially gone. You have taken him away from your horrid Muggle relatives. You gave him his godfather. Harry, this Harry, young Harry, he will not have the life you had, and that is a good thing. And Daphne, if she is the one who was hexed by Nott so that she could never bear children, well, you already changed that, or Arcturus did, as that family line is now obliterated. Nott is not a threat to her or anyone anymore. Wesley just looked at Narcissa and slowly nodded, understanding what she was getting at with her impromptu lecture. Narcissa continued, You already made it clear to me that you are not that 5, nearly 6-year-old boy who is outside right now with his friends. You are Wesley, and you're about 25 or 26 years old. So, don't worry about the young ones so much, you've already done so much to change their futures compared to what you experienced. Narcissa reached out and took Wesley's hands in hers. Let the children be children, and you just need to remember to be you. Wesley slowly shook his head and leaned forward with his eyes closed. Thank you for taking the time to help open my eyes, he said softly. Narcissa leaned in towards him, keeping her eyes on Wesley and seeing his eyes remained closed. She leaned forward a little more. He ed him on his lips, then she suddenly stood up, let go of his hands and turned and walked away. A startled Wesley jumped back slightly in his chair and watched as Narcissa walked out of the room. He continued to stare at the door as it closed behind her, he then rubbed his face and shook his head. What are you really getting yourself into? He said aloud to himself. Thursday, July 10, 1986. A ministry owl arrived, informing Lord Black that there was an emergency Wizengamot meeting being called by those representing the families that lost individuals at the recent destruction of Nott Manor. The notice also included that a formal accusation against Arcturus and Wesley had been made that they were supposedly responsible for what happened to the Nott family and the manor and property. Sirius cursed the pure-blooded idiots who were trying to cast this as a horrible threat to all decent pure-blood wizards and witches. It's bad enough that they dared attack our family in person, and now they want to attack us at Wizengamot. Arcturus placed his hand on Sirius' shoulder. We must not overreact to this news, to this attack. An emotional response will be looked upon as an admission of guilt. We need to stay calm and emotionally reserved. We can allow them to spew their vitriol, but we will respond with a deliberate and clear. We will not be bullied. We will not ignore attacks on our family, our families. We will make it clear that we claim our heritage as the leaders of magical Britain, and we will not be intimidated or threatened. Sirius allowed his features to calm down as he nodded in response to the impromptu speech. Well then, if we are going to be seen as the leaders we are, as we should be, then maybe we should make our way to the ministry now, so we will not be seen as rushing to get our seats. Arcturus smiled. You are starting to act and speak like a true Black. He then turned to Narcissa and Rebecca Greengrass. I ask you to watch over the young ones while we make our way to this farce of a political meeting. Wesley had told the two men with him of how he was put on trial, and without notice the Minister for Magic changed the time of his trial in attempt to get him in even more trouble. Sirius, Wesley and Arcturus arrived at the Ministry of Magic well before the meeting was scheduled to begin and purposely avoided meeting with the director of the DMLE. Wesley was actually a little surprised that the families demanding the meeting didn't try to change the time of the meeting. Arcturus took his seat as Lord Black, and Sirius took his seat as the leader of the Potter family as he was Harry Potter's sworn godfather. Wesley, as the designated heir to the Black family, was allowed to accompany Arcturus to his seat in the chambers. Arcturus was surprised to see Narcissa arrive. Who is watching the children? Demanded Arcturus. Narcissa smiled as she replied, My sister, Andromeda, of course. As this is an important meeting, someone has to sit in for House Malfoy, and I am not about to allow some Death Eater sympathizer take this seat. With a final smirk she turned and made her way to the Malfoy seat. Shortly after this, the other members of the Wizengamot began to arrive. McNair and Rookwood glared at Arcturus and Wesley when they saw that they were already present. They avoided eye contact with Sirius and looked away from Narcissa when they saw her seated near their traditional seats. Millicent Bagnold walked in to take her position as the podium in the front for the Minister for Magic. She was soon joined by Tiberius Ogden, who was the chief warlock for the Wizengamot. The two spoke to each other quietly before Millicent took a seat behind the podium and Ogden stepped up and looked around the room. He pulled out a gavel and banged it 3 times on the podium as he declared that this would be the start of their urgently called meeting. We are here today to review the accusations from Lords McNair and Rookwood, that Lord Arcturus Black and his heir, Wesley Black, did knowingly and willfully attack the Knott family estate with the intent of eradicating the Knott family as well as the intention of eliminating several allies of the Knott family, specifically Thorfinn Roll, Lorcan Travers, Alan Avery, Stefan Selwyn and Friedrich Rosier. Ogden looked around the chambers and then faced Arcturus Black. Lord Black, how do you plead to these charges? Arcturus stood up slowly and paused a moment before he declared. I deny those accusations, and I call upon Madame Bones, the director of the DMLE, to present the findings of her investigation. Lies, all lies, called out McNair. Ogden banged his gavel once and called out. Enough of that. There will be no further outbursts. If those present cannot handle themselves in an appropriate manner, I will have the Aurors immediately remove them from these chambers. I will give no further warnings. Arcturus gave a slight nod of thanks to Ogden before he took his seat. Amelia Bones made her way to the podium at the front of the chambers, below where the Chief Warlock was standing. Chief Warlock, respected members of the Wizengamot, I am here to report on the investigation that was undertaken by the DMLE in regards to the aforementioned accusations of deliberate attacks on Knott Manor, the Knott family, and several individuals who had arrived at the Knott estate on or about the 4th of July in the evening. Members of the DMLE, as well as members of the Unspeakables, have thoroughly investigated the site of the Knott Manor. It is clear from the information gathered that the manor and all those present were destroyed by a burst of magic. Murderers, called out McNair. No outbursts or I will have you removed from the chambers, called out the Chief Warlock Ogden. As I was saying, continued Amelia Bones, there was a burst of magic. The burst could not have been made by any wand. It appears from what the Unspeakables have gathered, that Cantankerous Knott was experimenting with various types of powerful magic, and one of his research projects resulted in a magical overload, draining magic from the local ley lines and ultimately overwhelming the property's magical wards, leading to the alarms being sent to alert allies of the Knott family. The full overload of magic did not occur until just after the arrival of Misters Roll, Travers, Avery, Rosier and Selwyn. An additional investigation included interrogation of the suspects named by Lords McNair and Rookwood. The investigation was conducted with several senior Aurs and unspeakables. The investigation clearly showed that no offensive magic of any kind, and no magic that could have contributed to the events of the 4th of July at Knot Manor were cast by the wands of Arcturus Black or of Wesley Black. Tiberius Ogden stood up as Amelia Bones closed the folder containing the notes she used to make her brief speech. The information presented seems to be quite straightforward and indicates that there is no possible way that Lord Arcturus Black, or his heir, Wesley Black, could be responsible for the events of the 4th of July at the Knot Estate and Knot Manor. Do we have a motion to support this? Cyrus Greengrass stood up and spoke. I make the motion that the report from Amelia Bones, director of the DMLE, be accepted and all charges against Lord Arcturus Black and his heir, Wesley Black, be dropped. Ogden called out, do we have a second on the motion? Narcissa Black twitched in her seat, but did not respond, knowing full well it would not be accepted due to her obvious ties to the Black family. Lord Abbot, however, raised his wand as he stood up and replied, I second the motion put forth by Lord Greengrass. Very well, we shall now vote, said Ogden. All those in favor of the motion from Lord Greengrass, accepting the report from the DMLE and acquitting Lord and Heir Black, raise your wand now. Nearly every wand in the chamber was raised and a large glow occurred. Now, those who oppose the motion, you may now raise your wands, added Ogden. Only a handful of wands were raised, with minimal light being cast. It is clear that the motion passes, proclaimed the chief warlock. He gave a bang of his gavel and then continued, I hereby proclaim the report from Amelia Bones on behalf of the DMLE is accepted and that Lord Arcturus Black and his heir, Wesley Black, are acquitted of all accusations regarding their supposed involvement with the destruction of Knot Manor on the 4th of July and the subsequent loss of life related to the aforementioned incident. He paused for a moment as he looked around the chamber, clearly seeing that a handful of men were more than a little displeased with the rapidity and outcome of the hearing. Ogden then rapped his gavel a few more times. We will have order within these chambers. This meeting is now officially adjourned. As he turned to leave the podium, Rookwood then stood up and yelled out, I declare a blood feud between the Rookwoods and the Blacks. The chambers became quite in shock in response to the bold declaration. McNair then stood up and called out as well, House McNair declares a blood feud with House Black. People started to call out when a young man stood up and called out, on behalf of House Travers I declare a blood feud with House Black. Then another called out, I declare a blood feud on behalf of House Roll with House Black. Another voice called out, on behalf of House Selwyn, I declare a blood feud with House Black. People started calling out and screaming from all around the chamber. Arcturus Black stood up and pointed his wand at the ceiling and cast a silent spell that resulted in a flash of light and a loud bang. The room became quiet and everyone stared at Lord Black, who did not show any signs of fear. I will offer this once, for your safety. Take back your threats of blood feuds, and your families may survive. Mark my words, we will defend ourselves, we will protect our family, our house, our loved ones. If you choose to end this before it begins, it will be to your advantage. Amelia Bones had called on Aurs to come to the chambers and the doors slammed open and at least 20 Aurs burst into the room, wands drawn. She then cast a spell to magnify her voice. There will be no dueling, no fighting, no casting spells of any kind at each other anywhere within the walls of the Ministry of Magic. Do I make myself clear? This is not over, called out McNair as he left the chambers with Roll, Rookwood, Travers, Avery and Selwyn in tow. Wesley looked around the room, and noticed in the back of the observation area, a smirking short woman in pink was making her way to the exit. Several individuals came forward to speak with Arcturus and Wesley after the group who had threatened the Blacks had left. Augusta Longbottom, Amelia Bones, Cyrus Greengrass, and half a dozen others circled around them. You must take their threats seriously, chastised the Dowager Longbottom. They are dangerous, and we all know that they supported you-know-who and the Death Eaters during the war. They were Death Eaters, we know that, despite how much they deny it, stated Wesley. Don't do anything foolish, stated Cyrus Greengrass. The DMLE cannot provide you protection in the instance of a blood feud, said Amelia, her tone indicating she was worried about the Black family. Arcturus looked at the group who had collected around them and he then spoke to all of them. I know quite well how serious those families are. He then turned and glared at Sirius and silenced him from making his usual and predictable pun about his name. I know they will plan on making do on their threats. I also know that the Black family will not be intimidated and we will not bow down to their threats and their posturing. The group soon dispersed, leaving the 4 members of the Black family behind. Arcturus looked around the otherwise empty chamber and then spoke to the others. The reactions of those families today proves to me that they are all well aware of what Cantankerous Knot had done. They would not come out and admit that they knew of the kidnapping, but all those families were tied into the Knot's wards. They will make their stand, they will take their chances, but they will not prevail. We are the Blacks. We will yield to no one. Sirius and Narcissa, you two should head home. As a precaution, to make sure that family is safe. Wesley and I will head to Gringotts, as I have some work to accomplish there. So you two, take the flow to the manor. Wesley and I will apparate to Diagon Alley. He looked around once more, and then added, no, on second thought, we will just take the flow to the Leaky Cauldron. Arcturus gave a nod to Sirius and Narcissa and waved for Wesley to join him as they made their way to the entrance to the Ministry of Magic where they would find the flow stations to then head to Diagon Alley. Moments later the 2 men were making their way down the street towards the Goblin Run Bank. As they approached the bank, the crowd started to thin, and then there was the sound of multiple people apparating around them. Arcturus sighed as he and Wesley spun around in a circle, to see that 6 wizards had arrived, had their wands drawn and were surrounding them. I told you that we would get our revenge, declared McNair. And now, we shall have it. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.